it's like, I don't know, you're enticed to kind of just curiously like, oh, tap on it and see what they're, because they take priority, don't they? So, yeah, I don't know. You're right.
That is less.
Yeah.
I like the fact that this guy's doing that, but there will be no fucking shilling of crypto in my comment section. Do it 2 to 3 times, I'll fucking block you. I don't care who you are. Easy business. What the fuck? Like, usually when a space hits a certain size and the post itself hits a certain amount of interactions, what occurs is the people said you nonsense. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. What is this? Hang on, I'm looking at something. It's getting the like the morning radio essentially. Crazy. What the fuck? Oh, come on. Don't show this stuff under my shit. Permission farming is wild. I don't know why people do that. Makes no sense. Now, let's see what has been posted in the community. So we have a community, right? It's like 7,000 people in it. Let's see what's been put out recently. I'm literally gonna remove your bitch ass from this fucking place. What the hell is that? I'm like the only person who moderates this. Didn't I just hide that person's shit?
The all-nighter is funny. You and Elon both all-nighters.
It's the autism. It does shit for you. It's great.
Honestly, I don't start functioning until around, 2 a.m.
Just basically your sleep schedule is all kinds of fucked up. No more and no less. And how the fuck are like 500 people in here? That's crazy. I'd imagine a space that would last for like perhaps a month, which I might be doing in the future. We have like a shit ton of people in it at some point. I wonder if it is actually possible to have a space go on that long.
Why don't you just get Guinness Book of World Records to officiate it? Longest X space.
Yeah.
It would be awesome if there was a way, like, you can pass on a baton to like a co-host just in case you rug for like a period of time, and it's like, oh, recharge your battery or rejoin like on a different device, like same account, but like the co-hosts are somehow able to like prop up a space just for that short time.
Huh? What?
Like, say if you're doing that mega space, yeah, like long space, and your phone dies or your internet goes down, and you've got co-hosts that you trust to run a space for you, for example, if you could pass the hosting onto them and that keeps in the same space, like the same space open until you get back.
No, it would be great, but at the moment, what works out best is to just. Oh wow, what the fuck is this? Nice, one of my Tesla comms people got a little quote post from the. That's great. Nice quote post from the actual Tesla account. Yes. Now, the best way to do actually something like that at current is just to basically have an additional instance open somewhere that you're not using, and then everything works. Right now, I have like several instances open. So if this device were to go down, literally nothing would happen. It just sits there and stays there.
It's reverse.
Yeah, we have fully crossed over into Monday. It's Monday morning, everyone. Hopefully everyone's stressing. Hopefully everyone is on their way to work and not stressing out about it. It's annoying, I know. Getting back to the weekly grind, and I'm pretty sure that hoping the weekend was a lot closer than where it is now. But interesting day today. 5 p.m. PST.
12 hours of
Elon Trump.
Elon Trump space. 12 hours and 34 minutes.
Did it feel 12 hours?
Say it again.
Are you sure it's 12 hours?
It's 8 p.m. ET, right? EST. I think it's 12 hours on my end.
Yes. This is unfortunate. So yeah, I remember that weird article that Elon shared. I mean, I get it still works. Ugh. The fucking article that was posted, which is about an illegal immigrants doing X, Y, Z to 13-year-olds, that was from fucking 2013. And so we posted on X today, and that gets a quote post. Now it's like, what the hell's happening in the UK? I understand. Yeah, sure. But, that's an old article. Like, extremely old article. But yeah, Seiko is a clever person, he uses communities a lot. As a creator his size, it's very good for him. What the hell? Yeah, something's alright. Okay, I may take... Fuck. What the hell is this? You know, I've had just about enough from this fucking dumbass Bangladesh News 24 account. You dumbass bitches keep spamming replies under every single post that is of a certain amount of impressions. I'm trying that for proof. Yeah. Literally. It's like happens within seconds. Like one post has been out for a couple minutes, and it's always been like spammed for 90. Well, how many times is it now? 98 times. Yeah. Fuck you. You're getting blocked today.
On your post or on a reply that you've done? Something.
Everywhere. They put this on every person post. Crazy. I've seen them do that before, and it's difficult to catch it in real time, but once you do, you can see the whole fucking thing. People do this with like lower sized accounts, what they do. Also, see, it's interesting. I can actually see a lot more data around this time of the day. I don't usually look this closely. Wow, that's interesting. Look at this. Interesting. Well, how about that? Cool. Solve that problem. Now, what we're going to look at next. Oh, what's this? A lot of stuff happens around this time of the day, actually. It's crazy. Everybody wakes up. More stuff happens. Nothing new for the news. I still can't figure out why Donald Trump is running ads. Like, seriously. Oh. I don't get it.
What about it?
Doesn't make sense.
Just to
And why do people ask themselves the question whether an account of a big account that is a small account that's an impersonation of an account, like, why is that? So already ask, oh, is this real? No, it's not. So yeah, when you're saying, oh, hey, is this an actual fake account that's near me? Yeah, no shit, it has fucking personal page in its bio, and it says that Instablock, and it's full of shit. Nobody does that. On which blocks do you play Diablo? I'm not sure what that means.
Are you saying that ads from Trump because they're not on his timeline? There. Okay, if you go.
No, I'm saying that the ads don't make sense for someone his size.
Right.
You're saying it'd be smarter if he just posted, is what you mean, right? Because he doesn't
Yeah,
really need
I just don't get it. I can't make sense.
Yeah,
But like, I'm not saying that you should run ads. Like, it's great, but still, it's mystifying. I guess they're probably trying to experiment around with it, see if it works for them, is valuable. Like, you guys know.
Well, every YouTube I watch is Kamala, so could just be I'm in California and they're targeting me, but they also DM me on Instagram, so they're probably playing catch up in the digital realm. Actually, the first election, Trump used Cambridge Analytica, and this was like a major part of him winning because their system was very advanced for Facebook, serving different ads to different people, and they had hundreds of different ads that they would serve in different ways, and kind of use people's psychology in a sense. Had like very deep user data from Facebook. Cambridge Analytica. It's a pretty interesting story if you go back, but a major part of their campaign success was their Facebook marketing strategy. I don't really see them doing it as much this election. I think, they thought, oh, we're running against Biden, and then all of a sudden, they have a new opponent that has this new kind of, she has this steam of like enthusiasm that Hillary didn't have and Biden didn't have. And now they're running ads and stealing his policies and, kind of trying to steamroll Trump. But the thing with Trump is he's fast at reacting, and usually, like, every time they've tried to knock him down, he's almost come back in like a more grand way. So like now I feel like they're kind of setting the fire of the campaign now, that they have to get it together, the GOP, because the Democrats are just so good at knocking on doors, doing all that outreach, and having these big elaborate, it's like a Netflix show. And I feel like there's 80 million people that subscribe to Netflix. There was 80 million people that voted for Biden. I feel like those people that are asleep for 3.5 years and then wake up for 5 months to vote, they're very easy to capture and just mislead with whatever propaganda. And that's what the Kamala campaign is using. And I feel like Trump should, like, for instance, she's using this "never go back." I feel like the Trump campaign should steal that and say, well, we're never going back to the last 4 years, and start playing, you have to beat them at their own game. But yeah, the Democrats, you can't underestimate. And it's very hard in this country with the Electoral College to beat Democrats with like the popular vote, everything. It's like very stacked against Republicans.
Yeah, true.
Just that from an outsider point of view, like there's no middle ground party in that sense. This sort of always seems red versus blue, right? But I feel like definitely now more than ever, like the average person in the middle is gonna look more towards red, because it's like, it just makes sense. It's just after everything that's happened, right? And I don't know. I think I've got trust in I don't want to say the common man, but like, the middle ground person to go, wait a minute. I think this all makes sense to, look.
Yeah, I think because neither of you are in America, and it's like much different when you're here and you're like witnessing, or you're being targeted by the ads and everything, because you kind of see the script in a sense, if you're aware of it. But most people aren't aware of it, and they're just kind of swept up in, the next thing. It's like hope and change. I was there for Obama in Chicago. I voted for Obama. I saw him speak right after he won, and we had like so much hope, And now I'm jaded because I had my dreams shattered by Obama. But now there's a new generation that's going to potentially get their dreams shattered by Kamala, right? Their hope and change candidate. But it is effective, and we'll see. We'll see. I think it's like I've been saying that they won't allow Trump to become president. It was a fluke the first time. They thought they had it in the bag. Like Hillary was just going to sweep Trump, right? And he kind of was able to win. They thought, oh, we're going to grab him by the pussy, he's done. And somehow he was able to get out of the grab him by the pussy thing. Coming to the debate, he brought all the Clinton accusers, like Bill Clinton's accusers, he brought them to the debate following that. And that's where he kind of snaps back very hard at these attacks. And it's like a rubber band effect. It like hits back almost harder. They thought they had him cornered. Anyways, it was a fluke. He won. I don't think they're going to allow him to. There's too much at stake. Like the war in Ukraine, everything is just like
intermingled. But again, it comes down to the fact that I believe these parties aren't just the decisions of one person or one man, one small group. Like anyone who votes, or it's like give the people that are in those parties like the power to like question their orders. Like you could easily get out, leave your job for that party if you don't start keep like believing in what they're doing, and you've got questions, but the other side makes sense. Like follow, like remember, like you're a human and you can push back. Yeah, have faith in that narrative too. I think there'll be plenty more people like kind of I don't know realizing that they can actually change their complete mindset or voting policy. Yeah, like yeah,
Yeah, the environment is much better now. Like being a Trump supporter was like suicide, like career suicide, social suicide. I came up in the entertainment industry. I was a music video director. I had this big elaborate kind of like job in the industry, and all my friends are artists. And like I went pro Trump. I was so anti Hillary for like because I'm anti war and she's a war hawk and yada yada. But I was canceled. I was canceled for COVID, and so many people are silenced here. But now, like for instance, I posted a photo of me wearing a Trump hat, and like barely anyone unfollowed me. If I did that 4 years prior, like they were passing around people that just liked Trump on Facebook. They passed around a Salon article that was like, find the fascists in your friend group and like unfriend them if they liked. This is how, like, see who likes Trump's page on Facebook. And like, I went through like basically social suicide, which led to my career ending in the music video like industry. And luckily, I pivoted to crypto and development, and I was able to make my own lane. But so many of my peers are silenced because you have to toe the line. You have to like be cool. You can't speak out against these things because you're gonna not be hireable in the entertainment industry because it's. I mean, say what you want to say, but it's run by who we know it's run by, and there's an agenda, and all these big money interests that it's kind of like it goes all the way through the entertainment industry to corporate media to late night television. They're all parroting the same thing. So whenever that's happening and you see
yeah,
it's you got to see through that. But so many people are still just in that trance.
shame. Yeah, like not so workplace like acceptance and the social fabric around who you actually believe in and so on. Yeah, like the environment and knowing that you could be deemed as like or fascist or something that's powerful and. But it's on everyone's mind, isn't it? I guess if you think you're the only person in a group that's like leaning one way or the other, so therefore they just probably, either be pushed out themselves by everyone or just never speak up, or feel like they can't in that setting. Um, yeah, scary. And what's it like for like on your radio, like radio there? Yeah. Is there always ads coming up or billboards and shit? Like I imagine
Radio is mostly just like in Los Angeles, for instance, the record labels just monopolize. They bought all the little stations up and whatever, and they just play their music. So like radio is kind of like a mess. But as far as like politically, I don't think people necessarily go to radio. I used to listen to AM radio and like Hannity and Rush Limbaugh and stuff just because what I would do, I'd watch CNN, I'd watch Fox, and you have to like be aware of what each side is saying so that you can parse the information, see what's accurate. Some people are just watching Fox or just watching CNN, but you really have to. You have to really do a lot of due diligence because there's so much. It's very true that the CIA and the corporate media comes alive when there's a war. They sell the war, and you'll actually see people like when they're selling arms to Ukraine. You'll have pundits speaking, and if you go and look these people up, they're direct like intermediaries to Lockheed Martin, and they appear as pundits, but they're just salesmen. So they're saying, "Oh, we need to arm Ukraine. We need to arm Ukraine." And it's funny, they'll say with Javelin missiles and this, and then if it's like a Boeing person, they'll say, "Oh, we need jet fighters," and they're all on the daytime television saying this. And then like in the entertainment realm, they're pushing. This is why you still see people with the Ukrainian flag in their bio. It's kind of a holdover from like this liberal mindset. When the corporate media was pushing the war narrative and funding arms, the entertainment industry was like, "Oh, cry out for Ukraine, cry out, all this shit, like post the flag." And then now you see that no one says anything. And this is now we're like invading Russia and people have no idea. So it's like the media here works perfectly in harmony with entertainment, and then late night comedians they disguise themselves as like jokesters, right?
Yeah.
But it's just like they're reinforcing the news. It's like news at night with a wacky edge, and like that's almost more lethal propaganda because it's funny, right? So that's how it works. It's crazy. Like we're just in the matrix here.
Well, here on X or in general when you're watching that stuff?
In America, we're like,
but you're not at the same time, because I feel like you're not the only person I'm sure that's had a similar, history of the last few years and through COVID and so on. Like anybody can escape that matrix, like in a way, like if you've had a change of jobs, and form your own thoughts and realize that, you come to X probably, I think is a big thing, and know that you're not alone. You're not the only one that's actually been affected and or wants shit to change. Because if you read stuff online and you read articles, newspaper stuff, it's so monologue. Like it can't, like, it's how you read it, and that's it, set in stone pretty much. But you listen to people talking in spaces, and then like audio, visual, like it builds a picture in your mind, and then you kind of hear that. Oh yeah, I'm not alone, and so on and so on. I think it's so empowering and important. But yeah, I hear what you're saying when it comes to those badges, so to speak, of being seen to follow suit and support a thing because it's important or trendy or good for your business to be.
well, I'm sure you've seen the meme like the next thing. I support the next thing or whatever.
You already
It's like very much that.
Yeah.
But this has been going on for like even our parents, and like with the television and the way the news has been set up as a propaganda machine.
Yeah.
It was kind of, it was like,
My MBA, I got it from a school called ESADE in Spain. I think it's the fifth ESADE.
Yes.
It's the fifth or sixth, I don't know what year, what position they are this year. Business schools.
They bounce around like all schools.
Yeah, they always are on top. So, and I did it in one of those because I'm like, okay, if I'm going to invest all this money, all this time, I'd rather have a very good name behind my MBA. And actually, as soon as I finished it, I triplicated my salary. So yeah, there was an ROI there.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I said I'm only going to go to a top 2 or 3 school, and if I didn't get in, I wasn't going to do anything.
Yeah, with this one, I participated.
What's the deal in this bitch?
Hey, old friend. What's good? What's wrong? What?
Yo, is it true, Mr. President, that Jazzy got shot and killed on Clownhouse?
Somebody got killed on Clownhouse.
Was it Jazzy? It sounded like Jazzy in the recording.
Unfollow me, you weird son of a bitch.
I'm not gonna unfollow you just because you told me to. I don't really even know who you are.
Layla, weird motherfucker. Layla, why you lie to me, Layla? What the fuck?
Oh, why the fuck is he on the truck account?
Is that you? Who, Adrian?
Oh, wait. I thought that was Link.
Lena got her ass down.
Do you guys know who Adrian Dittman even is?
Shut the fuck up, bitch. What?
Why do we have all these weirdos in your room?
Because he's the president of Clown Town, and we're all a bunch of clowns, including you, honk honk.
Yes, I know you ain't taking no baby mama now. Damn, I told you.
Tato got a baby mama.
I was gonna say ain't no weirdos. That's Mickey Mouse, really. You know, I'm from Gatsby. That's the Mickey Mouse motherfucker. Cool. Adrian. Yes, bro. You know. That nigga, ran for the, what you want Chicago? You so fucking.
Running for congressman of Illinois to help the clowns.
Hey, keep that brother, keep that there. I hate him. I hate him too.
That means that you hate yourself. That's because I'm the best part of you.
Kick him. Why everybody hate you, bro?
Because I remind them that their lives are miserable.
First of all, it's bomb breaking up. Second, sound irritating.
That's the other reason they want to kick me. It's not a me problem. It's a them problem. They get easily emotionally triggered.
Lena, you about to give us a lap dance?
His Oscars. He went to fucking Ukraine, gave Zelensky an Oscar. Ben Stiller's meeting with him. He's coming to like speak at the Oscars. It's just like all this weird, just like he's like a puppet for the West, and we're funneling money through Ukraine. But I think like the world, you know, the BRICS nations, we're pushing countries into the BRICS alliance, and now like for the first time, Russia and China are getting along. They're getting along with Iran, India, and people are dropping the petrodollar. So we're freaking out. Our government's freaking out right now. We're losing steam in Ukraine, and our debt is coming due, right? So our debt is propped up basically by using the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency across the world as a petrodollar, and now people are dropping it for other currencies. So our debt is now realized, and we have to pay it back. So that's kind of in the situation that we're in America, and I don't think people are really, until it falls apart, people are having fun and hanging out. But entering a depression, you know, is never fun, and it's happened before. 2008 was like pretty serious. A lot of people lost their businesses and homes, and that could easily happen again.
Do you think the 2008 GFC, like I don't know, it obviously affected me to some. I lost a job out of that. I was gutted, but at the same time, it turned into something better. So, no, it wasn't all doom and gloom for me, and a lot of people, you know, gave me a chance to reassess. But that said, I was in the photography industry too, actually. But when it came around, do you think it was manufactured to some degree, or just sheer kind of?
Well, the banks were playing around too much with the money, and it like came home to roost.
Yeah,
and then you know.
But do you think
that also, because that had effects, worldwide, and that also made us like, because we had this, America, we're holding it together, and when that happened, the world realized that we're just messing around like with funny money, and that did delit. So like slowly we keep like. Just like delegitimizing ourselves on the world stage, and then actually joining in with Israel, like they have kind of turned it, because they're like a human rights violator now, and like they're bombing UN schools and stuff. Like their thing is kind of halting as well, and then we're allied with them, but that's kind of like our last stronghold there. European leaders probably still support us, NATO, but they're not actually, I don't think our friends. So it's strange. We're in a strange time, and that's why I think, Kamala could be potentially dangerous, because, she's just there as a vessel, just like Biden. You notice when she talks, she doesn't speak about Ukraine. She doesn't speak about Israel. And, like, one thing that I actually really admire about Trump is he's one of the only presidents that will say, oh, these beautiful buildings in Ukraine and the culture there has been, like, destroyed. And he'll talk about the lives of other people being lost. And like he'll say that about Libya, and he'll say this about other crises.
I would say
Other politics.
both sides, like Russian soldiers too, and it's like lives wasted, like human, yeah, like that human story for what good? Like where is the like where are these people? Like, where's their logic? Why do they go to war in the first place? Because at the end of the day, it's a loss for both sides, no matter what happens.
Yeah, I mean, a whole generation of like young men in Ukraine was, and it's a mineral rich. Ukraine's one of the most mineral rich. Like, it's like the breadbasket of Europe. And now, like, BlackRock's taking bids and J.P. Morgan to like rebuild.
Yeah.
So it's like it's just it's really sad that people's like our politicians are still balkanizing regions. That's all it is. Like same with Gaza, they want to clear it out. They say we're going to push you into the sea, get the fuck out, or we're just going to kill everyone. And then they're going to take that land and balkanize, and it'll become part of Israel. And then everything will get memory hold, just like even the Libyan crisis where Obama went in, Hillary was the Secretary of State, NATO bombed the man-made river. They had these mercenaries from Syria and Qatar, like funding weapons, and sub-Saharan Africans coming up, all to start this war on Gaddafi that gave up his arms in the Cold War and was like keeping it together. Libya was built by the Italians, this beautiful city. They just completely destroyed it. They let the mercenaries with all the U.S. weapons run amok, and then all of a sudden Libya becomes a port for refugees coming through Libya into Europe. And this is what started the current crisis in UK and Europe and led to the right-wing uprising, like the right-wing popularization in these like nationalist candidates really started to take an edge after the Libyan crisis and refugees entered Europe, right? And that's what we're seeing now in UK and other places. And no one really ties that knot. It's something that simple that it came from Obama and Hillary's fucking fucktards in Libya, destroying Northern Africa. Like, it makes me so mad. Beautiful country, and at the same time funneling weapons to Syria to do the same thing. And it's just like,
What do you think about Brexit? When England or UK left the EU, so to speak, I missed the whole thing. I grew up in the UK, moved over to Australia when I was like 20, and the whole idea of using euros in the UK, I just never ever got to experience. That was one thing, but then
said that, oh yeah, I'm coming right now to you whatever, and so then she was online as well, and when he arrived, and all the shots got fired, and she's dead.
Yeah, I think the guy's name was Brandon Lee.
Someone shot a woman.
Yes.
And,
No, but it's,
and
no,
her
it was
boyfriend.
a man though.
And her boyfriend.
Yeah, the boyfriend. I think his name was Brandon Lee.
Also, a man shot the woman and the boyfriend, but the woman died and the boyfriend was hurt.
Yeah, and the boyfriend.
Oh, I thought it was the boyfriend that died.
No, the woman died. The boyfriend's critically injured.
Where was
In
it?
hospital.
And there was two in
Birmingham, Alabama.
Birmingham, yeah. And there were two kids in the house as well.
This.
It's actually true. Just type into Google Clubhouse murder.
Oh, there you go. Clubhouse murder.
No, but see, like over here, it
Two
says
others,
the victim,
like, this
the
is the
victim
third
has been
one.
identified as
Exactly.
Brandon Lee, 35, black male of Birmingham, Alabama.
This is the third one.
Alabama, yeah.
No, they don't
No,
speak
that's the
Yeehaw.
wrong state.
No, that's the wrong state. That's Texas.
Alabama is more like you fucking.
I don't know. I thought it was that.
Fuck.
No. If you're gonna throw around, if you're gonna throw around the regional epithets.
Oh, do you?
I don't know. It always
I
sounds
think
like that, like
so,
Alabama.
Alabama
Yeah.
is drunken retards.
Guys, when in doubt, just sing a popular song with
Isn't Alabama like the poorest, like one of the poorest states?
Yeah, well, West Virginia is
Mississippi is the poorest.
West Virginia is poor.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's one of
Mississippi
the
is with
poorest.
you.
Hold on, let me get the average household income by state.
Is Mississippi
But they're all
here?
richer than England.
Oh, Brian, I wanted to ask you a question to put this to bed. Not that you're going to be the ultimate authority.
Which
but
Brian?
Do you want to take Brian to bed?
Brian C.
Wait, Brian's denying me?
No,
No,
Brian,
Brian
C.
C.
Oh, okay.
If someone says to you that communism is based on liberalism, what would you say?
If someone says communism is based on liberalism,
He calls them a retard.
Yeah.
I think if you mean classical liberalism, then I would say there might be some overlap. I guess I'm sure we can find some overlap, but
Okay, so
generally speaking, I would say no.
what I said is that liberalism can degenerate into communism if you start focusing on the wrong values, or interpreting it incorrectly. But there's no way that communism, an ideology that is that puts the collective over the individual, can have any type of compatibility or source in classical liberalism that is rooted on the individual rights. It can't.
Yeah, I think you would.
That's
have
what I
to,
said.
I think you would have to distort it in order to get there. So I don't think
Correct.
I wouldn't say there's a natural progression.
No,
I think that
it's
you
a
would have to.
degeneration.
You would have to distort it and pervert it in order to get that.
England and France are going to war over this. Simon's representing
The
France,
channel?
and no, Simon's representing
I'm representing
France,
America.
and Ewan is representing. Ewan's representing England. This is Ewan's position that it was based on.
Yeah, he just kept saying communism is based
All
on
he did was
liberalism.
would change the word "based" to critique.
I'd have no qualms.
So Simon, if you're talking about social liberalism, which is a completely different thing from classical liberalism, right? Social liberalism, yes.
No, I think that liberalism. No, I think that liberalism is a word that has been bastardized.
Right,
And
but
so
the current definition would indeed put them on the quote-unquote Marxist, socialist, Leninist, communist side at this moment in our time.
you're right. I would agree with you.
Yes, but that's what she's
But
saying.
that's the
That it's
reason
been
why it's
bastardized.
important to understand what the values of liberalism is, because these guys that
They
call
know.
themselves liberals are the less
They're not.
tolerant, the most authoritarian, and the more against freedom that there have ever been. So they
They're
have,
tyrannical. They're
yeah,
Well,
exactly.
The liberals
They
are
have
not liberals.
degenerated.
Let's just say that. Yeah, the people who call themselves liberals are not liberals. Like it's just
Exactly.
You could
they're
say
only liberal
maybe.
by name.
Sure.
You could say maybe democratic socialism is an intermediate step, because you still have some democratic processes, but then it's for the collective. So if you say that classical liberalism with individual rights, etc., is on the one end, and then communism is on the other, you could bridge that by democratic socialism, I would think.
Yep. I have a life announcement.
Oh, you're live? Good job.
Me and my girlfriend broke up, so I guess I'll.
No.
Yeah.
Why?
You want us to call her and
That's
catch
so
some stuff for you?
sad.
Thank you.
Who's
Thank
your
you.
girlfriend?
Yeah,
Okay,
unfortunately.
so hold on. What happened?
You looked like you had just
Nobody
shed a bunch of
interrupts.
dead weight.
Nikki, shut up!
It just we had different political opinions.
Is she a liberal?
Oh my God! They
You
just
lost
broke
a
up
girl
over
over
campaigns.
Trump?
Shut
What kind
up.
of
Let us
fucking
speak.
loser explanation is that? You better have something.
Wait, I'm not done yet.
Here. Sorry. Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
Well, of course, there's the religion difference, but then she also mentioned that she's just against kids, having kids.
Didn't I mention this to you
That's
a
fucked
few
up,
weeks
Brian.
before?
Throw her in the
Brian?
garbage. Move on
Remember
now.
we-
Yeah.
You're a
Hold
woman.
on. Hold on.
Oh, go, Mr.
Remember? Hold on. Remember we talked about this, and
Yeah.
I asked you about the kid's question, and you said that she might consider it, and I said, do never believe the might. I mean, do not put your hopes in might.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that's
makes,
she indicated she was interested, and then she was just like, you know what, I decided I'm just completely not. And I was like, oh no. And then, you know, the other issues too.
how are you doing?
I'm doing well. It happened a week ago. So immediately the day of, I was really sad. It was like last Wednesday. And then, you know, next couple days I was pretty sad, but I've gone better.
Are you guys having
How long were you?
contact?
How long were you with her, Brian? Sorry.
Like 3 years.
Wow,
Yeah.
Brian.
Yeah.
I'd say
It's
I'm
alright.
sorry to hear that,
For a
but like
Jewish woman,
you're only
that's-
gonna move on from this, and like you're gonna just find someone
Yeah.
that aligns better. So you're
Well,
gonna live a happier life.
Well, just as
Project 2025.
yeah, I'll probably look into a Jewish woman.
That's what I was just asking. Well, if more women adopt her approach to children, this will be the downfall of civilization. Not global warming, but childlessness.
Yeah, I agree.
Are you Jewish?
Hold on. How old are you, Brian?
26.
Sure,
Oh,
baby.
you're
Oh my God.
You're a baby.
Yeah. And you're in a big
Yeah,
city.
but still, it was 3 years of his life, and he
I
wanted
know,
years.
it's sad.
3
But it's better. But listen,
Hey,
you
Mickey.
need to be thankful because it's better now than you would have found later once you're already married or whatever. Right now,
Yeah.
it's a painful situation. You get over it, and
Improve you, Brian?
I think so.
Okay, so you're better off than the next one.
Well,
it's always better.
Yeah, I never really had like a this long term of a relationship, so I think it was, you know, great. And she was the one who broke it off. It wasn't me. She was just like, you know, Brian, like it's just not gonna progress for these reasons. And I appreciate her for being mature over it and understanding.
How old was she? Is she?
She's 25.
So you guys are both the same age.
She doesn't want a kid.
Was she a little?
Why are you assuming her gender? Why are you guys assuming the gender? What if it's a he instead of a she?
Excuse me, this is Adrian Dittman.
Or they.
Brian, what were the reasons that she gave you for breaking up with you?
When the word her is used, I'm inferring people's gender.
Maybe it wasn't a female.
Brian, what were the reasons that she gave you for wanting to break up with you?
Yeah, here.
Adrian, you're deep in the matrix.
Was it a surprise? Oh, I was surprised, yeah. Oh, you were? Oh, it's alright.
What did you say? How did you react to it immediately?
I just, you know, we discussed it a little bit. I was just like, you know, I couldn't say much for a little bit. I was like, what? You know, and then
But Brian, it sounds like the impetus was a political difference. That's what it sounds
that was part of it, yeah.
No, it sounds like them.
What is her? What?
Oh my god.
You're better off.
Why do that to yourself?
She wasn't that woke. She's like, you know, she's Dominican. So, you know, gonna only be so woke unless you're a white woman, you know? But at the end of the day, she was a liberal.
What color was her hair?
You saved yourself.
What color was her hair?
Or she saved you.
Brian, the more important question is, did she have a great ass?
Adrian, we
Oh, you
cannot
don't
hear
live
you,
together.
Adrian, one mic on Adrian.
I was just wondering, did she have a great ass?
Hold on, everybody, just hold on, Adrian. What do you want to say?
I was wondering, did she have a great ass?
Hey, everybody, saddle.
We cannot hear you, Adrian.
I heard that. He asked if she had a great ass. I said,
Yeah.
This is Edmund. Adrian is Edmund.
Excuse me? My name is Adrian Dittman.
I knew I had to kick someone.
Hey, girl.
so sensitive.
How you doing? I'm good, thank you. You Jewish warrior, you. Jewish warrior? Are you a Maccabee?
Are you calling him a warrior?
No, I'm a warrior.
Warrior.
Yeah, what's your price range?
Calling him a whore.
Warrior. A warrior.
I'm across the street with them.
Wow.
I'll bring him down in all his holiness.
So, Brian, do you think you have any personal failings that resulted in the relationship breaking up?
Adrian, change.
Move to another
Change
city,
your mind.
Adrian, as quickly as possible. Adrian! Help!
I think it's Edmund, isn't it?
I would love to see Pearl do like if it is, so you did so like get it.
Wait, what do you want to see? What do you want to see?
I want to see Pearl YouTube reenacting the best moments of Rocky.
I think it's pretty good.
I think that'd be good. That'd be
Adrian. Everyone treat Adrian separately. Issa to Adrian.
Adrian. Why? I don't want to do Adrian.
Tyler's got the eye of the
Have
tiger.
you seen the Rocky movie?
come on.
Oh, but like ages ago.
No, you have to. Yeah.
Basically born with knowledge of that movie.
Adrian! Adrian!
Edmund, it is Edmund.
What's wrong? Oh, okay, you kicked him before me.
No, I because he's just yelling.
What's wrong?
Adrian!
I hate you.
Adrian! Adrian! Adrian!
What the fuck?
Adrian!
Oh, what the hell?
Adrian! 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 I'm sorry, you guys haven't seen the movie Rocky?
John, shut the fuck up.
Hey, Tato! Hey, Tato! Don't let Oscar push you around, dog! Don't let Oscar push you around, dog! Oh, hold on, I gotta text my boss. I gotta text my boss and tell her that I'm sick. Oh, they kicked me. Sons of bitches. This is Adrian Dittman. I don't know why they think I'm somebody called Edmund when my real name is Adrian Dittman.
Thing where I'm pretty convinced, even though we're very smart as humans and as a species, we're never going to be able to like replace and or trick the whole like natural process. And once you do it in one area, it pushes force onto another area. Yeah, and that balanced effect is always going to be skewed. And I
Yeah.
think we
Well, the greatest thing that we could ever do is just promote biodiversity, and this is what other, like for instance, the Amazon. We see it as this random assortment, but the Amazonians actually like created the Amazon. It was like part of a large planting process and culmination of like these plants and tailoring the land. And then we see it as wild now, but it was very much tailored. And even now, I saw something where they're just digging holes in the desert, and this was promoting greening of the desert. So we're very good. We're part of nature. That's what people kind of forget, that humans are part of nature. We're not always like at odds. And the more we do to promote biodiversity, it's a cascading effect from, for instance, they reintroduced wolves into the population. and then the wolves scared off the deer, so because there was overgrazing, and then they saw the river start to flow because they took away the predators, right? So then all of the grazing animals were overgrazing the land. The river dried up. As soon as they reintroduced the predators, the river came back. And ocean whales, like shitting, is like accounts for more carbon sequestering than trees. So like big fishing operations and like overfishing, that is something that's, you driving your car, you're actually just helping green the environment in a sense. You're fucking up your microclimate. I noticed during COVID here in LA, planes stopped flying over, and actually the contrails left by planes reflect UV light, and there's some warming effect. But we had a very different climate during COVID because people weren't flying, people weren't driving, and it does affect things. But your car is not killing the world. It's like a large amounts of ecocide and like just pure disregard for like our environment. And I don't know how we could push more of like integration of what's the country in Asia that has like cities with just plants, and Singapore, is that it?
Singapore is pretty forward thinking.
Something like that would be really amazing.
Yeah.
That's what you see in utopic visions of the future.
Yeah.
Skyscrapers with
green, but like
green
like hanging
areas.
baskets almost. Yeah, like integrate. Yeah, fully. I know what you mean. Like vertical gardening is like one of those words, isn't it? But like vertical garden walls or something like that. But on a scale of like the entire building is built to like have a heating system that is all from like the bio waste of plants or something, and then like they also provide food and this and that. It's like a self-sustaining building that is like putting some people have grass and whatnot on tops of roofs, and it can form like a really good way to keep the heating, and if you did that, again, at scale, like to serve as a purpose, like not just to look pretty, right? And also maybe those plants then recycle their own water, and it becomes like they slow down the cascading effect and shedding, because that's a big thing. Obviously, is like hard surfaces and tarmacked areas, concrete and whatnot is obviously it's very strong, but it does two things to the local environment. With rain, it sheds water faster than like natural soil. So underneath, over time, the soil breaks down and you get less biodiversity and this and that. And also that water's got to go somewhere. And it usually goes into the stormwater system in the city, and then it goes straight into the nearest creek. But it's an unnatural amount of water going out at an outlet. And we see it around the beaches of, like in Sydney, certain areas, certain stretches of coast have had terrible erosion for the last 30, 40 years since they put in different stormwater outlets and defenses like seawalls and groins and things. And it's it serves a purpose for that area. You don't get flooded roads, or maybe it creates a port and a way for the boats to come in safely. But downstream, the knock-on effect is huge, because it's like exponential effect. And what if that was it, that the building, when it's built, it needs to have what is the impact on the wider scale thing, and then over time, what's that city, what's that whole neighborhood going to have on the local environment and ecology? Is that the word, ecology? Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, when they go to Mars, I mean, they're going to have a pretty smart way of living there, like solar and using the ice water, is it melting it into, or splitting it up into fuel and water? Like, I don't know. I think, like architecture plus AI is going to be, it is already happening, but it's going to be remarkable when it comes to that. Imagine being in a house that you knew you never had to pay a heating bill on because it almost breathed to itself, or it adjusted in real time. Imagine a roof that could change shape to the incoming storms, or like like a plant follows the sun during the day. What I feel like, yeah, the actual roof of the house, the pitch could change, actuate. I don't know. Big big ideas. I'm not an architect, but I'm thinking like if I can think this in my mind, like I'm pretty sure somebody out there be able to build it, make it come to life.
Certainly, yeah. Future cities. That's why we gotta. Yeah, it sucks. Like being in LA, there's so much potential here, and it's just like wasted completely. It could be like the coolest city, right? And even like if you go to Greece, everyone has a balcony. It's not like Athens isn't the most gorgeous city, but everyone has a balcony and plants. And it's like, why don't they do that here? It's just like I get so annoyed by architecture. It's like, and I love Art Deco in LA, but everything else is just like a hodgepodge of like every era. And then we have all the strip malls and stuff, and it's kind of like very uninspiring environment.
Imagine if it was like an apartment block, right, and there was somebody that brought in a green friendly, or like a policy that sort of said everyone with access to a balcony, if you manage to, grow your own vegetables or something for that, and then put it into the whole apartment food source, you get a discount on your rent or your. We've got a thing called strata fees here for the upkeep of the building, and it's like if you buy an apartment here, or the person renting doesn't pay it. Normally it's the landlord, the owner, but that goes into a kitty just in case there's something major that has to be done. And that makes sense, but it also can be a huge burden for people that don't expect the building to get concrete cancer or something like that. But imagine on mass if there was a new strata company that came in and started rewarding people that actually did stuff that was going to make a small difference, but from on scale 100 apartments all doing the same thing, like maybe growing strawberries on the balcony, and they sell at the local food markets. It might something stupid, but it could be something bigger. I don't know, but contributing and for an incentive of a reduced rate on their levies or rent or something. I don't know. It could be an interesting thing, and I see that more for a.
By the way, I wanna kind of have a little bit of an intermission here. So I'm gonna be playing on a loop now a little bit of fucking Bolero, and then I'll be back in a couple hours.
We had someone check in from Maui, so shout out Lahaina in the context of this conversation. Let's get that rebuilt. Send our money there.
Okay, so Elon Musk is now sleeping. He pulled an all-nighter.
It's PPI before CPI. It happens every once in a while, not often, but it's happening this week. I wonder how the market's going to move tomorrow, off of that. It'll be an interesting one to watch.
Yeah, PPI is tomorrow, CPI is Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
And hasn't it been a few times? It's been the other way around. PPI came the day after CPI.
And no, it's normally PPI after CPI. That's like the base case.
Right. So this should be interesting.
But it feels like we've had this conversation a couple more times this year than in the past. Maybe we just haven't paid attention to CPI as much, both these data points. But yeah, CPI coming in after PPI, a little bit weird. Generally, it's the other way around. So I imagine that the PPI prints might lead to some muted reactions, unless it really is far from what Wall Street was expecting. We'll find out. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a couple more of our friends joining us up here. Casey, what's up?
Oh, I was just going to say, sorry, Evan, but Apple is now, they just dropped $1. It's down to $2.16. So the short's looking a little bit good.
Oh, damn, yeah. It was barcoding across this range and then decided, nope, down now. It is what it is. Still up on the day.
It is. I think everything.
We haven't even started the day.
Yeah, it's early. It's early.
It feels early.
I think AMD and NVIDIA are going to be
right, it's literally 9:30.
Really big movers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, if you literally enjoy getting up at like 11 a.m. if you could.
I don't know if I enjoy getting up then. I enjoy starting my day then.
That's fair.
What time is it where you are, Wolf?
It is 9:30 p.m. here in Hong Kong, Communist China. Good time.
Oh, you're in Hong Kong?
Oh yeah, bro.
Bro, it's so sick out there, man.
Beautiful city.
It's actually crazy that, like, when you're flying in, the way that it looks is nuts. It's like 1 million skyscrapers.
I know.
There is a million skyscrapers, to be honest.
Bro, they live in like 3x4 boxes out there. It's crazy how many people live in this city.
Are you going to Disney?
No, I'm just here for a layover. I just flew here from the Philippines. I was in Malaysia before that. I'm flying to San Francisco in like 30 minutes.
Say fly home, buddy.
Thank you. I can't wait to get back. They go, welcome home. It's always a good feeling.
It is a great feeling.
Immigration.
And Malaysia was fun, right? Did you see the Petronas building? Did you see the F1 car?
I was recording a TV show in Malaysia. They literally worked us 14 to 16 hours a day of filming. The rest of it, I was working or sleeping. I did nothing in Malaysia besides work.
Damn, that sucks. But at least you got the country.
Yeah.
You got the 3 miles.
30 seconds.
Yeah, Apple's still sitting down at 216. SPY just retested and rejected my put trigger. It's looking good for the short. I have a put trigger of resistance at 107 on NVIDIA. That just rejected very hard as well. And Amazon approaching 169, 170, and it just got smacked there as well. AMD is also dying, so just keep that in mind. Market's about to open.
Yeah, KKK got the short trigger already, so I might short it to open, depending on if it goes 451. Bing bong.
Bing bong. Market's open.
Bong,
Ding, ding,
bing,
ding,
bing,
ding,
bing,
ding. I need to invest in the bell.
Bong.
Well, we shall see. Like I said, this is going to be some live trading here. We're going to have some general market conversations, and there will be some traders cutting in with different stuff that they're taking. That is kind of what the point of this is, so don't feel bad that you're cutting someone else off, and if you get cut off, don't feel bad that someone did that. Kind of just the way these spaces roll. Trade in the range. Morgan Stanley's Michael Wilson, who is a bear, said that he thinks that the market's going to trade between 5,000 to 5,400. That's the S&P 500. 5,400 implies 1% gain from current levels. 5,000 implies 6.4% lower.
Crap, Nvidia up $1.75 off open. It's fine. $2. Don't short Qs right now. Nvidia's fine.
Apple with a small balance.
Look at that
open.
candle on Nvidia. Does anyone else see that?
I just said that. Yeah, almost $2, right? Right?
Yeah.
You see that?
Guys, I caught that dip on Nvidia. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, right. You see that? You see that candle? 106.45 to 107.80.
My entry was 101.
Holy shit. I'm about to short Apple here on this little pop.
I'm short ES here. 10-minute CVC
Do you think I get faster fills here on Webull?
Maybe.
Source.
Alright, I'm doing couple puts here with a risk over 165. I'm taking 160s August 23rd.
Amazon dumping.
Amazon, yeah, Amazon's looking ugly.
Yeah. I'm looking
for
I want
Q
to see a
short.
little bit higher.
I'm going to Q short 451p for tomorrow.
Amazon.
All right. We are back.
I took AMD 134 puts, 10-minute CVC.
Oh, wow. I believe we have a new all-time high here in Palantir.
QQQ 451.
Oh, not all-time high, not all-time high.
55.
52.
Hey,
Oh,
somebody
we're
just
over
copied
30.
me. That's what I'm in. I don't know who said that, but I'm in those.
Oh, we're so close to all-time highs now in Palantir.
No, we're not. 35.18.
We're at
Oh,
31
35
dollars.
is 18? Holy shit.
I'm in
Not that far off.
532 puts. 532 puts same day.
Same day, bro. $2 out the money? Oh.
Wolf, that's a 13% move.
Okay.
I have Palantir, but move a lot. That's still.
Palantir's up 29% in the past week. Shout out anyone
So you
who's
do another
doing these $35 leads with us.
Holding Palantir in the competition portfolio.
Me too. One of my only green names.
It is my only
His all-time high is 45.
Yeah, Palantir, if it holds 30, it's looking primed to get to 35 pretty soon.
Where's the competition portfolios at, Sniper? I'm at 1889 now. Almost back in 1900.
Our gap's not so
Give me
bad
1
anymore.
second. Taking care of something on Discord.
What do you got, Wolf?
1720.
Oh, okay, coming back. Kim, what
I was
about
all the way down
you?
to
I think you're first. Logically.
I was in the lows one day.
No, I'm not in person. I'm not at my computer right this very second because, I need my morning coffee. But I wasn't in first. I think you were, Evan.
Sensible reason.
I mean, I lost
No,
my
I got
first place
passed.
lead. Who passed you?
I got passed. I think
Me.
did. I think you might have at some point. I think I did too. I think you fell back below.
I held first for a while, but I
Same
think
thing.
we're all trying to get to even now. Like it's the race to 2000. It's actually so funny.
We're
Evan
still
makes us.
a month and a half.
Evan says everybody has to invest their whole 2000 at the top of the market.
You're welcome, guys. I did my part.
Even in my gut, I'm thinking, like I'm agreeing with your rules, but I'm thinking to myself, this is kind of a dangerous investment at the top of the market.
Tesla can get pretty ugly under 195 as well, so keep an eye on that level.
Is it just me or do we have a crazy economic calendar this week?
Not that crazy. But I mean, above average.
That's what we've gotten used to lately, bro. Sniper.
Just a lot of items, dude.
Evan, we called the top at our start of our investment.
Yeah, you guys,
competition.
you're welcome, guys. You should have seen the signal.
Evan, I'm going on competition right now. $19.08.
Damn.
791, but I'm calling it 1908.
What do you guys think about Nvidia right here? Pretty bullish first candle.
It's pretty bullish.
Yeah,
It's weird how some
PLCR
others
just
are
freaking popped at hymns. Oh my goodness gracious, that thing's ripping.
About time. I've had that stock for a long time. And it did nothing, so it's fun to see it going up.
I did a space with him last Tuesday, I think. All I'm saying is look at the stock
No,
now.
I think it was on a Thursday. I think it was Thursday.
Oh, you're right. It was 2 Thursdays ago.
I honestly don't even remember last week. It was all blurred to me.
ES likely going to push the VWAP here. But it depends. NQ is bouncing off of it, so there's a buyer, there's support we need to break is 378. Close beneath it.
IWM, nasty red candles here at the open.
Boom. And there you go. ES. 4-point gain. ES covered half, $200 per contract.
Yummy.
AMD.
I push, baby.
They did have a
push.
strong push, but I will get out of this position if they do flip the candle by candle method. So I see a previous day high, pre-market high rejection. But if they close above 135.38, I'll likely stop out. There's VWAP on ES. Beautiful trade there.
All right, SPY just hit first target to the downside off the put trigger. Expect a little bit of a bounce here. If it loses this level, next downside target will be 533.
I'm out the
Expect
remainder of
a
the ES here
bounce.
to protect profit.
Nice move, nice move. It's holding strong over this 20.
Yeah, she's trying not to go down, but SPY's definitely looking bearish.
Nvidia's having a hard
There's
time
a
at
golden
140.
zone here between pre-market low and pre-market high. So we need if sellers really are going to take this, we have to close beneath 534 on this 10-minute candle.
I got a micro level on SPY at 533.89.
Nice shorts.
Nice. Yeah, and
Hey,
that
check those
Tesla.
51 puts, baby. We got 15% on those.
Damn, PayPal was. Here I am. I'm glad I didn't say anything. I was like, PayPal's gonna have another great day here, and down we go. Ba. Google with a nice candle here.
I really need
that.
SPX to lose this huge low of 53.50. Like everybody knows about it. So definitely my first target downside on the SPY is 532.02. Probably close to KC zone. Below that, I got.
Okay, I'm at
950.
1850 in the investment competition.
Nice job, Kim's.
Kim's.
Just a friendly reminder, everyone, don't be too greedy. I've already sold a few SPY puts for 25%.
Boom, QQQ puts 451, 20.
Taking my first trim on
30%.
the 451 puts.
Yep, Q is 451, 30% on those. We are chilling now. Come on, live 451 in
I'm
the money.
short
Let's go. Boom.
195 puts.
Woo! All right, trim some more here.
Yeah, I'm scaling a little more on the SPY puts. SPY puts up 35%.
PLTR pushing
Some more
31 right there.
Approaching second target on SPY. Here we go. Scale out some more, baby.
Oh, baby, let's go.
Woo!
They actually broke 31 on PLTR.
Hey guys, trim some more. QQQ puts here at 365 from the 315 entry.
So bill breaker test here on NQ. I'm going to look for a 600 break, but we are at lower below. If we fail London or below at 602, we're going to see 10-minute 200 EMA 574.
What do you guys think of DJT with this speech coming up tonight and all that stuff? It's up like 2.5% right here.
Oh, SPY's so close under 533. It's testing it here.
I don't know if I like these.
Lose 53.50, baby. Just give it to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
feel
torn on
like he might
DJT.
get
I'm really torn on DJT when it comes to those news and
Well, because he's coming back on X, which literally his whole thing was that he wouldn't do that with DJT. Is DJT just going to collapse, or is it that everyone thinks that way, that it spikes?
Well, are we sure he's actually coming back or he's just doing
He's hosting the space.
Right,
Well, he's
but I
posting his
mean,
face, so
like,
he's on.
is he
he's on
going to start
platform.
tweeting?
His team's already running ads, so they're doing it very tactfully. They're not tweeting directly from his page, but they're putting out ads, so it does show up on Twitter, just not on his timeline.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna try to drive some traffic there. I don't think they're dumb enough to, try to
imagine
drive
he
people
opens up
off
his
of
Twitter
that.
space with like download Truth Social and follow me, and Elon's just sitting there like, what?
Yeah, Elon's like, dude, what the fuck? Guys,
Maybe
I don't
Elon-
trade on those 5 puts.
Maybe Elon buys DJT as well.
No.
Yeah, for maybe at 2x rev, $6 million.
All right, we're testing 533 here in SPY, and we're under. Oh, baby, this is going to get fun.
I can't really see DJT going much above 30, to be honest.
Hey, trim some more Q puts
Yeah.
here.
SPY puts up 55%, scaling a little more on the 532 same day.
DJT is a 0, but I wouldn't touch it before the election. I think that would be a very big mistake to try and short it before then.
We're here at the lower below demand, 602. Bill breaker test again at 600. If it fails, the bill breaker range will complete at 580, which is right above that 10-minute 200, so high likelihood. AMD, like I said, that opening flash bar at previous day high, pre-market high.
Q,
Was a fake out
450.
one, able to flip the
Oh my
CDC.
God.
Now we're testing low of day.
Closing more SPY puts here. I'm out 3/4 position.
I'm still in these 532s, baby. Let's
Here's
hit
the bill breaker
532.
on the Q. 10-minute 200
No, dump it
next.
down.
That's 575.
Give me 32, Warren Buffett. Sell that apple.
Here we go. There we go, baby.
Woo!
Here we go.
Hey, if you're still in those 450 one piece, that's almost
Here we go.
Holy
Hey,
hell.
guys, if you're screenshotting your profits right now, just sell.
Yeah.
Or hold a runner.
Yeah, main thing, guys, just set a trim.
Taking another trim on the QQQ put.
Now it's your boys back up. We're still moving. Back over 31.
Yeah, mate, but I love the idea of, when you're up in that profit, not letting it go red, setting that sell order.
Google new low a day.
Yeah, what's-
If anyone
what-
took the puts,
What are you doing, Tesla?
should we grin here?
Tesla going the wrong way here.
Yeah, guys,
Oh, wow.
you absolutely can't be letting trades like this go from 50% to red.
Look at CrowdStrike.
Yeah, especially trading 0 days or any.
Nvidia dying, bro. That whole spike is gone.
Oh man, stuff is
Fully out of
dying right
QQQ
here.
Hey, they call me crazy for my 532 puts, but look at me now.
No, I didn't say you're crazy. I just thought zero D.
No, I'm messing
$2
around,
out
I'm
the
messing
money. No, $2 out the money zeros. I never do that just because of the delta.
I said I would.
Oh, dude, I love
I said I
that.
was short at the open on everything.
Hey, they call me crazy.
Money.
Wow, SPY.
Just because of the delta, my guy, Orca. I just don't like the deltas on
We are
something.
red.
No, I totally, I'm messing with you guys.
Yeah,
I've
I
seen
agree
some
with you.
wild videos of orca whales killing using their tricks on ice and whatever.
Yo,
They're smart
QQQ
animals.
puts if you're.
Oh my God! All right.
Yeah, like I
Oh my
said,
goodness,
200
let's go,
EMA,
guys.
Target is hit.
All right.
10-minute
Scale
200
SPY.
hit. $50
Scale
per
Google
contract
here.
gain on AMD puts. I'm gonna sell half here.
All right, guys,
Target just hit on SPY.
I only have one SPY put left. I've sold pretty much everything.
I did the exact same thing. I have one contract left right here on SPY. I have half position on Google still.
Tesla, we're at low of day.
Hey,
$40 per. Well, there you go. $50 per contract gain. I'm gonna sell
532.02.
half on Tesla.
532.02 target met on SPY. Look at the first bounce right off the 532.02.
I mean, that was just a perfect level for SPY to hit just now.
To the penny, 532.02 called out. The next one down is 529.53 if it wants to retest that one.
Oh, God, if it does that.
Yo,
I got a little demand.
Q's
that
new
we're
low a
hitting right
day.
here.
If you're
This is
still in the
531.46. I think it's a golden zone from previous day low to high from Friday on SPY. AMD, nice breach.
If you still had a runner left on Q's, I don't, but it's 120 a contract. I'm just tracking the position. I don't have any more left, but it's 120 a contract.
Also, a reminder for the listeners, right? Like, I know it sounds exciting. We're all making good money.
I was just
Chase
on
this
purpose.
big ass candle. If you want to take anything for continuation, it has to be a pullback, whether it's a lower time frame EMA, into the previous body candle, whatever, but please don't chase it. This is a scaling trigger for most experienced traders that can tell you what to do.
Don't be their exit liquidity.
Evan, thank you for being my exit liquidity.
You're welcome.
That was a fun first 15 minutes, guys.
Let's see how we're doing here. Pull back.
Kind of forgot Stock Hill and Spy existed for a second. Let's check those guys out.
All right now.
Let's see, what's looking good? CGC is looking pretty strong. I don't know if the whole cannabis sector or if that was just from the earnings last week, but Starbucks.
Those things move together.
Yeah.
Google new low of day. Here we fucking go, baby.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Oh.
Oh my god, I'm scaling Google here.
Oh god, that's
Look at that tight.
that.
Look at that tight risk. It was at 164.90, and I've had a 10-cent stop above at 165.
Oh my, that was perfect. That was better than Spy. Jeez.
Let's go.
QQQ new low a day. Man, I did not hold my run. Shit, they're gone, bro. 150 in con if you're still in.
Tesla is trying to bounce Bear's VWAP test here, but still not looking great, guys. Tesla. Let's see, what else are we looking at? Yeah, I mean, just
Alright, I just closed my spot put run at 50%. Great job, guys.
oh, beautiful.
Nice trades.
Well done, well done.
Nice trades.
I made enough on Spy puts, but I might kind of hold it for a little longer. I could lose the whole position on the last put and still be good. But the smarter decision is to just
No, just do a scaling stop. As if you're on a scale here, why not just set a stop? If it goes, it goes. If not, you're guaranteed your profit.
Exactly. You know what? I'm just getting out here. I'm happy with those profits. Gonna go on to the next 8+ setup.
So I don't blame you.
Yeah, guys, just if everyone listening, trading is really all about protecting your portfolio. Yeah. I know it seems fun when we hit these big trades, but at the end of the day, you need to be in the mindset of protecting, not making money.
Yeah, 100%. Our job is to extract profit from the market.
You guys see Trump threatening Google?
I would argue don't even have a goal of making money every day. Just have a goal of following your rules and not letting your losses get out of hand.
There's nothing worse than when I lose trades or have a red day, and I did that because I broke my rules. If I have a red day and I lose money, but as long as I followed my rules and I didn't change or alter anything, I'm not mad at myself, and I'm not saying my execution was poor or anything. It's just everyone has those kinds of days. You're not going to win every day. You're not going to make money every day. You're not going to be green every single day. Anybody that says they don't lose any fucking trades ever, or whatever, they're lying or whatever it is. But the big thing is, you just, as long as you stick to your rules, you stick to your plan. There's no reason why you should be hard on yourself. Spy is fucking dumping here.
And guys, have that mindset on the upside too. If I take a trade for 100% of Spy puts like this in 15 minutes, and then it runs 800% 4 hours later, that's okay. That's totally okay with me. And a lot of people, they're not okay with that.
I scaled more AMD out just to protect profit here. I only have a quarter position left. Tesla testing VWAP, 2-minute EMAs as well. The 2-minute 20 needs to maintain here. Kind of a micro double bottom, but if that does fail, 196.36 is the next level. And then previous day low demand under 195.5.
Big old red candles here on Spy. Oh,
big old red candles.
Mobileye just going down.
I'm about to post this chart from my Sunday stream last night with where my Spy resistance put trigger was, and the update this morning. This is a beautiful chart. Oh my god.
Guys, what's going on with Bitcoin? Because Mara's getting crushed. Bitcoin's under 60,000 again, right?
Yeah, it was. It was down to 58. I haven't checked today. 58.7. 58.5, sorry.
Saw that last night.
I'm having trouble speaking this morning. I guess it's just a Monday.
Yeah, there's that 50 pip bounce on ES and Q. About 50 points there on NQ.
I got a micro level.
But again, I'm not going to trade long until my CBC flips on the 10-minute.
I got a micro level below us at 531.23. It looks like we had a pretty nice bounce on it. I'm watching to see if
It's
we
got
stay
minus
above.
29, minus 529.53 sniper. I got a little bit lower to go for that. So I wanted to go lower. Man, look at that Q bounce.
I got a micro level at 529.56.
As Maple would say, you're chasing this. Also, just keep in mind on Qs, you got 2 days prior, 3 days prior supply on Qs where we whipped off between 449.30, 448.73. So we're wicking off last week's supply. So if that holds, that's a flip. Turn supply into support, right? And I saw a flip. So I wouldn't try to short Qs unless you lose below 448.50, because then you can target the next level down.
Hey, the apple's still green. That's all I'm saying.
I'm short NQ here. Short NQ.
It'll be a good time for you to say I'm short apple.
Google new low a day. Die, Google.
Shark, how long were you waiting down below? So Wolf brought you up. It could have been a minute. It could have been 50.
Yeah, not that long.
No, not long. I'm fast.
So that kind of feels like a nice way of saying a little bit of time, though. But we'll let it.
15 and then cover half.
30 seconds.
$300 per contract.
Just keep this level in mind. Maple 525 has a lot of buyers sitting there chilling. I know you're shorting, but keep a tight stop around there.
Tesla low of day test here.
God. And I know Nvidia had that crazy first candle and has pulled back a little bit, but it's holding up relatively well compared to the rest of the market. What's going on?
I'll scale Tesla under new lows. Really under 196.36 is my next target. There you go. It's hit. Battleship. $50 per contract gain. Tesla, I'm going to scale a little more.
Staying under the 5350 level on SPX that I called out this morning. It's getting to get more and more bearish as the longer we stay below. So I like this.
AMD. I'm all out the remainder of AMD.
Call me crazy, but I just took a starter on the SPY 532 calls at $1.73.
Damn,
I don't
you're
hate
fucking
it,
crazy.
sadly. It is a golden zone here. For me, I'm more on the reactive side than the predicting side, which is fine, right? For either of our styles, but 61.8 fib is what it's got to hold right around that 531 level.
Let's see. At the top of spaces for the listeners, you should see 2 charts. One is from the session last night. I did a live stream last night just covering the top 6 names, and obviously it always starts with SPY. You'll see the screenshot from last night's session. My top line up there is 534.5, and I said when that's tested, that's going to be my resistance and look to go short for the put trigger. The next chart on the right side is the opening session where SPY broke back below and retested it and treated it as resistance, and we got this huge dump this morning live on Space. Everyone was short. It was a great fucking job. Along with the top wicks there at 165 on Google at the same time, I shorted that as well. So amazing charts and good price action this morning. So great job, everybody.
183 on SPY here.
GG, love it. Appreciate all you guys for joining up here and hanging out with us. If you guys are down below and aren't following these speakers, you are missing out. Make sure to go in, check them out, check out what they're doing. Spaces is a really great way to find new people. And the truth is, hey, If you like the post, keep following them, engage with it, like the post. If you don't, you can unfollow them. It's actually pretty easy. So shout out to that. Make sure I would go through, follow the panel, and check them out later.
Also here, approaching previous day low demand, like I said, 195.5. Yep, we just broke it. We're up $100 per contract. Please scale or manage your trade here. No one should be chasing a preemptive breakout on Tesla.
Also, just to listeners, try to not follow anything or anyone too blindly. Try to understand why people are making these decisions, and someday you'll be able to make your own decisions a little better.
Yeah, 100%, right? You're never going to become an independent, self-sufficient trader by copy trading or shadow trading others, right? You have to have an independent mindset and be able to build your own systematic edge. We all have a million different strategies. They all work, but they're not all going to work for you.
And it's tough. It even happens in different ways. You see a company has good earnings or good news, and you might get swayed one way or another. And for me, that's why, I try to stick to the price action and technical analysis, because with the stock market, you could just get your head spun a million times.
100%. Price precedes everything. Price, I don't use volume, level 2, tape, stochastic, none of that, right? It's just candles. And that's all you need. All right, $110 per contract gain on Tesla puts. I am sold down to the runners here. We just hit previous day low. Meta looks like it wants to come down to the 10-minute 200 near 510. NQ, we're looking great here. We're up 35 points, which is $700 per contract. We'll break
SPY new low a day. There you go, Maple.
Yep, 50-point gain on NQ. I'm all out. $1,000 bill printed.
Yeah, SPY just hit next target downside, which was 531. This would be my full target from the 534. If this level gives, in my opinion, SPY is going to downtrend. We're going to see 529 to 528.5.
529.53 next target, Casey. We're getting there.
Yeah. Also,
I
having me, Wolf and Evan. If I'm alerting too much, or just too
No,
much,
you're good.
Yeah, just let me know, okay?
Hell no, Maple, you call it out, baby. We making money.
Hey, you know how it goes, KC.
Yeah.
Bro, not nearly enough alerts, people.
Yeah.
I know, man.
Google new lows,
AMD,
SPY
go
new lows,
NQ,
let's go.
go yes, go Tesla this morning. No losses. It's been great.
Just put my SPY 532s at $1.44.
I just boarded an airplane, so I'm gonna hop off.
We're falling into last week's range here.
Safe travel, Wolf.
Yeah, appreciate you, Wolf.
Thank you. I got
Take care,
to see you
Wolf.
tomorrow.
Safe travels.
Love you, bro.
Have a good one, brother. Yeah, I almost want to scalp some SPY puts. It's just looking so ugly.
Short the pop every time.
Yeah, exactly. Any puts that you guys are looking for, again, it's got to be like 1 minute, 2 minute EMA pullback. I watched 920 EMA. Not to tell you how to trade, but just for the listeners to keep yourself safe, not only today, but in future trading sessions.
Google.
Oh, I sold the low.
Gold and silver, yeah, strong today.
And just for quick educational purposes, the 534.5 level on SPY, again, just look at previous session, look at Friday, look at the high on SPY. It is 534.50. It was nothing more than a simple double top area of rejection. Look what happened when SPY previously hit that level in the last session. It pulled all the way back down. Where did it pull down to? 531.50. Where is SPY at right now? 531.50. It did the exact same thing. That is the reason on why I have that level on my chart. It's very simple. Just clear levels on your chart where SPY reacts to it, showing that there's big volume or buyers or sellers that step in on these areas. When you see that, you need to put that level on your chart. So when it's retested, you need to be able to react to it. And that's what happened this morning. SPY retested that level. They rejected it. It's puts. It's the exact same thing that happened from Friday. And that was the reason for the SPY short this morning. For me, at least.
10 a.m. Eastern here. HII was awarded a $209 million contract from the U.S. Air Force.
NVIDIA's starting to look pretty bear. It's testing VWAP here. It's a bearish VWAP test. I'm debating some NVIDIA puts opposed to SPY. No, it's over VWAP. We're going to wait.
Where's NVIDIA at right now?
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on it. It's looking like a bearish VWAP test here, though, so
Yeah.
could be a good opportunity. Let's see.
Yeah, so this 107 area is very, very crucial, and what it's lining up where if it closes under 107, it's going to be under VWAP, under the 9 EMA, and almost under the 21 EMA. So I agree. If NVIDIA, if it starts to lose 107 and close under that, this can be a good short, which can also give SPY and QQQ that lower low, that next leg down that we could see.
Yeah, and just to give you guys my thought process here, SPY's already had quite a big move, and I caught that, so I'm kind of looking for something that is a little bit stronger on the day. You know, NVIDIA's up over 2%, so, you know, there could be a little more value there, you know, as long as it's looking bearish and under VWAP in terms of the downside. And like you said, that could also, you know, help Qs and SPY go down a little more as well.
Someone also asked about Google this morning on the 165 area. It's the same thing for SPY. It's just a different day. So if you look at Google, and I have a thread I'll post at the top of Spaces here in a second. Go to Google and go to Friday, August 2nd. Look at the low of day. The low of day is 165 down to 164.70. This is the first time since August 2nd that since that level and zone has been broken, Google has retested from the underside, which will act as resistance. Risk to reward says to short there. Those two top wicks this morning entering into that zone was a clear sign that sellers were present, pushing that price action back down, and that is the reason on why I went short on Google. Now, I'm still short on Google.
Yeah, I love that breakdown, PC, because, you know, that's the thing. The value of these spaces is, you know, not only the trades that traders are taking or the explanations of potential movements, but, you know, long term. But, you know, being able to break down your system and explain the logic behind the trade is extremely valuable. So thanks for that, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're following just like blindly, like I've done that before, because 4 years ago when I first started, I didn't know technical analysis, and I was in Discords, and I was on here, believe it or not, listening to Exclusive Trading, if you guys know him. I used to follow Exclusive like in depth all the time. And then I learned how to read price action on my own. There's nothing more rewarding as a trader in making money when the trades and everything that work out, even if they go wrong, like I said, as long as you follow your rules, the kind of confidence that you build as a trader long term when you do the work yourself in the technical analysis, it's so much more rewarding, and that is what is going to get you far. Following blindly, not knowing why you're taking these trades, it's not going to get you far. You're going to have a good rally, and then you're going to end up blowing the account, and you're going to rinse and repeat that. Until you develop a strategy and a system and you have confidence in yourself as a trader, and you learn the technical analysis and how to read the price action in your charts, when you develop that confidence and you take those trades, it's going to be the biggest game changer in the whole freaking world, I promise you.
No, 100%, I agree with that, because, you know, the problem with, you know, newer traders or just anyone struggling to find consistency, you know, with shadow trading or copying others, is the surprise factor, right? Like, they take a trade, they, you know, trust whoever they're following, so they have only equated for the fact that they're going to win this trade, right? There's no other, you know, probability in their mind, unfortunately. So then when they do, you know, experience a loss, what happens, right? They're shocked. They're like, oh, I didn't equate for this. I have no plan for this. So they hold hope at zero, where really, you know, you have to have a plan going into every single trade. Even if you're going to use someone else's alert as, you know, confluence, or, you know, whatever, you know, confirming your own trade, make sure you have a plan, right? And you have to have your entry level, right, your exit level, and where you're going to take profit every single time.
I think one piece of good life advice I want to give everyone right now, not just for trading, but anything you want to be successful in, study the most successful people in that space. See what did they do, what was their story, what is their strategy. And I'll tell you what, if you study the most successful traders, they wouldn't say, oh, you know what my strategy is? I hop on StockTwits and I see the trending ones, and I go in spaces and I follow these guys. You know, they're, you know, you gotta, if you want to be at the highest level, you gotta replicate that. And people think replicating is copying the alerts. It's really not. Following the alerts you can actually get crushed. Because some of these guys were risking 1-2% of our portfolio. If you full forward something, next thing you know, I'm taking a small 20% loss off of a 1%, of my portfolio, where you're taking this huge loss. So whatever you want to be successful in, just study the most successful people in that space, try to replicate that, and I guarantee you those guys aren't taking a learn.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, and another thing is traders, they look at the market as an easy or fast way to make money, and this is the fastest way to lose money, in my opinion. So, if you're not dedicated to this, you're not disciplined, you don't have a passion for trading, right? Like, I really recommend charting every single night. I'm a day trader, so, I'm going to look at, the day's trades. But you have to chart at least an hour every single night. I mean, I couldn't imagine not doing that. Lacking passion in this craft is a sure fall for failure, right? Nice work on those calls there, Stock Sniper, right? We were talking about that 531, the golden zone holding.
Dude, that's so low. So low.
Brother.
Oh no. That's still 958.
The candle closed, bro. The candle closed, right? So no close below 531, good. But I understand, right? You're respecting your risk. But 61.8 fib holds. We likely see a retest of VWAP. We also have 30 orb set. So, that was a typical bounce going into a 30-minute orb low. So again, could be an orb-bound range day, potentially. If they did hold golden zone, previous day high, you could bounce between these two levels, which is orb high and orb low. A good way to spot that, if it's going to happen, is a claim above VWAP. You typically see orb high, and then again, you don't want to chase longs at resistance, nor do you want to chase shorts at support. So just be patient. We're kind of in the middle here, right? We don't want to diddle in the middle either.
We're testing a new high day in NVIDIA and testing a resistance level. It's looking pretty strong here. You're getting a pretty nice breakout in NVIDIA. Wow. Yeah, SPY back over VWAP. That was whoever played calls, nice little bounce. Obviously a risky move to play calls, but
yeah, literally, it looks like it's just chasing.
Stated exactly what's happening now to happen, and it literally moved 2% too low for me, and it just have to keep respect to my rules, no matter what. I'm not taking things past where I say I'm going to take them, but damn, dude, that sucks.
And I will say, I love to take those.
It's all about your entry, right, guys?
Yeah, I mean, and even this, right? This is just a tip. I know there's nothing that we can do about it now for you, Sniper, but I learned this from Jared from Live Trading. The 84% rule, right? So even though you may have gotten stopped out, maybe your entry was a bit eager, too early, whatever it may be. If you still believe in your thesis, right, and coming back to your initial entry after getting stopped out, I typically retake it because, like I said, you get wicked out. That's just part of trading in the market, but your thesis is likely still correct, right? So, it's not a second guessing yourself. It's just a readmittance of, your initial thesis, which was correct, right? And it'll wash away those losses most of the time, right? Same kind of risk as well under a lower day near 531.
I don't think I'm going down to my entry point anytime soon.
No, I'm saying just wherever you stopped. I don't know, I'll check out a 5 minute. Would you stop?
Testing the 21 EMA and SPY in the 5 minutes, breaking over.
Literally low day I sold.
Oh, it's all good, bro. We got plenty of time. It's early. Yep, here's the 10 minute 9 and 20 EMA.
Oh, baby, NVIDIA.
Again, I feel like it's
the
an
SPY
orb
chart.
day. I feel like we pushed the orb high.
The SPY chart that I put up at the top earlier for where I took the puts. Look at both the chart, but mainly on the right side of that chart, right? Look at the yellow levels to the downside. Look at that bottom yellow level and look what it says. It says 531.05. Look where SPY just hit and reversed and came all the way back up after hitting all of those targets to the downside. You have to be able to find these levels and know where to scale. Because if you enter into the puts, that's perfectly fine. But do you know where the bulls are going to step in to defend it, where you should be taking profit? That's another part of the trade that you have to be able to know before you enter into the trade. In order to be a good bear, you have to know where the bulls are going to be at. So that's how some of these people up here know where to end up taking their profits. It could be based on percentage, it could be based on dollar, or it's just watching the chart as it hits these key levels. And for me, that's what it is. I try not to look at my P&L because that makes me emotional. I know that. And when it hits these levels that I have, that's where I know to scale. I don't care if I'm up 15%. I don't care if I'm up 35%. When it hits that level to the downside, I know this is the spot where bulls are. I should be taking profit wherever it's at.
That's such a great point for newer traders too. Sometimes it's not really about the percentage amount, the dollar amount. It's just actually about the trade, guys. I mean, if the trade is still going in the right trend, the right direction, there's no real support that it's kind of running into and bouncing off of. I'm totally for, taking your profits and being disciplined. But recently, what I'm trying to focus on is not as much the percentage and the dollar amount. It's like what is going on in the actual trade, money aside. So that's a great point, But if you ask 100 traders how they decide when to sell, you'll get 100 different answers. But at the end of the day, if you're really just doing it based off the price action and the trend, you're going to stay in those trades longer.
Another thing to notice as well, which I'm very happy about, SPY just got this major bounce and is reversing back to the upside. Look at Google. Google is hanging down here at the lows. It is looking like it's creating a nice little bear flag here. If SPY does start to hit a resistance and put in a lower high and start to pull back, Google's already not trying to hold up. This looks really, really good for these puts to make this next leg down. Hence the reason on why I took the expiry that I did. I took 11 DTEs. I can hold this trade longer on Google because it's based on a bigger picture, and I want to catch the whole move and not let theta kill my contracts. So I'm really happy with the way this Google chart's looking here this morning. I put that thread that I was talking about for the reason on why I entered SPY and Google at the top of Spaces. It is nothing more than marking the high and low of day zone or level every single day after a trading session. And when those spots are then retested, either from the upside or downside, that's when you execute the puts or the calls. And that's what happened on SPY, and that's what happened on Google this morning. It's nothing more than support resistance retest. It's the easiest, most simplest strategy out there, and I think every trader should at least know what support resistance, supply and demand is. It's a very simple strategy, very easy and rewarding. Google is about to make a new low of day and break this bear flag.
Yeah, I'll have the remainder of Tesla in profit here.
Also, to your point, a lot of trading is really just preparation, knowing where those levels are, kind of planning ahead of time.
100%. Yeah.
It makes it a lot easier for you. And the greatest feeling, guys, is when you're in a trade, just say you're in calls, right? And a line, a resistance line you already have on your levels starts to hit, you're like, oh, that is just perfect. Like when you see those bigger, when you go on the daily chart and make those levels, and then you see them on the 5-minute, that's where you really see them come to life.
I'm long-term
here,
buying a CVC risk. We like to see 70s to 80s.
The VIX just dropped under 20.
God, I'm call me crazy. I'm debating on some lotto.
Crazy, dude.
Sorry. Fuck you. I'm debating on some lotto Nvidia puts. I don't know. I don't know if Nvidia is just too strong. Obviously small sizing, with the SPY put profits, but I just feel like it might be too risky.
Watch Tesla. Tesla's back up to the 90-man VWAP here. If it does break and hold above this, potentially look for a reversal back to the upside. This is a short spot on Tesla. Look at this morning's price action where Tesla consolidated around 197 before it got the next leg down. This is an SR flip, which lines up with the 90-man VWAP on 5. It's also a lower high. That is 3 bearish reasons right now to look at potential puts on Tesla and not just instantly flip to go long. There hasn't been confirmation yet. The downtrend is still there for Tesla, so just keep an eye on it right here. Google did make a new low of day, almost hit my next target downside of 162.9 to 163. Puts are still very, very green. We're sitting pretty right now.
$10-point gain in two, I'm gonna cut or sell half. $200 per contract.
Yep.
Evan's gonna like this Apple new high day.
Yeah, I've seen my portfolio going up. Ooh, Nvidia 5%.
I know, jeez. You know, I'm over here doing Nvidia Lotto puts. But it's
AMD
over 110.
just ripped.
Over 110 is pretty strong. Oh boy, AMD, look at that reversal.
Yeah, my
What a
downside support was 133. It almost hit it. Resistance 138 on AMD, which I think will line up around the 110 area on NVIDIA. Yeah, it's hitting it right now. So these names are strong.
Really strong.
IWM still hanging out near the bottom. QQQ new high a day. After that big dump this
I told you about those walls.
Oh my God.
There's the 80s there. I'm gonna take Prop here. 25-point gain in Q. I'm all out.
Nice job, Maple. Hey, Maple, remember that 18,525 level I said with liquidity buyers sitting? We bounced off 27.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes it's good to know where the buyers are sitting and waiting. Don't short it into the hole. As Frank would say. Frank knew that.
I'm in NVIDIA 107.
I was just about to say it.
107 Lotto puts for NVIDIA. Keep in mind Lotto, I'm going a little smaller here, guys. We had a good trade, so we don't want to give back anything, but liking this candle, yeah, it's looking a little yucky.
I like it.
I like it. I don't like it, but I like it. You know, that's why it's a Lotto, guys. Because at the end of the day, I am kind of going against all of my indicators, strategies, price action. But, you know, we are getting rejected at 110. So I think if we can get a nice, test of 108.50, I think is a realistic, that previous high day on the second candle. Nice move down here.
Yeah, 110 to 111 is a big spot on NVIDIA. The daily 21 EMA also lines up there around 111, but on the 4-hour chart, I have, it's almost exactly around, it's 110, 111. That's a big spot. So, going short up here on NVIDIA, tight risk, either that high that it just made, or again 111 risking that 60-cent push.
Totally fine with that. Totally fine with that. Yeah, that's cool. You don't want to hold this trade if NVIDIA starts ripping above 111, right? You don't want to see your position down 40% real quick. But
looking good.
Yeah, guys, like he said, when you're taking a trade that's not necessarily, maybe a Lotto or a riskier one, size down, but just have your risk small too. But yeah, it always starts with your sizing, that's for sure.
Oh, let's go, Mountain Man. 81% on AMD calls. Great work.
Unbelievable. AMD has just been such a mess.
Look, AMD almost hit 138. They got 40 cents away. Just got smashed right back down. So let's see what happens here with AMD.
Yeah, there's this AI step there. Let's see. But also sometimes, once the stock has already made a 5% move, you feel a little better when you take a kind of risky move on puts here. But, obviously, it's looking really strong here at the end of the day. You just got to keep our wrist tight. Let's see.
Wait.
Good
morning, Evan.
Morning, Mr. Beautiful Dark Deep Voice there.
Oh, well, thank you.
All right, so spot ES VWAP held within the orb range. To me, it looks like a claim. You typically see If it's going to hold orb low that was high, we push it to the orb high supply. That's going to be 534.2. But I do like that golden zone bounce. If it is going to hold above that, we typically would see a higher high break over 535, the pre-market high.
Yeah, I don't know if SPY can get there. Let's see.
Alright, there we go. IWM.
At
IWM
537.
92 watt rejection.
537.
Yeah, I mean, for me, guys, like 10-minute CBC is long. It's a huge sentiment indicator that I've created. It's 10-minute CBC long, 2-minute EMA is so bullish. The problem is that we're in the orb range. So even if you were to get up to that supply, I'm not going to be looking longs there. And if you're in the longs, that's great. But no chasing unless it's a break in base or a break in retest of that high a day or orb high supply, 534.5, which would signify sellers covering, right? Which creates a price imbalance, which would push price higher. But that's only if we get a break in base above the orb high. Here we go.
QQQ is ripping to a high a day.
I'm grabbing 0 DTE 53, 65 SPX calls.
I'm all out of those MQ longs, but if you're still holding, you're up about 60 points here, which is $1,200, right? Bill just broke off of 700 as well. New session high on MQ. ES,
I'm
5
still-
will be next.
Still in the NVIDIA puts, but like we said, right here, new high day. If it breaks 111, I'm gonna consider taking a small loss on that one, but
QQQ would have handled it.
Sorry for the spam of you guys in that group chat.
Tesla's getting a nice move above VWAP.
I'm thinking about short and SPY again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like this gap between 532, 533, we might see a retest of that kind of 532.30. I think is a realistic target there. Let's see.
PLTR gave it all back.
Oh, I was just about to say that. That's funny.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I had it on watch, but I didn't end up playing that this morning. We were too focused on the spy play.
Can't hate that. We did well off those 451 puts. I'm pretty patient right now. Historically, I lose quite a bit of money between the EMAs on the indices, so not in too big of a hurry right here.
Ooh, I'm liking the spy resistance from the opening range.
5360 calls for tomorrow are getting slapped right now, which is good because I got 65 SPX or DTE, so I'm looking for testing 63.75 on SPX and I want to get out. The SPX deltas are actually positive, going up to 60 and 70, so that's to go higher.
Yeah, I'm still.
I'm just sitting on my hands right now, still in Google puts until I get stopped out on the rest. Just being patient right now. Evan, we have any more news coming out today that you know?
No, not a lot actually. The macro calendar just have monthly U.S. federal budget at 2 p.m. That doesn't really move markets.
Okay. All right, there's the orb high supply test I've been talking about. No longs here. I'd be very, very careful near this high.
Yeah, I mean, if we get above 534.50, you can consider it.
Mm-hmm.
But if I was everyone listening, I would put a nice little line at 534.50. Personally, I think on the downside, 532.30 is a very realistic retest of those kind of higher wicks. That early drawdown. Let's see.
Come on, Google.
Yeah, I like that 61.8 here. Probably orb range, if we hold this, orb high supply on yeah.
Damn that.
Like
it.
Bro, look in the video now. KC from 106 to 110, bro. What the hell? That shit looked bears in the morning under 107, but she said nope.
The the break and retest at like 950, 955 when it reclaimed 107, that should have been an easy call entry.
My SPY calls went to 75%. I think I'm gonna go throw up real quick. I'll be right back.
It's all good.
Sorry, 80%.
Give me 5360 break so I can get over 150 a
Come on, SPY, break that orb and then pre-market highs next, 535.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Orb load.
Yeah, Nvidia is
no chasing the longs here. You can only take a retest or a lower time frame EMA tap.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the test.
Morning, paper gains.
Paper.
Ooh.
There you go, high day.
Yo, brother.
Breaky.
Whoa.
Hey, trim some SPX 5365 cons here over 100 a con. And my target was 62.75. We're at 61.2, guys. Come on. That's a 7.0.
Look at this.
Let's go.
Freaking $3.50 bounce on SPY here.
Yep. Target up at 535.48 on SPY if you want it. If you want E2, 65 is my T point.
Google puts still green, not been stopped out. Zoom out, Google daily. Look at the daily 9 EMA. Last time it was tested was at the end of actually 7/31 in the beginning of this month, August 1st. Retested, rejected the daily 9 and dropped
viciously.
$15. Again, this is the first time Google has now retested the daily 9 EMA, and so far it has rejected. Again, hence why I am in 11 DTE 160 puts, because I now have the potential to hold these longer, potentially swing this as well. Get a really nice delta on these contracts.
Yeah, if you see a nice gap down overnight too, similar to how when it got rejected off that 9 EMA previously, that's where those swings really start to pay off.
Yes, sir. Look at Amazon. Just went back up to high of day, tried to, and it just got smacked very, very hard.
It said no thank you. Guys, by the way, I'm still in this Nvidia 107 put position. Got rejected off of 111. I'm not loving this, but it is what it is. Our risk is pretty tight, and I did recommend to go small, so still in those Nvidia 107 puts.
Yep. Still looks good. Look at AMD. Look at these top wicks on AMD 5-minute. It almost just hit 138. I'm telling you, don't chase the freaking longs here at the top. When you see it breaking above high of day and the orb high, a lot of people get the FOMO. And Maple already said it. If you're long prior to that, cool. We're scaling here, but you're not chasing. You're not buying those longs. If your risk to reward up here, if you're not already long, you're looking to take that short scalp opportunity for where the sellers are going to step in when people like Maple, who are already long, are exiting for the profits. You're going to catch the reversal side of that. You're going to catch that little short scalp right there if you're not already long.
Yeah, good rule of thumb is the further you're getting away from VWAP and, the 8 EMA, your entry is not amazing. So, once you get that orb breakout, where we saw right at 135.77 on AMD, that's an acceptable entry if you didn't get in a little earlier. But like you said, we see AMD pulling back now, and it's just...
Here you go. Look at AMD and look at NVIDIA.
Oh, NVIDIA, baby. Tell me these puts are up. Tell me my puts are up. Man, we're still down 2%.
Let me see. Let me pull them up real quick.
I love seeing it being down 2% opposed to down 30% when you're trading SPX or SPY same day.
Has Paper spoken? I haven't heard him.
I have not.
Okay.
Paper.
He might be with the Oracle right now, though.
I would love to see 108.50 tested on NVIDIA. 108.50.
Look at that smack on QQQ. Look at that smack on SPY right there.
Yeah.
easy little short when I retested it.
Yeah, that orb retest was just money. Nvidia, another one too.
My Costco dividend just reinvested.
I love Costco. It's a good deal.
Music to my ears.
Now you should go buy like 50 pounds of meat. Costco.
My dividend was not close to that much.
Ah. I'm just assuming you have like $50 million of shares.
No, I have very, very, very small amount of Costco. I got literally just got less than $1.
But Evan's adding on every day.
But I'm excited for you. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying earlier in the space, Costco, LLY, even Palantir, just kind of looking at some of the fundamentally better companies, could be long term. I'm weirdly a bull on Celsius. I like the revenue growth. I think they're doing pretty well in that energy drink space compared to Monster. And I think they've grown a lot in the past few years, so that's just an idea long term.
Hey, still some more SPX here. I'm just down to runners here for the 62.50 test. So
nice work, AJ.
Thank you. We got entry. We got stop at entry. So the trade is green, but 62.75 is my ultimate target. We've been waking up here, and we got a lot of overhead supply. 535.48, 535 flat, give or take. So Q's new high day. So I'm not gonna chase it up here for longer returns. If it happens, it happens. 2 trades today, puts and calls, solid day.
What's going on with Starbucks this morning? Why is this thing up 4%?
No idea.
That's close to
looking at it.
Who faded?
They have an activist investor, Elliott Management, that report came out this morning that they're close to a deal with them.
Okay. I hate Starbucks. Yes, books. That's looking good for the first one.
I'm gonna hop up the spaces for a little bit. I'll be back at 11, but I'm still in NVIDIA. Just keep your stop loss tight. There's still a lot of.
Gotcha. Appreciate you for being on this morning, sir.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'll be back in 30.
Does Walmart have earnings?
Yes,
Walmart had
Thursday.
earnings this week.
Thursday. So
It's
here's
looking strong this morning.
Here's what I'm looking out for this week. Tomorrow we have PPI. We also have Home Depot and C Limited earnings. On Wednesday we have those are both in the morning earnings. On we also have Nubank, which reports earnings after the close. I know some of you watch it. I don't necessarily, but good for you. Wednesday morning we have CPI, and then I'm also watching those Cisco earnings after the close on Wednesday. Thursday morning we have retail sales data along with Walmart, Alibaba, and Deere earnings, which I'm watching, and then Applied Materials after the close. That's kind of the 3 days worth of things that I'm watching.
Cisco is going to be Cisco's a sleeper
They're going to
because
fire a lot of people. The report already came out, so maybe move it.
their earnings moves are usually pretty freaking decent.
Hey guys, if you're in SVIX, we're up $140 on shares today, so trim some more here on SVIX. Got a good move the last couple of days on that.
Tesla's still sitting at 197. Nvidia's sitting right at 110. Surprisingly, nothing with Meta this morning. Meta has not done a daggone thing.
Daggone thing.
Usually that's like the first thing in the morning that Maple loves to freaking short Meta. He'll fucking nail it every time too, I swear.
Did have an early morning dumper. 516, 9512. Holding back though.
Amazon still stuck in its range. Heavy Rams chopping. ELT Hardening low of day.
Where's she at? Under 30 or holding above it?
Yeah, it's under 30.
Well, under 30.
29.50.
We would have wanted to see it keep that 30 level. Kind of tried too. Had that one bounce there like 10 a.m. and then dumped. Good morning, Bobby. Appreciate you being in the crowd.
I just want to say I'm still in some Palantir longs for December, and it still looks good to me. This is dead.
Yeah, Palantir's been very strong recently. And nothing can go up straight up to the right forever. So makes sense there to be a pullback at some point. Literally last week, it started last week or on the 1 week chart, it was at 22.82, and here we are at 29.54. Pretty good move.
Might look to go long on Palantir.
Yeah, Apple's still not looking bad. Helping out my portfolio.
Really, really good. Apple is above the daily 9 and 21 EMA. In my opinion, there's nothing really stopping it from. I mean, this 218.75. This is a little key level right here, but 220 should come. I don't see why not. After that, 222, and then my full target upside from here is 224 on Apple. If Apple breaks and hold above like the 224, 225, I think it's going to go test the previous all-time highs around that 237 area next. He's looking very, very nice.
Bitcoin back to 60K. Mara should start to seriously wake up here a bit more. I've been some long Mara calls and I actually averaged on the way down.
Mara. Let's take a look.
Tesla stick.
Stick up or stick down?
190. Stick up.
Okay, nice.
It's still down 1% on the day. It's still red, but
less red though.
It's got a nice.
It was trying to get down to that 195 level, and here we are at 198. So nice little move. See if we can recapture 200. I'm sure that's a big psychological level.
Yeah. It wicked down just below 195 this morning. Got a nice buy. Nvidia still chopping at 110.
It looks really strong right here. I'm already in some calls for December. But this thing looks like it wants to, on a longer time frame, go test the highs again at 124. And then at the end of the year, I'm looking for 33.
I'll bring Sharpie back.
Yeah, welcome back, Shark. Shark, hey, ooh,
Hey, Tom.
Tom. Timbo.
And Jerry.
Timmy Trumpet. Mr. Brady.
Ground control to Major Tom.
At the bar I worked at, that was one of the songs they played a lot. Guys, breaking news. Wait. I was gonna say my competition portfolio is back over 1900, but it pulled back a tiny bit.
Am I beating you? There's 138 on AMD. Watch this rejection.
Breaking news, competition portfolio back in 1900.
I don't want to short AMD, but I want to short AMD. Decision.
1913.
Nice. Good job. I wonder where Logical and Kim are at.
I lost 13 less dollars than you, bro.
Coinbase. 5-minute just received a lot of volume, just ripped, made a new high of day, green on the day now.
I'm still at 1850, Evan.
I still think we're the ones competing for the top 4 spots.
Yeah, I need to make some adjustments today, so I have a little bit of cap, like 10%, so I need to figure out what to do with it.
I'm at 11% cash, actually. I'm still kind of waiting on it.
If Coin wants to break this 200 level, it's a great setup for 207, 214, 222.
Big stick on Amazon coming back up to the high. Apple looks like it's gonna flag out. Big rip on IWM.
Right, so there's the 535 break I've been talking about. Held CBC all the way. Remember, guys, no shorts unless candle by candle method flips. I know these are big, pretty green candles and big bars, but you have to have confirmation before anything else. So at this point in time, either trade alongside your smaller time frame EMAs or sit on hands. No shorts until CBC flips.
So the fibs on the 1 hour chart for SPY have this going to 538, and that's when I would be looking for shorts. I actually had calls coming in today, and I held through the selling because I'm still looking for 538 before real selling kicks in.
I think I have something similar. Let me see. Yeah, around 538. I think if SPY breaks and falls above 537, I think it's going to complete the gap, and I think that lines up around 539.6. If SPY hits 539.6, 540 psych level, that's risk to reward. That's a really good short spot because there's going to be sellers waiting up there. That looks really good. I do have a level of resistance here on SPY at 535.2. It just almost hit it to the penny. QQQ was 453.75. Coin just got slapped back down for that.
Oh, Sniper. Looks like you are in first place.
I'm about to start talking some shit.
Oh my god, Evan. What the fuck?
What? Apple?
Walmart. No, Walmart.
Walmart, what you doing? Ooh, a little big wick up there.
What the heck?
Let's see.
Took my eyes off that thing after giving it some praises for 10 minutes, and this thing is, it is rocketing to the upside here.
Kind of disgusting that you're pumping Walmart stock. You gonna dump it now?
Walmart.
No, I'm kidding.
Walmart's legit.
We do not have the power to pump or dump Walmart. I bet you if we all put our money together and really tried hard, I still don't think we can move it. Maybe on a super low volume day.
Yeah. Like low volume and it drops down and fills the gap to like $60, then we all just start buying it. That's a huge ripper right there. How? Dollar General. Okay. Decent. About Dollar Tree. Getting obliterated. About Target. Ooh, Target's daily looks very interesting. Apple's looking like a bull flag here, go to 220.
Here we go. Come on, Apple.
I think she's going
And
to
get back under 110. Tesla kind of just going sideways a little here. Google actually came back down.
Yes, sir. Contracts came. I only have a quarter position left, but they came right back to entry on Webull, but it didn't trigger the sell.
I'm a little surprised Q's are holding where it is. I would thought Q's would be lower. Q's up 0.6%. Feels like a 0.2% move I'm seeing today. Raytheon's having a decent day. Costco's up 1.5%, one of the higher moves I've seen today. I'm just looking through my portfolio. Ooh, Robinhood's not having a bad day. It's been struggling recently, but... Alright, let's get Daniel up here. Maybe his question. Honestly, we don't normally bring up people, but if you've been following for like 3 years and I see you in the spaces every day and stuff like that, Daniel might have even won one of my giveaways back in the day, which is funny. It might have won the first one if I'm not wrong. Let me look.
Amazon got smacked again at that same level. Or Apple, new high a day. There goes the bull flag break.
You guys want to hear something crazy? I started this account in April 2020, and me and Dan's first DMs are from September 2020. I talked to this guy before any of you guys. That's just wild how quickly you found it, Dan. You have any thoughts or questions?
I got nothing. I just joined, so just listening right now.
Well, appreciate you being for long and around for so long.
Yeah, I appreciate it too. It's a great account, great content.
Except scaling the AMD puts here at the 9 EMA after the 138 rejection. Very nice red candle there.
Spy looks like it wants to make a new high day.
Yeah, she does. Apple rocket ship. Buckle up, Evan. Let's go on to 220. Are you still in your January calls, Evan, or did you close them?
I only have one runner left.
Weren't you up like 600%?
1,000%. I sold some at that point, but I did not sell the majority of it. Let's see. Let's see exactly. I'll tell you.
Where is it at right now? How much is it up?
Right now it is up 300%.
Okay, that's not bad. That's still good.
It hurts a little bit when you're up so much and didn't fully sell, but I sold a tiny bit at the top.
But yeah, as long as you scaled it, if like you didn't scale at all and then you came back and lost 700% of value, then I'd be like, yeah, you suck.
No, I've learned that I very much am not a good trader. I can pick the right stock, but I am fine. I think I'm total on sales. I sold 400% more than fuck it, I don't give a shit. I bought 5 contracts for $525, and I've sold 2,800 so far, and I still hold 1 contract left at $424. So I mean, it turned out to be a good trade. The problem is though, this was the big winner that was masking some of the losses, so it probably needed to be a little bigger.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
219. $1 more. Papa.
Don't you know? Pump it up.
AMD.
Come on, Apple.
Shoulders.
Got to pump it up.
Oh, AMD looks like a head and shoulders. good. Still holding the 9 though, so. Keep an eye on IWM as well, with SPY and QQQ pumping and making a new high of day. IWM has not. I mean, you can kind of articulate a bull flag here. Or not, sorry, not bull, a bear flag here. Draw this trend line. Draw a nice little channel that it's in. If it breaks the bottom of that channel, honestly, if it breaks this trend line and holds under 205, it's going to go down to a low of day, and then I would target 204, 203.50 next. Can you take big movers right now.
I pinned up in the nest above the link to that Q3 competition portfolio that I'm doing. We're having a couple other people involved, Stock Sniper, Kim, etc. Basically, just we're doing this in real time for free. You can see all the mistakes I make. You can see all the wins I have, like that. That's what I'm excited about on this one. So that's pinned up in the nest above. Check it out. Real time, free, great app. And the people I'm following on there, or my pinned post on the app, is everyone else in the competition who I'm going to beat. A lot of shit was thrown my way, and they wanted me to lose, but we're gonna win anyway, as DJ Khaled would say. Another one. Don't want to see us win, but we're gonna win anyway. We are gonna have a new panel of speakers coming up at this 11 a.m. Eastern slot. We're gonna keep the kind of general market talk going, but I do just want to remind people, follow the speakers up here. They are all fantastic. They are really smart people. I really appreciate them for coming on the spaces and just sharing so much content. Maple Stacks and KC, co-host here, have been really pushing a lot of the spaces too. AJ's been really active. Shout out Tom, Kim, Craig, Josh, Stock Sniper. Daniel has been following me for years now. All fantastic people. I appreciate them. And you should go in and check out what they're doing. And I said this before. I'll say it again. The truth is, if you think that they're horrible people and don't want to follow them anymore, you can hit that unfollow button. It's not going to happen. But the unfollow button is equally as easy to hit as the follow button. Just saying. Space is a great way to find new people who know what they're talking about.
Yeah, agreed. The cool thing about Spaces, like with all the listeners, is that AJ trades completely different from Maple. Maple trades completely different from Kim, and I trade completely different from we all trade completely different from each other, but we all have the same goal. So we were all short SPY and QQQ this morning, and we were all short based on technical analysis in our charts for different reasons. So there's not one single strategy that works out there. You just have to find the one that works for you, and then you have to find the right kind of speaker or mentor, whatever it is that kind of fits your kind of strategy and things that you like. So give everyone up here a follow, all the speakers, all the analysts and traders up here. Check out what they have and just find someone that you can kind of connect with and would like to follow and just learn and grow from them. That's just my 2 cents.
Man, these Chinese names look so strong, especially into, the idea of a weaker dollar coming in. There's some great macro forces here. I had not in any of these, though, and I was actually hoping for a bit of a dip today to come in.
Baba is in a daily squeeze to the upside right now.
Yeah, that's great.
That thing is ripping. I think a sleeper can be JD. We'll see. PDD's already getting smooth.
Ooh, yeah, Frank coming back up. Shark and Frankie weren't up here when I said that, but these are also really awesome people to be following too. You're missing out if you're not. I've met them both multiple. Well, I met Shark multiple times in person. I've met Frank once, and good guys too.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Gold still looks so good. I have long gold calls for next May. So it's a sizable position. I'm still in the daily here. It's looking good.
So I'm fully out of my SPX on my runner. Target met 5364.42. My target was 62.75. Last one out. It was a good move. I'm done for the day. This was a very slow grind up. Didn't get as much as I would have because of the sideways chop for 20 minutes. But that's kind of why you expect that, you know. But we are done for the day.
Evan, is it true that nobody has posted a picture of your face?
That is true.
So can I be the one to do it?
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Don't be that guy, Casey.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Jordan said something last week because I guess there was a picture from you guys in Nashville, and someone asked like why your logo was over top, and Jordan was like, because no one on here has ever seen what Evan looks like. I was like, no way, I'll expose his ass right now.
There probably is a photo somewhere, but I mean, like, how are you gonna know if it's real or not?
True. Will did that for the longest time too. Then he exposed him.
Expose him! It's gonna happen at some point.
Short a bit up here.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Sharky, yeah. Nice short, Sharky. I was short. I covered him after that first pullback. I got plain and tight.
SPY 5-minute hangman at the top in the supply, right off of the 535.2 level again. I don't mention a bit ago. Looks good so far.
On one of my screens, I keep NVIDIA between SPY and Hughes and things like today, because it never really gave it up and just acted great all day so far. Still does. Still coming back to the orb. Well, coming back a little bit now to the orb, but that was the key. It traded at F's 10-minute 233 this morning, NQ. I bought it there twice. It was a nice trade. I didn't buy it big, but it was a nice trade. Really nice trade.
And the video puts are green here from that 111 rejection. I think it was Orca. It was
I'm gonna post a video later in the SPY Chucky season. I love the way you entered. It was such a perfect timing.
For the shorts this morning?
Yeah, because it was the rejection of negative gamma video. Perfect. Literally negative 111.00. And that's why we didn't break up. And then right above it, you've got the most amount of puts sitting there at 111.75 to 112. So that pressure, that negative pressure is keeping it compressed lower.
Yeah, the top level that I have is 111.35. So breaking above 110, going up to 111. Yeah, up there, that 111.35 would be a good short spot. I think so far it's working out.
Target met on SPX, like I said, when I mentioned that 54, that 60s were being bought for today and tomorrow, and 70s, here we are at 67. So just kind of follow the movement short term in the flow, right? So if you have calls in here, congratulations. Should be good.
DG, new high of day. Target is ripping now as well, as Walmart's still flying them. It's flagging at the high. Starbucks just got a huge volume spike out of nowhere.
It's probably the new
Just made a new high. It just made a new high of day, and they freaking slapped it back.
Starbucks is set to near pack to give Elliott Management a board seat.
Oh, I just saw that come through on my newsfeed. Look at that.
All right, guys, we might start rotating some people. If you're in here for that next space, go in. Feel free to click up. One more time, follow speakers up here. They're all fantastic. We're with them all day. They're all regulars, and you should check them out. We appreciate them.
Thanks for having me, Evan. I'm going to hop off, man. Have a good day.
Yeah, we appreciate you as well, Evan.
Take it easy, guys. Take care of.
Awesome. I know we got a couple more people coming in. We should be having the Rocket Scooter account coming in. I see Flow Capital down there. Yeah, we're going to keep the general market talk going here, some live trade stuff like that. So hang with us. I know Jordan is live as well, so if you want to stick with that crew, you can definitely go over there. But Starbucks moving a little bit here. Welcome back, Orca.
Good to be back, guys. Good to be back. We got those NVIDIA puts looking nice now.
Nice. Yeah, they're coming up a little bit.
You know, we tested that 111. It got a little scary, guys. But, you know, let's see if we can get a nice little VWAP test.
All right, we got Real Trader King requesting. We got Adam. Adex. We got a whole squad coming through. Awesome. How we doing today, Adam?
What's going on? Having a good day?
Having a great day. Was a little tired start to the day, and here we are. We're having a good time, enjoying the spaces. We got a large crew up here, and I'm looking forward to keep talking some markets up here.
Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah, very interesting open. Had an interesting week yesterday, and with PPI tomorrow, I'm very curious to see how we close out the market today. I think a lot of people are overlooking that, and depending on how today's daily candle can play out, I think it could be a very interesting morning tomorrow morning.
It's a little interesting, we talked about this, that we have PPI before CPI this week. I feel like CPI is a little bit more of the bigger one, so I wonder how the market does move tomorrow, given the fact that, hey, we have a data point the next day that people might care more about coming. Be interesting.
I 100% agree. Yeah, it is a little peculiar that it's set up this way.
There's a relationship, though, because you know that the PPI is the cost on the manufacturer side. So if that goes up, that's not seen on the consumer side until the logistical chain is finished, right? Manufacturer makes it, ships to the distributor, they buy it, they store it, they ship it to the store, then they store it, then they sell it. So the PPI goes up, you just tell yourself the CPI is likely to go up weeks to months later, right? Because there's a delay. So yeah, the fact that it's like you have a data point before the bigger data point, that CPI is now, but that PPI reflects the CPI in the future. That's why it's kind of important. A good rule of thumb I taught on my stream today is that PPI month over month, as long as it stays between minus 0.5 and 0.5 change, that pretty much is normal and accompanies a normal bull market. Anytime you're consistently above 0.5, it tends to be reflective of bigger inflation. The common likelihood is just that the PPI can predict the Fed's going to raise rates in the future. We've been in the 0.5 to minus 0.5 range for like 2 years, so it's probably going to be clean. But you know, Wall Street, they overreact on everything, so who knows? It might be nothing. They can sell it off because we're crazy.
Can you accept that co-host invite so I can get Wolf up here?
Oh, my bad. There you go.
Nope, thank you. Before we really hop into it, I know we got the Rocket Scooter team up here. Awesome marketplace that was built here. Honestly, my favorite place that I can just go in and dig in and see what different stuff people are selling. But Matt, you have any thoughts on that? You have any thoughts in general to kick us off here on the market? I know you shared a little bit there, but anything else you're watching today?
We looked at our monthly maps indicator inside the trading platform, which shows how positions are kind of laid out. The market still shows volatility through September, possibly. It probably is going to trade up into monthly expiration, which is I think it's this Friday, right? Just to retrace a little bit of it, but the selling potential, as we saw this morning, it's still there. There's still people liquidating, so I'm not betting on a quick V-shaped rally. I do think we do bottom out somewhere between now and next month, and I'm back to being super bullish. I don't know how the panel feels, so hopefully you guys are all in a similar boat and y'all don't see a doom and gloom for the economy.
Awesome. Let's kick it around here and get some of the other speakers up here. General thoughts on the market today, maybe a little bit more broader. Whatever you guys want to talk about. Always love hearing smart people talk about what they're doing and watching in the market. Let's first throw it over to Christian, who we followed each other for a little bit, but I don't know if we've necessarily been on a Spaces before, so it's nice to virtually meet you. I'm excited to have you up here. I've seen a bunch of the live streams you do, so I've heard you talk a little bit. I'm curious on what you're watching in this market today.
here, and yes, nice to virtually meet you. Yeah, I mean, I think as we kind of start the new week, I mean, one of the things that's telling right now is the VIX is all the way. You know, I thought it was kind of interesting that the VIX went down to 20 on Friday, but take a look now, we're at 19. So that volatility is really subsiding, even though we've got, as you guys were talking about, we'll have two interesting inflation reports this week, PPI and CPI. And yeah, I agree with you guys. It's interesting. I like it when the CPI goes first, but I wish they would, the powers that be would get the calendar together. It will be interesting with the PPI report first. But yeah, I would prefer you do the CPI and the PPI in that order. But hey, it is what it is. I'll be watching. I think what's interesting, and first of all, IWM is underperforming today. The small caps are underperforming. But when you've got these catalyst type trades that the small caps really can move on these inflation reports if they come in a little bit tame. I think they're both looking for that month-over-month report to be right around 0.2%. So I think if we get something around like flat for those two reports, I think that the IWM can kind of run back up a bit. And it's just kind of crazy to me that after all that excitement about IWM for for a couple of weeks, but the major move in small caps took place about over a week. But we're basically right back to where we were, and those tricky small caps I think are kind of setting up again if we can get a lower. It's a big if, of course, and I think like options are a good play for something like that, and that's how I played it last time on the last CPI report, which worked pretty well. So I'll be looking to kind of do the same thing because you got an event catalyst type trade, so I think that will really be interesting. And just finally, sorry to go on for this long, but I'm really encouraged too by some of the earnings reports. It's kind of, we got hit with so much volatility, kind of, right in the middle of that earnings season. But, if you've been keeping track of some of the reports that have been coming out, they've been pretty good. And like in particular, a lot of software names have been doing pretty good, and I haven't traded Monday in a while, but again, like some of these you don't have to obviously trade, you can kind of just use it as a little bit of a benchmark, but that stock's around the high of the day, it's up 12%, and I don't know, I think it's around like the fifth or sixth software company that's been pretty darn strong out of earnings. So thanks guys for having me on.
I appreciate you for joining in. Christian, what do you think of IWM accepting back? It feels like that 210, 212 level was a pretty big level for it breaking out of the upside. And I was very intrigued to watch it fail back below that level. Is that a big level you're watching, that 210, 212 area, or has it kind of changed as it moved over the last couple of weeks?
From the technical standpoint, I think around the 200 level also will be kind of interesting, just as like a psychological level. I know that we've got support further down, and this isn't in the picture of like, but that's all the way down around like 188.50. And I think back to the upside, I think you're going to have some resistance and like that overhead supply to contend with if we start to move higher, right around like 215-ish. That I would be looking to take my trade off if it happens to go in that direction.
Gotcha. I appreciate you for those thoughts there, and we'll be watching it. Awesome. Let's keep it moving here and bring another person in. Let's throw it over to David. David, appreciate you joining us up on the Spaces. What's your thoughts on this market we have going on right here?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Appreciate you guys having me on. So yeah, I'm more of a small cap day trader, so I see that you guys really talk about the broad market index, which obviously is still important. Obviously, small caps for IWM. So yeah, it is down today, but I'm looking forward to Tuesday, tomorrow, the core PPI numbers, 8:30, and then CPI on Wednesday. That's really mainly I look for on futures trading. So I just trade the NQ and the ES, but mainly I've been trading small cap stock for 13 years. I've been very consistent. I run a group, Prosperity Trades for 7 years, and so this morning, pretty much traded PSIG, which is a small cap stock, from 175, and so far we got this stock all the way up to hitting $2.83. So watching like the 250 level to break, and then it should hit up towards $3. So that's what I'm looking at. Traded TRNR as well, which is another small cap, MIRA, JLM. Just pretty much done for the day, locked in about $1,500. So sitting tight. Yeah.
Awesome. I appreciate that. And one of my favorite things about Rocket Scooter is we got a bunch of people going in different directions. Day traders, swing traders, a bunch of different stuff. And I see if you check David's bio, there's a link over there to Rocket Scooter and his group on there. So shout out to that. So I heard a bunch of different names. Transmedics was one that our small cap traders were talking a lot about. A couple others, Hims and Hers has become a popular. What are some of the other names that tend to kind of rise to the top on your active trade list? What are the names that you like to look at a little bit more, maybe understand the most?
I mean, honestly, I use scanners to locate the stocks. There's really just new stocks every day I trade. You know, there's not one stock like Nvidia or Amazon or Tesla that I just stick to trading. You know what I mean? Only thing that I just like stick to mainly is the futures like NQ or ES, and that's just really the main thing that I do. But mainly we have scanners and the new scanners that kind of we narrow it down to our settings to where it checks marks all the things that we look for, a certain flow. Like we like to look for lower flow stocks. We look for stocks that have a lot of range in the daily chart. Depending on the news and what kind of PR headline that there is. So all of that we have just kind of narrowed down on our Discord. We have a bot that just scans out everything and then narrows down to top 5, and we have 5 stocks in the watches and narrow down to 2 stocks, and then we just focus on those 2 names and then just call it a day every day at 10 a.m. Central Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So yeah, that's what it is.
All right, I got a selfish question. What scanner do you use?
I've been using Trade ID scanners for a long time, many years, but we also have a bot on Discord just kind of for news spots and the flow and all that. And once it comes out, I just do a quick scan on my own manual charts and then look for the entries and exits.
Perfect. Appreciate you for coming up, David. And again, he has a Rocket Scooter link in his bio. Brings it over to the marketplace, and you can go in and check that out. All right, we got a bunch of people up here, and you guys are actually keeping it super short and sweet, 2-3 minutes, perfect. I might just ask a little bit less of a follow-up question for the next couple of people, just so you guys know, and we'll see where we're at towards the end of this, and hopefully have some good discussions. But let's keep throwing it around. Mr. Flow Capital, appreciate you joining us up here. Love the profile picture. Shout out to that and Team USA. But how you doing? What are you watching in this market today, and what's your general trading style and thoughts on the market and all that good stuff?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me on these spaces. It's pretty cool to be along all you guys. So obviously I'm a flow trader, so I just look at unusual flow most of the day. I obviously look at the general market as well, as far as, like PPI, CPI that's coming up. So I'm actually kind of, risk off. I just want to wait until all that data is kind of soaked in. But for today, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of ARM bulls for 2025, 2026 for about 4 days in a row now. They've been piling it on, for, a couple, $11 million orders, $10 million orders for the last couple of days. So that's definitely on the top of my list right now. FCX also is another ticker that's been getting some bullish flow as well. So FCX and ARM are one of the 2 that I'm watching. But again, with all the data that's coming out, I'm kind of just waiting until, the market kind of soaks it all in, and then we'll determine if we can, go ahead and go through that flow, or we can, get in a little early and, maybe average down if we have to. But those are the main ones as of right now that I'm looking at. But again, my daily is just sifting through flow all day, trying to find what's the most interesting order, and we'll just go from there.
What are you looking for in those orders? Is it like kind of being filled at the bid, the ask? How important is that for you? Size?
Yeah.
What do you watch for in flow? I know there's a lot of kind of touch there, but
Yeah, I don't really, discriminate on, the type of order, put selling, call selling. One that's been actually really effective lately that I've noticed is the call sellers for ticker coin. These whales that sell the calls on coin have honestly like a 98-100% win rate. So every time I see someone selling calls on coin with over, $500 to $1 million premium, they're usually right. But I do like to see obviously volume greater than the open interest in all the flow trades. and at least 2 to 3 weeks out with over 400,000 in premium for that order, because and I don't really like to see deep in the money arbitrage trades because it doesn't really tell me much. I would rather see someone paying $400,000 with 14 days of expiration that's $15 out the money, rather than someone paying 7 to 8 million for a strike that's $10 deep in the money, right? That doesn't really tell me much. So it's more about the out the money trades with at least 300,000, 400,000 in premium, because they don't have that much time left until expiration, and they're putting that size in as well.
Gotcha. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming up here. I hope we'll have time to come back around, but very well spoken, and I look forward to having you more on these spaces.
Sure. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, definitely feel free to hang out up here. Let's go over to Maj or Maj. I am horrible with names. I am sorry. What is the correct way?
Yeah, either one's okay, but
no, what's correct? I want the right one.
It's Maj, but my mom even calls it Maj sometimes. So
okay. All right, Maj. I appreciate you for joining us up here. Would love to throw a similar question over to you on kind of what your style in the market is, what your thoughts are on this market here, and any thoughts in general you want to share to the crowd.
Yeah, I'm mainly, I guess, 90% fundamental, kind of, base trading and investing, and a little bit of side trading here and there. Still based on fundamentals. That's kind of my strategy there. Right now, I'm kind of singly focused during earnings season to really go through these microcap earnings releases that kind of get lost in the shuffle, especially right now when the market's kind of iffy and this back and forth tug of war here in the Russell. So a lot of great companies are reporting some really nice earnings and just getting lost. The market's also punishing stocks pretty hard, especially in higher cap space. If they're slightly off their guidance, or sometimes you can't even find reasons at all. So it's a great time for me to build a list of this. I call it the buy and pullback portfolio, model portfolio at our company, where we try and buy stocks that are kind of just falling out of favor for no reason, and we think they'll bounce back within a very short period of time back to where they were before they fell. So we're reading a lot of conference call transcripts. That's where we find a lot of that information arbitrage. You can disconnect between press releases and conference calls. Sometimes it's great, and you can find a lot of awesome information there because there's just not a lot of people looking at some of these nano cap companies. You might be the only person on that call sometimes, and that's kind of where I'm at now. It's just really nothing really complicated, but it's working really nice, and the pipeline's building. I see a lot of great opportunity in some of these kind of boring, value investing type of stocks, both from a kind of buy and hold situation as well as some short-term trading opportunities based on what I kind of explained there.
So there are so many companies that report every single day, and like you're saying, there's a lot under the hood that Apple's on that day, but there's 100 other companies that a lot of people don't end up focusing on. And the kind of question I'm getting at here, that's a lot of earnings transcripts to read. Are you just an absolute marathon man and you can read 500 in a day? Do we have some tools that you go and use? I'd be curious on maybe how you whittle it down on which ones you want to read into and kind of the ways you can get through it in a quick way.
It's pretty funny you asked that question because today I just launched a tool I've been playing around with and developing for 3 years. We call it PRAP, Press Releases as a Platform, and it basically is a tool to help do that. Prior to that, I would basically just read every press release, open it up, try and find, or if I had a Sentio or AlphaSense, to try and sort them by market cap, and open each one and read them. That's what we would do, my team. I currently, right now, just hired a InfoArb team, and this team is, I'm outsourcing it. A bunch of people reading these conference call transcripts for me and summarizing them based on the criteria we give them. But this press release tool, I filter it through a multitude of factors and filters to allow me to read the ones I want to read first. Anywhere from market cap to outstanding shares to price to earnings, mergers, dividends, 1,800 kind of filters. Allow me to do that. So what used to take me about 7, 8, 9 hours to do during earnings season is down to a lot more easier time manageable kind of a situation now. So that's how I do it. But regarding the conference call transcripts is a little harder because you don't know which ones you want to read sometimes right away. But it is a marathon thing, man. Yeah. So our next evolution right now is building an AI tool to kind of read the press releases and also read the conference call transcripts and kind of give us some ideas in terms of trading opportunities based on differences between the two. So that's what I'm doing right now, man. So that's a lot going on.
Love it. Congrats on the launch. I feel like that's something Matt and the Rocket Scooter team, these guys are great builders. I wonder if there's something they can go in and come and help there.
That'd be awesome.
Discussion they have had.
That'd be awesome because we got a lot of pieces in the roadmap that we can't do on our own right now, right? And we could definitely accelerate that with some help.
Yeah, awesome. We'll reach out to us after the space. Just send me a message.
Sounds awesome, man. Thanks.
Yeah. Shout out Matt and the team building a whole Rocket Scooter platform, and now we're here doing the marketplace. Awesome stuff coming. And if you just go in and check out the website, it's just very well built. You can tell these guys know what they're doing. Awesome. Let's keep it going around here and throw it over to GovTrade. GovTrade, appreciate you joining us up here. Are you trading off these government filings, or is it a good name? Oh, not hearing anything from GovTrades. We will circle back there. Maybe you can't hear me. Spaces can be weird sometimes. It can have some glitches and errors. Let's throw it over to ADEX Trades. ADEX, appreciate you joining us up here. I know you got your own group as well. We'll love to hear your thoughts on the market, your trading style, any things that kind of pertinent to what we're looking at in this market today now. Appreciate you joining us.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm glad to be in this panel with the rest of the speakers. Hope you guys have had a wonderful trading day so far. So I go by the name of ADEX. I am a options trader. I primarily swing trade options. The style or the strategy that I use is called the Strat. That was created by the late Rob Smith. If you guys have heard about that trading strategy, it's based on price action. So it's a price action trading strategy that uses the previous candlesticks and uses the current candlestick to kind of build an analysis of what can happen in the future. So today, for example, or I would say for like the last week or so, one of the stocks that we have been trading or focusing on has been Costco. Costco had a phenomenal move for like the past 3 days. We were able to grab it from calls from like 8:30, and we were able to swing it over the weekend, and we were able to capitalize on the trade today. One of the reasons why we took the trade, obviously, we know with last week and 2 weeks with the fears of recession, we know that Costco and consumer staples, or some stocks within the consumer staples sector, they can be considered recession-proof. So that's been kind of like the focus to see, try to find like the barrel in the sand of which stocks can be going up while the market is seeing some downturn. Going into this week, I'm kind of I wouldn't want to say hesitant, but I am thinking about the fundamental factors that will be happening. We do know that we have PPI tomorrow and CPI. I like how you mentioned, Evan, about how like CPI coming out tomorrow before PPI coming out before CPI is usually weird because we usually see the CPI print before, and that kind of gives us an indicator of what the market wants to do. So that is something that I am paying attention to this week. I am paying attention to the data that will be coming out on Tuesday and Wednesday. And I ultimately believe that once we get that data print, that will let us know whether we're going to be heading back to, or at least still retracing back to the upside, or we're going to come right back down, and maybe this is just a lower high to come right back down. I am keeping the weekly candle that we did, or at least ES's candle, NQ's candle that we did close last week. It was pretty bullish. So, and for those that trade the strat, we did trigger a 2-2 reversal on the week. So pretty much that just means that we broke last week's high. So we want to see if bulls want to continue that momentum. Obviously, we do have the data print, so that's something that I'm going to be paying attention to. But yeah, right now we see kind of like the.
I just closed my short, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, brother.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it right now.
It's 6:15. We're currently at 8:15. We're at $200 per contract on the meta puts. I only have runners left. I didn't want to interrupt ADEX, so I apologize.
Oh no, I didn't want to either, man. ADEX, we got to chat after the space though, for sure, man.
Hey, definitely. So yeah.
All right, $200 per contract in on meta puts. I'm scaling down to the runners here. We're under the 10-minute 200. This is a good scaling trigger for your shorts.
These NVIDIA puts are about to go under VWAP. Let's see if NVIDIA, I'm still in these 107s. I called these earlier today in the live. Only up a little bit on these, but hope you guys are doing well in the market today.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day. ADEX, let's keep going. Sorry about that, but we got some trades, they're pertinent, good stuff in there. But
yeah, totally fine. Yeah, so like I said, going into this week because of the data print, I am hesitant to, and I have to wait to see whether or not what those data prints going to say. But otherwise, I am looking at that weekly candle. I do like the fact that we did close green. Did like the fact that we did take that 2-2 continue or 2-2 reversal on the week, and we broke last week's highs. We were able to capitalize on some profits. We swung like Apple over the weekend, as well as like Costco. So now it's kind of just a wait and see. Let's see what the print comes out tomorrow, and as well as Wednesday, and then we'll be able to see if we can capitalize on some swings going into the remainder of the month. So that's how I'm looking at things.
With that strat method, what type of like trader or investor do you think it's best suited for? Like kind of like I don't know, the way that they can handle drawdowns. What type of person do you think fits well with that strategy? At least have you seen that fit well with that strategy?
That's a great question. So I think any type of trader, whether you're a day trader, a scalper, or a swing trader, you'll be able to utilize the strat because we have to think about the fact that like price action is fractal. So like the lower time frames essentially make up the higher time frames. So you can pretty much trade any time frame that you're looking at, you can trade the same. However, when it comes to options, this is just a personal preference. I would say that I think the strat can be better utilized with swings just because of the fact that you get that insurance built in when you're buying time with option contracts. So we know that like when you're trading in alignment with the higher time frames, those are the ones that tend to play out more. Those are the ones that tend to have the bigger moves. So since those have the bigger moves, those essentially have the bigger gains. So that's why I like looking at swing trades, looking at things on a weekly time frame, monthly time frame, 2-week time frame to see which ones are going to be playing out. And then we just hold and see if they get to the target or if they invalidate. We have those levels placed on the chart as well.
Perfect. Appreciate that.
Of course.
Thank you for joining us up here, ADEX. Great having you.
Thank you.
And yeah, like I said, we might still have time to circle back around and talk some more points. I hope we do. This is an awesome panel. We just got such high quality people up here. We gotta make sure everyone gets a chance to speak. Gov Trades, I see you're unmuted, and we'll throw it over to you. Your thoughts on this market, your trading style, all that good stuff.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, we got you.
Hey, that's great. Yeah, you were before I had my hand was quick enough to unmute myself. You'd asked something about the origination of Gov or whatever. So I've been trading 29 years. I started back at the CME on the trading floors. And when they were trying to figure out trading badges, they always suspected I was a Fed after the big bust at the Board of Trade. So my wife came up with the idea, well, the Fed symbol is not available for your badge. Maybe we'll come up with Gov. So that ended up being just a running joke on the floor that they all thought I was a Fed, only to find out, you know what? I could at least trade myself out of a paper bag. Anyway, I traded the 2 to 4 year section of the yield curve, Eurodollar futures, and was a spreader. And that was really the foundation for my business because the learning of spreads and the importance of correlations. And it really comes in handy these days is like the heavy use of correlations because you're able to create like synthetic edge, knowing where to lean on. Our room, we trade 50% futures, predominantly ES off of NDX correlations, and the other 50% is we trade a ton of stock and stock options, primarily momentum trades, anywhere from 15 minutes to lasting to a couple of weeks. Look for very extended ranges and possibility of reversions to the mean. I'm big on that. And the other thing I'm big on is like when we're in our room, we're teaching high probability setups and the importance of scaling and refining your risk management is like, I love just taking a chart that has 1 million lines on it. There's so much information. And sometimes you've got to step back. And it's like, how can anybody make sense of that? I will remove all the drawings off of there, every single line, and recreate what is the picture of like, where is the market now? How do we trade overnight? How did we trade the past couple of weeks? And going forward, what does it look like based on pre-market activity we could do? and then we incorporate the data, and we pretty much just go from there. It's really kind of it's a very developed more of a binary process, if this, then this. And if a setup has that, and you can really define your risk, well, automatically you're a participant. There's no doubting. It's yes or no. And that's pretty much the basis. Specific to the market right now, I got to tell you, it's like the last 3 weeks have been absolutely incredible. The volatility, you've got, the futures, you just got to have futures as part of your toolbox to take advantage of these moves. If you're not trading them with the ranges, after last Sunday night and Monday morning, that massive sell-off we had, that was huge. There was fear, panic, blood in the streets, all this, the use of Armageddon on Twitter. We knew that there was going to be opportunities. So we saw an area where there was rejections off the lows. We were able to get long the futures, call options. We also knew where NVIDIA, AMD, a ton of really high quality stocks. Everybody's got their own little view of if something's too hefty and its multiple needs to be scaled back or repriced. Where we just saw where there was just an absolute ton of opportunity in a room. We just loaded up that stuff. And what came about on Friday is with the idea of headline risk over the weekend, the possibility of Iran doing something at the conclusion of the Olympics. We were all hearing the same sort of news. We were really stressing in the room that you have to rebalance, stocks in your margin account as well as your long-term account off of these moves you have for a week. You were paid handsomely for the bit of risk that you took. And we traded out of a lot of that stuff on Friday to just balance and get back into cash. But we took a fair amount of cash and financed NVIDIA calls for going into this week. So our cost basis was great. And that continues to pay everybody today. And candidly, today, I really expected, I said in our room, it was like a low expectancy day after 3 weeks of massive movement. And then we have huge data on Tuesday and Wednesday. It's like this could be a day just to kind of sit on the sidelines. And I was really just kind of surprised. We kind of did a little sell-off in the indexes, and we had some gap fills, and we traded below that area, and it flushed a lot of longs out. And next you know, it flushed them, and we rallied to some new highs today. So not new highs overall, but kind of slowly retracing back where we were a week ago Friday. NASDAQ has retraced 1,000 points. Who would have thought? What a resilient market. So I think that the overall thing is there's just a ton of opportunity everywhere, but now I think it's just important to just really just have a ton of cash just to be able to take advantage of opportunities. All it's going to take is some missile warning or something, and all of a sudden we have a reversal. You just got to have cash available to work. So that's pretty much my deal, my view, my background. Thankful to be here. Thank you for the invite.
Appreciate you for joining in. As a previous floor trader, you were on the futures floor. I'd be curious to hear your kind of take on what you think last Monday was like there. Given the fact that a majority of the panic really was happening overnight, Sunday night, into Monday early morning. And even when the market opened, I think NASDAQ opened down 6% and we ended the day down 3%. I'm curious in kind of what you think those floors were like. And maybe, your take on the intraday move from last Monday.
I would have loved to have been on the floor. That would have been wild because it just kind of reminds me of the Millennium trade. And then we had 9/11 trades. It was really, what you were seeing was something similar that would have been happened like at 9 a.m. on 9/11. When that second plane hit the building, you knew that was no accident. And you just it was a huge flight to quality. Just intuitively, your gut steps in. And I just motioned to my buddies in the pit, buy every damn spread you can get your hands on. So I was just hands up, buy them. And we were leaping 5 to 7 ticks at a time. And every spread that was sitting there on the offer was filled. People had no idea what was happening. I liken that to if the trading floor had been open with the market down like that. You look across the pit and you see drawn out faces, people scared as heck, and they didn't know what to do. And the best thing to do is just to put your doggone hands in your pocket, because you don't want any order filler thinking it's like you're looking to buy or sell depending on where the market was. So, you know what? On the floor, you just would have waited. You would have let it flush. Foolishly, there can be some orders, but there ends up just being a big gap in the market. The floor literally feels like it's just disappearing. And then you're just waiting for, you're watching the treasury cash, you're watching the SPOOs, you're watching some of the key stocks for any sort of tell or correlation that perhaps some buyers may step in here. And you were just looking for that. So there was the thing that we don't have trading electronically. We don't have that unique, gut feel, and it's like that sensory perception of, what's going on. You could kind of just sense the order fillers behind you and you were just reading it. It was much the same as sitting at a poker table. The tells, the eyes, the expressions, and being able to kind of read. So you learn how to read that way, and you know what? And you were always trying to. It was all about looking for edge. Edge would be if I've got an order filler, 3 people behind me, and he's sitting on, an order, 10,000 contracts to buy. That's substantial edge. Well, I'm bidding along with him, trying to pick up 500 to 1,000. And the moment he gets below 2,000, if the market's not going up, I turn around and slap what he's got left, and I'm now short 1,000. So you have that unique ability. So definitely a different thing. My objective was always trying to figure out, the moment we went off the floors, is to figure out how can I create, kind of a virtual trading room. That's one thing. And it took a while to get all these Discords and the like up and operating. And Evan, what you're doing here is terrific, because it's just a great platform for people to share ideas and their experiences. And it's a wonderful thing what Adam and Matt are doing with Rocket Scooter, just kind of expanding the word. And for people to use their indicators and different scanners. I mean, this is just awesome. But I think being in a Discord room it is like a virtual trading room, because you've got to communicate. Because I would always thought, with you guys, I'm standing here, and we commiserated about trade and ideas. I mean, very few, but you did. And you talk about positions, and you kind of knew when somebody was really sucking gas on a position. You just knew. You knew when they needed to blow up. I'll conclude with this. The other thing that I had a unique advantage of being on the floor. My 8th month in the business, I bankrolled my stuff. I had 250 grand in my account. I'm trading Singapore. I'm trading all these $0 spreads overnight, and I forgot to put an OCO order in. I got filled on all these spreads going one direction. The direction was the wrong damn way. And it was 128 grand in my face, and I still had positions on. I didn't know what to do. I reached up and grabbed one of the senior traders in the pit. It's like, I gotta talk to him. I need help. Dragged him out of the pit unwillingly, and I said, this is what I did, what I have, what do I do? He said, get your position out of your hands, hand it to a broker, hand it to another person, and let them objectively work you out of your bad position. You need to get focused on the market. You need to clear your head. That 9 inches, a 9-inch space between the ears, you need to get focused on what's going on now, not wrapped up in what already happened. So that was one of the biggest things, and I'll just never forget days like that, where just the importance of just getting out of your own head. So talking psychology all the time, every room, everybody's got to be talking risk management and psychology, and just being able to kind of make sense what's in front of you. And sometimes the best trade is shutting down your systems at 10 o'clock, go take a break, and come back in an hour, 2 hours. And I would always call it day 2 just started. Day 2 doesn't remember day 1. The market doesn't know how I screwed up in the morning, and it doesn't give a crap. It doesn't care about my P&L. So the importance of not trading your P&L. I look at things in terms of points. I'm accumulating points. And that's it. I don't think about the money. Anyway, I've talked too much. Happy to be here. Thank you.
No, we really appreciate you for coming on, and some amazing points there. Yeah, I love what you were talking about at the end of kind of having that person that you can go to and ask the question and fall back on when shit hits the fan. It's better to do that and instead of just be panicking with yourself. And it's good to have that person to refocus it. And I think these Discords are kind of the modern day version of that. If you can get into the right group, I think we have a lot of fantastic people up here with the right people. Some really great stuff can happen when shit hits the fan to have that person to fall back on. So I love that.
It does. So one last, obviously a selfish plug. Our group is Legerity Trading, and Legerity that came up with, it means nimble. I am very nimble, and that was the kind of the basis of the name for our room. So good luck to everybody.
Appreciate you for being up here. Kim, you got your hand up?
So my husband was on CME. What were you trading at the time? Just curious. And I loved listening to you because I think that's what's kind of missing right now, like you said. And I hear my husband say this all the time, like the floor feel, you don't have that same tell kind of and looking where people are at. So I really appreciated you, but what were you trading? He was trading SPY.
He was okay. I was trading
for a bear.
Oh, okay. I was trading Eurodollar futures at the CME. So I was on the upstairs floor. Basically we had a U shape. An oval shaped trading floor, and we had like 600 people in the pit. And I traded all the back month futures, so I was trading the 2 to 4 year section of the curve. So predominantly a yield curve trader. But we were on the second floor. That's like the largest. That was like one of the largest pits around. So I'll tell you a funny story. Is like, I've got ADD, and the moment I stepped on the trading floor, guys, I felt like I found home. Not everybody else was taking Ritalin. Hell, I dumped my Ritalin the moment I got on the trading floor. It was just mass disorder, and all of a sudden I was just able to just assimilate. It's almost like 52 car pickup or throwing puzzles in the air, and you were just. It's just the ability to just process and look at and put together the puzzle in thin air, and it was just starting to make sense. And that's kind of where I've gotten my trading to electronic, and that's where I've gotten our room with my two partners, Nara and Smooth, and we've created just a unique space. It's just the importance of talking about that stuff and the psychology, and not caring about the P&L. The risk management. And you shouldn't be focused on what happened last. The market doesn't care. You got to look at what's going on now. So being able to assimilate ways that kind of compare to being on the trading floor. So I love what we have now, but I'll tell you what, I went to hell and back trying to figure this stuff out. So it's been no cakewalk.
And hey, Rocket Scooter is a great place where you can come in and find those people that have been to hell and back and take advantage of their knowledge. Don't make the same mistakes that they did. You can learn from them. Matt, I want to throw it over to you and get your thoughts on any of the conversation we've had here. Any thoughts you want to share about the market and Rocket Scooter as well?
Oh, absolutely. I love hearing Gus stories. I love to hear stories of people that have tremendous amounts of experience, especially more than me. I've been trading for 14 years now, but to hear somebody that's got 20 plus, like that, to me, that is just fascinating, because you always, in markets, when you learn from people, it's not learning how to do the charts, it's not learning a technique. Trading is like a trade skill. You follow and shadow behind people who've done this before, because they walk you through all the possibilities of what can happen, protect you, keep you safe, mentor you, guide you. That's what you do in any kind of trade skill. They don't hand you a welding torch on day one. You get out there and burn your hand off. You have somebody watching you over your shoulder. And all these folks here are great speakers, great teachers, great trainers. And wisdom is really what you're trying to gain from anybody teaching you anything in the market. They've been through the ups, they've been through the downs, they've seen it all. And so it's great to hear everyone's stories. Everyone here is trading something different. That's what's great about the Rocket Scooter community. We built the marketplace for finance for everybody. Doesn't matter who you are, something to sell, community, nothing to sell. You have a friend, you rep your friend's products, doesn't matter. If you're part of the community and you can come in here in this marketplace, we have affiliate programs, you can earn the products that you learn from. We have a place for a vendor to set up and get their stuff in front of big, huge group of people, like the folks in the spaces and all their followers, just overnight. I mean, it takes 5 minutes. You can have your business set up the very same day. You can set up your free Discord room. You can put your ebook on there now. If you got a PDF that you have people pay and buy, we can do ebooks now. So the cool part is that we're always trying to create ways for good trading products or good financial products, good education, good mentoring to get to the hands of folks out there. You know, previously when I wanted to find something, I'd Google it and I'd be sifting through just so much junk. Everything was a great sales pitch. There wasn't any good reviews that, you know, somebody would say, buy my thing, it looks great. I've got all 5-star reviews on Trustpilot, and they're all, you know, broken English. Clearly they paid for the reviews. So finance is always kind of a really fishy world to try to find good stuff in. And just powering up to what Amazon did, which is where you can go read what actual customers of the product said, the pictures of the product. And so here it was very big for us for Integrity to get all the best providers out there and keep getting people on board every day. We're signing up people every day to really showcase their stuff, and you can let their customers be the judge before you buy something. And to me, that's always been so important, because I can learn from and talk to other people to see, hey, what is this about? Will it work for me or will it not? And so the community is just growing so quick. And we love having all these speakers here. Everyone here is fantastic. Tons of friends, tons of new faces. We really invite you to check it out. You know, Rocket Scooter started as a trading platform. We created a whole new technique, and I built a platform to get the information to people. And then from that, it just spawned the idea of, well, why don't I let everybody get information to people? And then the marketplace idea kind of spawned off of that. I mean, it's great. We've got 200 plus vendor accounts already, word of mouth. We just launched officially like less than a month ago. We started doing spaces again, and people are just every single day. We're meeting with you one at a time, walking with you how to set up your things. If you have a free Discord, if you want to monetize it, we consult you and show you how to do that. And so we kind of want to be that big central authority in finance where we just get all the best things and all the best clients, all the best customers, all the best community, and just have that thing you guys want. If there's anything you want, tell me, we'll build it. Anything out there you guys as users and community members want to see, tell me. We'll put in that layer of protection for you. We're on both sides of the fence here, vendors and customers. So this is why we want to build the biggest thing in finance. We're all glad you're here to listen to us talk trading in the mornings, and I'll just hang out and learn about all these speakers and what they do. We're all live traders. I'm a live trader. I'm streaming. Half these people are streaming. They have communities. It's great. So thanks for listening to me. If you have any questions, like I said, send me a DM. I'll respond to you directly. Any questions on the marketplace or whatever, or any of the products on there, just let me know and we'll talk. But yeah, that's it. Thank you guys so much for all the love we get from the community.
I'm short on NQ here, 2-minute EMA risk. Maple, I know you might be in a trade. Well, okay. I know you are in a trade, as you literally just said it. But you have any thoughts you want to get into here? Kind of, first of all, appreciate you, Matt. But yeah, about like your group, anything about your trading style, anything you've heard on the spaces that you want to echo or
for sure. Yes, I've been quiet and had some family in, but I really appreciate all of you guys' thoughts and insights in the market. For me, I've been trading 7 going on 8 years now, and self-taught me, just little things that you can pick up along the way. But I've always been a price action trader, right? So I don't rely on volume, level 2, tape, stochastic, MACD, RSI, none of that. I go in every single day with a fresh mindset, no sentiment. I've created my own strategies within the group. Many of you have likely heard it before, candle by candle method. Bill breaker, right? We trade the orange working basis, all sorts of different things. But really what I go and tell all of my students daily is to, come into the market, fresh, clean mindset. Doesn't matter what your opinions are, as the market will do what it will do daily. But for me, I'm a day trader. I take anywhere roughly 5 to 10 trades a day. And with risk, always, right? Risk must be defined before taking any trade targets as well. And you must be very patient when taking those, highlighted systematic edge trades. That's another problem with a lot of traders. They may jump around from Discord to Discord, looking for good alerts, looking for fast money. But ultimately what it comes down to is how well your mentor, or whoever you're looking to learn from, can explain how to break down the market to you in a way that is understandable. And for me, it must be simple. And I think Gov was talking about this earlier. How can traders really move forward in the market with a million different indicators or different types of insights that they don't know how to give weight to? And I like to call that analysis paralysis. So for me, very simple perspective on trading. like I said, price action, looking for higher highs, higher lows, engulfing candles, getting the sentiment. My favorite strategy that I use is the candle by candle dip. So I use the 10-minute chart for sentiment. I use the candle by candle direction. Right now it's turned long, actually, just with long. And then for execution, I look at the 2-minute chart, right? So I'm looking at my 2-minute EMA, 9 and 20 EMA, and it's just like driving, right? Hands on 10 into 10-minute for sentiment, 2-minute for execution. But I don't have too much else to say. I'm just managing this trade now. I just have one con. I regret on it slightly, but probably my only loss for the day.
Appreciate you as always, Maple. He's on these lives, calling up bangers all the time. You guys all know him already. So shout out to that. Excited to see you maybe getting on a rocket scooter soon.
Yeah, for sure.
Appreciate you as always, Maple.
I love Maple, man. You go way back.
Big stacks.
For sure, bro. For sure.
Let's go. Awesome. Orca, we still haven't heard from you on this case. I know you were hanging out with us all morning, so three to the back of the line. Sorry, love you, buddy. But you were fantastic here, and I wanted to get your thoughts kind of on the market, your group, all the stuff that you do, your style, all that great stuff.
Perfect. You're talking to me in Orca trades, right?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for being here. Really love hearing everyone's insight. We got a lot of smart people. I'm just going to tell you guys a little about my philosophy, my trading style. So a little bit about me. I've been trading for 8 years. I dropped out of school senior year once I got profitable, and I kind of said to my parents, if I can pay my rent, I'm going to do it, and I'm on my own. And so I really took that leap of faith at a young age. But I'm a huge advocate on being a long-term investor in buying great companies like NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, Google. However, my main focus is day trading and swing trading options. I really try to stick to the price action, volume, technical analysis. I don't like getting my head spun with news, earnings, all this stuff. I like to stay in control. And what I really want to preach to everyone listening right now is become obsessed with self-improvement and just becoming a better trader every day. Look at your trades, see where you could have gone better, see where your entry could have been better. Always try to keep improving yourself and really treat this like a game and take this very seriously, because there's a lot of money to be made. There's a lot of great opportunities out here. And my main message to you guys is just become really obsessed with self-improvement and risk management. Risk management is your best friend when it comes to trading. When I wake up, I focus on following my rules, making sure my stop losses, my risk, my position sizes, that's what I focus on. I'm not waking up saying my goal is to make $2,000 today. My goal is to make $800. If I lose money, but I followed my plan, that's a good day to me in the long run. So I hope you guys are learning from this. Stay disciplined, stay smart. If anyone has any questions, feel free to follow me, message me. But we have a great community here, so really become obsessed with self-improvement.
Yeah, those are some really great points there. Yeah, you gotta be getting better every single day. And honestly, I feel like it gets talked about a lot that your losses turn into your biggest lessons, but it's very difficult when you actually take a big loss or even a small loss to go in and sit there and take the time to turn it into a lesson. And if you can turn it into a lesson, then and it profits you the long term, then that's actually a W.
Yeah, I really agree with that. Orca, kind of reflects with me a lot. He said he started young. I started when I was 18 in college, freshman year. I just turned 31, a few months ago. But the most important thing, in my opinion, is learning to accept the risk. And a lot of traders out there are just, they have a lot of fears, right? So everyone should probably have read the book "Trading the Zone" by Mark Douglas, right? So it's
absolutely,
really easy to make money in trading, but it's very hard to make consistent money in trading because we say money trading is the hardest, easiest money you'll ever make. So if you can make sure you master the 4 fears trading, avoid it, which is fear of admitting you're wrong, fear of losing money, fear of missing out, fear of greed, then you guys should be set.
I'm long in Q 10-minute CBC risk. Sorry, guys.
Last thing I want to say, I have to head out right now, but to all the younger guys listening, I know you guys all want to make money. You all see everyone posting with profits, whatever. when I talk about self-improvement, if you're young, if you're in college right now, really try to lock in on trading and don't even worry about the profit and loss. Worry about the actual trading itself. And I promise, some of you guys are listening right now, you guys are 19, 20 years old. If you guys stay disciplined over the course of the next 3 to 5 years, you'll be in a really, really good spot before you're turning 30. So treat this as a longer game. I have a lot of people message me and say, hey dude, I need a 90% guaranteed play to make me 10 grand overnight. And I'm like, you're gonna lose so much money with that mindset. So I gotta head out, guys, but really appreciate everyone here. Throw me a follow if I've helped you at all, and I hope you guys have a great day.
Yeah, take it easy.
Thanks,
I mean, the name of the game in trading is keeping your seat at the table. And with traders, like you guys are talking about, younger traders or anyone who's starting out, don't liquidate yourself in the market because of, some novice, simple mistakes. I mean, there's so many tools right in front of us that you guys could use daily to sharpen your technical analysis or systematic edge. But people overlook it because they're not having skin in the game. Like paper trading, let's say that you do have a live account, and you do make a trade, whether it's red or green, after that one or two trades, you guys should be, putting in the screen time through paper trading. And a lot of people see it as a waste of time, but it's such a valuable tool for traders in the market. Allowing them to see and trade the market live without actually putting in too much emotion, while they're learning, giving you that, sense of grace, right? We have NQ longs looking for a bill breaker here over 700 up to 720. I would be concerned because this is your 61.8 to the downside on SPY area. This is 534.26. Previous day high as well.
Hey, I'm really glad you talked about paper trading maple stacks because as much as sometimes it could be looked down upon because you don't get the emotional aspect when it comes to trade, but you hinted and you talked about the important part of paper trading, which is the execution factor. And I even say that myself. I say to my members that if you can paper trade 100 times and execute 100 times, you'll start to build that confidence. You can start to build that strategy. But the thing is that you could see the admins or other people making money. So that's when the emotion comes in and you're like, man, I actually want to risk some money. But what happens is that when you risk capital and you're learning, now you're adding that emotional aspect to the trade and you're not focusing on the process. So if you can just focus on the execution first and then try to worry about the emotional aspect, because let's say you're experiencing drawdown, but the last 100 trades that you executed told you that, hey, you can experience a negative 15% drawdown, and as long as you have your target or whatever it is, you're still in the clear. But when we first initially start out and we experience 50% drawdown, we don't even know what our strategy is. All of a sudden, we forget where our target is. We forget what's the reason why we even entered the play in the first place. So building that execution, fortifying that type of mentality when you are actually paper trading 100 times to build that execution, I think it helps in the long run as well.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think that, the demo accounts or sim accounts are, good for beginners. But one thing you guys gotta also watch out is don't get too used to it, because when you're actually flying on a real live account, that psychological aspect, like you said, is missing. 100%. So personally, I do recommend more people that kind of have a little small amount and just go in smaller position, because the way I look at it in the market is 80% of trading is trading psychology, and then 20% I always tell people it's going to be split between risk management and position management. So you guys got to learn that you don't have to go in, 5,000, 10,000 shares, shares or whatever contracts. You can literally reduce that down to a really small amount that you can afford to risk losing, and then that way you're actually playing with some sort of real money, but it's very small risk. So that's something that I found out within my members within the last 7 years is they're doing so great, they're killing it in sim trading, whatever, and then they go to the live account and they're getting screwed up, they're getting messed up, because psychologically they never built that up. So you gotta really learn to accept that risk, like I said before, and realize that every trade there is a risk of losing nothing. Guaranteed in the market for sure. It's all probability. So
100%.
Yeah.
I scaled half of NQ here, 15 points, 300 a con. We are up about 50 points here, so $1,000 per contract almost. Make sure you guys, set a stop loss, scaling stop, or, lock in some profit along this way, right? Don't let this go right. We're back up to pre-market high here on spot as well. And to touch on David's point, right? And I'm not saying, hey, go, everyone be a, an eval hero or paper trader, what, all the time, but I am saying that going back to my year 1, year 2, instead of which most novice traders are not going to have a logical or I would say responsible way of managing their way through the market. I mean, all of us year one and year two, we were just looking for fast money. So what I am trying to say is this, is that instead of me, throwing, like David saying, thousands of dollars into this one stock or shadow trading some small caps or whatever it may have been, I would have been much better off, paper trading and building my systematic edge, adding that screen time to, my journey so that I'm better off than the trader who's like, hey, I took this loss. Well, that sucks. I'm done for the day and I'll come back and try harder tomorrow, I guess, right? Where really the work begins after market close. It's not only with paper trading, but it's daily journaling. I said this earlier in the space. If you don't have a passion for trading, right, pull your money out of your account, right? Leave. If you don't have a passion for this, there's no point. You will sit here, waste time and a lot of sacred money for no benefit whatsoever. And that's what, the common experience is for most traders is they liquidate themselves out, they have a bad taste of the market, and they never come back and visit it. Where I know many of us were speaking prior to this, referring to, hey, give this 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and your mindset really changes, from, again, an irresponsible mindset to a logical one where you are making, high probability, low risk trades and being patient enough to wait for those, right? And the money's not being wasted on these red days, which we like to call lessons. We're really, getting the, most bang for the buck out of those. Right here, we're up 45 points here on NQ, $900 per contract.
Maple Stacks, you said something that the money is made during the preparation and after the market hours. I say that to my members all the time. Like, it's made after market close. It's really made in the preparation. It's made in the planning that you have for the trade the day before. Like, me personally, like I said earlier, I'm a swing trader. So, like, these type of market environments, I'm live right now. Like, I'm not worried because I had a plan before today. So as soon as my plays trigger or wherever they trigger, then I get in and then I just let them do what they need to do. And the beauty about it is when you have a plan the day before or the night before or the weekend before, you won't be as caught up with the intraday movements or the intraday volatility. You will try to remember your plan. And I do recommend journaling your trades and actually like writing your trades out, what you want for the trade, what you expect from it. That way, let's say all of a sudden you have a flush, 30 minutes ago. Oh, snap, my position is down. What's going on? You look back at your trade plan that you created the night before. Did we invalidate? Did we close below a certain level? Did we close below a certain resistance or support? Oh, we did it? Okay, we're good. Now you see the market reversing back. Just in this hypothetical example. But yeah, the money is really made after market hours. It's really made in the planning.
Maj, you got your hand up?
Yeah, man. Yeah, this has been a great, I think, discussion here. And I think what you guys are all talking about really just starts defining, good versus great. There's a fine line between, this paper trading and active trading, and you need to do both, obviously. But I remember, when I was a kid, doing this, I paper invested and traded for a little bit, and I competed in investment contests to kind of give me some type of emotional feeling because I wanted to win, right? So it was the best for me to simulate, maybe being live or whatever. But another thing too that was really interesting, you guys talking about is this passion and wanting to class. Why are you doing this? Are you doing it because you like it, or are you doing it to make money? And I teach 101s with some students, and 9 out of 10 students will ask me the same question every time. We'll be going through a lesson like trying to find the next ball bag backer, for example. And we come across a stock, and I might be going through it. And the first question they always ask me is, how much money am I going to make if I buy a stock? And it's always the wrong question. What you should be asking is why you buying a stock. What are your reasons to set up for buying a stock? And I think that's really an important thing for young kids and young investors at any age really that are new to the game, is really understanding the process, like you said, whether it's trading or investing. You guys talked about journaling your trades. What we do a lot is I make all my students make cliff notes, which is really a real short paragraph of why they like a stock. And I tell them, don't start investing right away. Start getting this process involved of your mind ready to understand how to do this, how to make a clip, understanding what your risks are and caveats, what you need to do for further research, and feel comfortable with your investment so that when you are going live and things don't go your way, you can assess, should you stay in the position, reference your cliff notes, has anything changed in the story. So I think this has been a great kind of discussion you guys all brought up about this point here. And I think it really is so important to becoming, a great investor versus just a good or average investor.
Awesome. I really appreciate that. This was a fantastic spaces we had going on here. Just a really great panel of people. You should at least, if you're not following them, you're missing out. They all have groups that they're doing and selling. A lot of them are on Rocket Scooter. You can go in and check that out. But most of them that have the links in their bios. So really, really do appreciate each and every single one of them for coming in. I want to throw it over to Matt to close out these spaces here. Anything extra you want to share about chat we've had? I know we talked about Rocket Scooter, but definitely would love to hear more about it. Some exciting stuff we might have coming soon. And just would love to take it over to you.
Sure, and thank you. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. It's always great to see such a variety of traders. We have people from floor traders from the exchange all the way to small cap traders, all the way to futures traders. It's just fantastic to see such a variety of people, kind of all with the same clairvoyance of the market. Everyone here sounds like they know what they're talking about, which is so great. So thank you guys for all coming. We have big things planned for Rocket Scooter. We'll tell you a little bit, we are trying to build out more features in our marketplace. We just released the ability for you to create an ebook course where you release a PDF or a document that people can purchase and have from you. So anybody that makes any kind of graphic materials or an ebook, we have the ability for you to feature that. Even if you don't have a business, even if you just have a Twitter account and you want exposure, we can serve like a link tree as your one link in your bio that's completely finance themed that you can share everything you do. Maybe you have 10 affiliations, you're an affiliate of Apex Trader Funding or whatever, and you want to showcase all your links in one place like a link tree. You can even look at Evan, he kind of does the same thing. He puts all of his links on his Rocket Scooter page because it makes it look cleaner and look cooler, it's more professional. Linktree just kind of looks like that old Instagram from 10 years ago, which is all your links and your OnlyFans all stuck together in a single line, right? So this is really you being able to put all your financial stuff, all your favorite things, all your favorite links. You can even share your friends' Twitter. It's share everything I do, products I sell, things I like. You can put it all on one page in your rocketshare.com/ your name. Anybody can make a page even if you don't have a storefront. So the idea is to create a community hub for you to share all your cool tools and products yourself and for other people to be able to see what it is you like. You guys can see on my profile, I've got all kind of stuff there. I've got courses. We have a Discord. You can always subscribe to the platform. We have this 1 month subscription. It allows you to get all the tools that I use and all the training we do. It's only $45 to check that out. And you can just see what people say about it by just going out to the profile, looking at it. I appreciate everybody coming in here. To comment on what they said earlier about, paper trading and all kinds of, things that you can do to practice amazing things, I want to throw into that conversation. Trader funding programs are an easier, quicker way to practice for a lot less money, slightly better paper trading, slightly less risk than real trading. It's kind of like that cool middle ground. If you've ever tried that, they're very popular. You can pay a little bit of money. I'm not fighting anybody here on that, but just to add to the conversation, a lot of people do that, and I always tell my students that that's a great place to practice trading because you're paying a little monthly fee. If you're going to take a little more seriously, take money on the table. Paper trading with a possible bonus if you win. But that's it. So thank you guys. Give me a follow. If anybody here has a question, doesn't matter who you are, I want you to send me a message. I'll get with you within the hour and answer your questions about Rocket Scooter, about me, about what we're building for the community, about how we're going to take over the planet and cause the galaxy to be the biggest thing in finance. And the biggest announcement is that pretty soon we're expanding beyond finance. We will be a marketplace for everything. So thanks for tuning in.
Love it, Matt. Appreciate you for joining in. This was a fantastic spaces. Make sure you're following that Rocket Scooter account. Make sure you're following all the other speakers up here. All fantastic. Appreciate them for joining in and making this past hour so great. We will catch you all later. I think we have we going? I'll be hanging out in Jordan's Lake as well. Saying we got a Power Hour spaces as always. So shout out to that. We will catch you all later. Appreciate you guys. Have a great one. Thank you, Gov, David, 8X.
study of LSD continues in laboratories and hospitals throughout the United States. It pays $25 a day to come down here and enjoy this stuff. Enjoy this stuff. What is LSD? How does it work? When did it all begin? It began in a laboratory very much like this one. Like this one. In 1938, Dr. Albert Thompson drugs might give us a way. This quantity represents the 2 plants necessary in preparing the ayahuasca brew. Out of the ayahuasca vine comes a black snake with a yellow aura. There is another snake called the chacruna snake, which penetrates the ayahuasca snake, producing a vision. In this vision, a defeated king of the Incan tribe of Peru rises from his grave to tell his shocked wife that he has grown a vine from his hair, which is to be called ayahuasca, meaning vine of the dead. He said you must mix this vine with the chacruna plant, which will allow you to see sound to have vision. The ayahuasca brew consists of 2 main active ingredients: beta-carbolene from the ayahuasca vine and extremely powerful dimethyltryptamine, DMT.
Call it the Robot Reading Club.
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, sorry, it's 7 point something million impressions. That's messed up.
Be good to see if there's any comparison between Sleepy Crooked Joe's posts on X and that, like the volume or whatever.
I too am sleepy. Yeah, it's funny that we got a fucking Elon and Trump interview, because before we got the fucking Elon and Trump interview, before we got a Kamala and Trump interview on Fox.
What do you mean?
So yeah. Oh damn. Jesus. I swear, fucking Fred Lambert is like basically just shitposts incarnate, but not shitposts as in funny, but shitposts as in shitty posts. Elon once mentioned that Tesla had a plan B for a more conventional electric pickup truck if the Cybertruck wouldn't work out. Is it time to consider it? The fuck? As if the Cybertruck doesn't work out, but sure. There are many factors contributing to Tesla working through its giant US backlog of Cybertruck reservations. Okay, that's demand. Tesla showed interest in the Cybertruck reservation process was always weak. Okay. The fact is always the price blah 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 50% higher than the originally announced, well obviously. Always verified series, rear-wheel drive versions will help out front, but looks like about 5% of the US variation orders went through with their orders. Okay. I didn't see what's. I get this. Yeah, then somebody made a point saying, isn't it already selling more than other EV trucks like Ford F-150 and Rivian? I can't wait to get mine. The only thing stopping me is the high price 100K. It reminds me of when the Model 3 rear-wheel drive debuted in 2018 for over 50K. Tesla worked through the backlog and then prices came down. It's true. And fucking Fred replies to this saying, who cares? And who cares? They sell more R1T or Lightning. If Tesla's building the production capacity for 250K a year, they need to have demand for 250K a year. Simple as that. Yes, which they do. Oh my god. I can't believe that this guy genuinely gets paid to write stuff for companies. It's shit. Dude, this is crazy. So that's your daily Tesla updates right there. Kind of tired, but not tired at the same time. It's like a weird in-between zone. Excuse me.
Between states.
Yeah. So, do you eat your burgers with or without it? What the fuck?
Why are you reading these things in the Purple Pill comments?
Well,
Well, you're reading like comments or?
I'm reading stuff off.
Yeah.
In a bunch of memes.
Ah, yeah.
No, he's sending memes. I'm looking at memes. I'm the memes. We are meming. That's what we're doing. We're meming. Ugh. Dude, what the fuck? Interesting. Okay, let's see. What else do we have here? But what kind of posts are these? Oh my god. This is crazy. I didn't know you could promote trends. That's interesting. You can do that? That is fascinating. I wonder how much it actually costs to promote a trend. I love how like the post. I love how like it's a selection of Trump on X promoted. Then there's fucking Ku Klux Klan. There's another instance of KKK, and Trump is back once again. Like the fuck is this trending, man? Jesus Christ!
Oh well.
I get what's going on.
And next level confused.
And then I refresh it, and it's the same stuff in different order.
I want to see what it shows when you click on the KKK bullshit. No relation. I just want to know the answer.
Of course, lots of KKK stuff. Joe Biden being KKK.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Did not see that one coming. Okay. I was.
It's literally just Joe Biden.
I thought they were going to ask screenshots. I thought they were pitting Donald Trump in the racist way, but I guess they're going full send on fucking Biden. I see. I saw Blyzen, he was just like,
Yeah, he dropped.
God damn it. I'm gonna see. Jesus Christ, yeah. Oh my god, yeah, they really do like Biden. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Like, those are literally the first 4 posts that pop up.
Brilliant.
Is he still living in the White House? I saw something last week saying he won't leave. We can't get him out.
Yeah, he just posted the next thing. Yeah, he's posting actually. This is crazy. He just posted the thing fucking 6 minutes ago. Oh, he had like 500k impressions on it. Then he posted another thing about 3 minutes ago. This fucking dude, this guy's active. He's back. He's like that.
Yeah, I guess he liked his reach he got with that first post, and he said, "Oh, I'm taking advantage of this," and started posting away.
Jesus Christ! I've never seen engagement like this. Like legit, the fucking post he put out an hour ago already has like 9 million impressions and fucking 220,000 likes. That's correct. The one he put out 7 minutes ago almost has 1 million on it.
Oh well.
The one he put out fucking like 3 minutes ago already has like 200,000 on it. This is just insane. This is crazy.
Blizer's back.
Nice. Dude, I swear, the Boca Chica area in the morning looks fucking beautiful. Like, look at the sky, man. Shit.
Yeah, it's beautiful out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sunrise of, was it the fourth launch or the third? Or both, in fact, with the mist and the fog. And then the steam sort of, or the ice that was turning into what condensation. And I don't know, that plume was like all the light flooding through it was literally a movie. And SpaceX, when they live stream, they don't do it by half measures, do they? They've got every angle covered.
Yeah, they do.
It's mad. And the drone shots as well. Like, yeah, that's it. I assume they're drones, like there would be any other kind of aircraft, right?
That's what she said. My God. I really cultivated a nice audience of people who like to meme on everything. I'm proud of all you.
Just hope you're not from the UK, just in case. Freedom of meme.
Yes. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's just posting and posting and posting. He just made the last one like a couple seconds ago.
Okay, he enabled his frequency.
he put this fucking thing out a minute ago. And it already has 5,000 buttons. I don't get this. This is crazy. It's like everyone's been anticipating it.
Yeah, pent up demand.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, this guy probably has more of a cult following than Elon has in some ways.
Yeah, plus all those who may not particularly like him, but against Biden.
Oh yeah. Even then, it is only just the beginning.
Yeah, the debate he did with Biden, I don't know if you remember, people were saying like it's a bad thing that there's no audience because Trump really feeds off of that. And so seeing these impressions or interactions he's seeing on the posts, I'm sure it's giving him a lot of fuel, and hopefully we see a lot more of Trump.
What if they do like a live poll during the space? That could be powerful to see there. I don't know. Just a simple yes or no thing. Do the listeners agree to something or another? I don't know. Could be an interesting metric, right?
What's this? But I'm trying to like sift through these arguments. The fuck is this? what the fuck? That's where my chats are crazy sometimes. Like read through the info. Unbelievable. Yeah. Dude, this is crazy. Do you see the impressions on this thing? 8 minutes out, 440.
Yeah, that's insane. I'm wondering how many posts he'll do before the interview.
I don't know. I don't know.
So if he won't be monetizable before his gray check mark, would he be able to collect? I mean, he won't be monetizable after getting the gray check mark. Would he be able to collect everything before that?
I'm not sure, perhaps. I mean, if he connects his Stripe account, say now, then I guess yes. Technically. Oh, sorry. That's fine. Oh my god. Dude, do you think it's actually him writing these posts or it's just PR team? I wonder.
PR team.
Or whoever their PR team is, they could do a good job.
Yeah, I think Trump has bragged that he does his own posts, but yeah, these do seem like a campaign.
Dude, how much engagement do you think this guy's getting? Like altogether? Do you think you can make like a chart?
It won't be like, because it's always a moving target, right? So it won't be dynamic unless we have API access.
No, we just basically say, here's how much engagement the guy's got within, like, say, 2 hours or so.
Oh, you mean just to like in the hint side?
Yeah. The last 2 hours as well. Yeah.
Yeah, like an Excel sheet or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that should be possible.
Sure. Well.
Damn.
So like the third actual post. In a row. That is crazy. Dude, I can only imagine what his analytics looks like. It's gotta be mad. The fuck? Interesting. Who's this guy? Okay, let's take a look at some analytics. Jesus Christ. So a post you made 16 minutes ago already is at about 1 million impressions. That's crazy. Wow. Well, 1 hour ago, already at 11 million. Jesus. That's crazy.
So 1 million now, the 16 minutes ago one.
Yeah. Like you can actually see the growth in real time, the way that it's currently happening. And you just wonder to yourself, holy shit, what the hell's going on here? Because this is just crazy. You've actually tracked that growth. Just put this on like a list and just analyze it. It's just wow. Absolutely wow.
Thanks. Okay. It like refreshes. I wonder if the refresh rate of the metric is like timed every few seconds, or if it's.
No.
I was testing before, like I was watching it, like, and then it would suddenly just jump out of nowhere. But then I was like, every time I scrolled down and scrolled back, it would update the number. Anyway.
This increase in traffic, I mean, it's great for Trump, but you also got to think about how good it is for X. You know, I guess advertisers and things like that, seeing this will definitely like it.
Yeah, thus far he's kept like really good form, which tells us it's a PR team. Because otherwise he would have just simply posted back bitches. Like for real. Let's see what the chats are saying. Crazy.
It's nearly on that. Well, 20 minutes ago, one is on 6,633 replies. Coming up. Repos 17,000.
Well,
six and 50 likes. Shit, it's mooning.
Okay, let's see what this look like. Checking on that. Okay. Yeah. Wanted to move it. It's like crazy.
It's nearly at 1.3 million views. Be good to, I don't know, I think you can get it as your own account analytics, and you would like the people that have watched it from start to finish, and those sort of things, how people fade away generally after 45 seconds or their attention disappears. But I don't know, on this one especially, I reckon people would be pretty keen to watch the whole thing through.
Perhaps.
It's just 69,000 likes.
I'm gonna check the list, see what else is happening. I feel like there's a bit of a breakdown. Chats are relatively quiet, which means everyone's focusing on the timeline. Yeah, looking at this. There you go. Everyone wants a piece of the action. There's like shows all over the place. This is just funny. started early. Like, super early. But, like, ironically, the earliest space, because it's, like, going throughout the night. Damn. Oh, wow. I'm like investigating other spaces right now to see what's happening. It's kind of interesting.
And Trump just made another post. Already has like 250,000 impressions in less than 5 minutes, or about 5.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, we obviously put something that
Jesus.
I don't think that's the thing. I think if you're for no tax on gifts, you should be done for it. It's like it's the same thing that Trump did with crypto, or he announced that you can grow crypto, you want to make crypto, you want to make Bitcoin.
Yeah, dude, he has so much engagement, it's insane.
If you're pro crypto, you celebrate that. I'm pro.
He's got millions in 30 minutes. What the fuck?
I don't really see that as an argument.
Well, but she voted for different tax.
Well, it's not, I mean, tax tips have always been taxed, though, right?
At the same time, of course, his PR team seems to have slashed a few people from his following. He used to follow 51 people, now only 49. So he got rid of a few there.
Everybody changes their ideas, everybody changes their opinion. Some of it's for vote, some of it's because they genuinely believe that they can. And I think both. I think all politics. Well, you voted to uphold the current law. You voted for the IRS to uphold the current law. There's a difference between upholding laws and then changing them. And I think she's going to be focused on trying to get the law changed. Whereas the staff team enforce the laws because that's what her job. Yeah. I do like the argument for your effort to this. So that kind of similar. People voted behind the bill.
There's so much work going on right now, it's crazy.
7 years ago, it's a little different than somebody who's still in office.
And that's what point out that one. Yeah, I think
I think for both sides, I think it actually highlighted other candidates, but the done wrong.
Oh my god.
Rather than pointing
Yeah.
it out as a negative of the other side. So, I mean, let's be honest, everybody would love to do this for you, but to present it as an evidence of our growth is probably just hard to do. But I wanted to ask you guys, here with my guy, Scott Pressler, one of his posts, and it's quite a long line. That's full of questions that he asked. But
I haven't seen what you can pin it.
She got full pants, yeah, could be. I would doubt it.
yeah, man, I just came actually to kind of bask in the downward. Very really loving into that. Glorious moment for us back then. So I missed that. This during maintenance past, which again sounded like both best pack for those sounded like. I was just kind of taking a moment, but I'm excited. So that's exciting. Or as we get into this, the better. I thought about. Great.
The hell? Interesting. Jesus Christ. Already at 2 million? Wow. You know what's fascinating to me is that somehow one human being can have like this much of an impact on so many people. That's crazy. I'm trying to get Blue Eyes up. For some reason, it's not working.
Done a lot of work in getting people to register Republican. So you're certainly not anyone on the left or like that. But you got pretty mad, which was a comment. You got flag. And it was unfortunate because this is the guy that what? But allowed to ask this question on this slide. So I think that that's if there's
Just try and get the Donald Trump impersonator guy in the space talking to you, and that would really.
It's happened once.
I know. He was great. I was in that space. And there was another person that was like a lady doing an impression.
Yeah.
I can't remember who.
I remember that.
And they were ad-libbing together.
She was like doing Nancy Pelosi or something.
That's right. That was so fun. It was perfect. Imagine that as a psyop. People would be like, whoa, this is...
I think it has to be like
Anyway.
No, O'Connell can speak first. O'Connell can speak and then I can go next.
Okay, and then Jessica's been waiting a while, so she dropped down, I think, by accident. Go ahead.
What's up, Brian? Fred. Yeah.
And Sarah, thanks.
Thanks. The X and Sarah. I think, yeah, I don't know. Those years at all happened because I think one thing that was acknowledged during Trump's presidency was his actual fluency on the platform. You know, I mean, he was supposed to, you know, I think it was like 50 to 70.
Wait, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
100 times a day. And most of only people like us who spend time on this app maybe realize that. But I'm on the countdown when he ramps up the types of posts he does and how often. Because I think we should put that on display. Do we really want a president? Were we better off 4 years ago when we had a president chiming in on social media every day, multiple times a day about pop culture issues? Everybody's just going at each other's throats about every issue because the president's taking a stance, and it's almost like it's Republican talking points, you know, for the day at the golf, you know, on the golf course or whatever. People are just bringing up his tweets like, "Oh, this is what Trump thinks," you know. It's like I can't wait for it because countdown to the lunacy. When's he gonna just start ratcheting up his daily thoughts 80 times a day? And we should expose that because that's
I don't know if he will. I don't know if he'll use that as that platform. I said earlier, he might just use it more for campaign-related posts, stuff that's approved by the campaign. If you look at Truth Social, he's made several posts on there this morning that are not posted on X. They're more like I guess, more outrageous type posts. Not all of them, but some of them definitely are. And maybe his campaign is kind of controlling what is posted on X. We'll have to wait and see what happens. You know,
I think your brother said somebody dropped down and went to Jessica. She went
Sure,
to first night.
Yeah, I just her. Hi, I've been following you guys for a while, so thank you for letting me speak. I kind of wanted to address the tips conversation that was happening like as I entered and just kind of quantify that the Inflation Reduction Act just simplified and streamlined what the IRS is already doing. In other words, it's three metrics to like collect and oversee how many taxes, how much tips are collected with corporations and companies. And basically now we have one method. So it's with saving taxpayer dollars because it was streamlined the method on collecting that data. So I'm going to point that out. And also want to say too that I have mixed feelings about her kind of saying the rhetoric that Trump's been saying, because if she puts it forward, I'm all for it. If she puts stipulations in place that you have to make under a certain wage, because there are going to be ways for corporations and like wealthy people find ways to vacate those taxes by reallocating their monies as tips instead of the funding that everybody's supposed. I mean, they have the capability of to do that. So that makes me a little nervous. So as long as they're...
That's funny. I just want to interject. Get that what you're saying. I actually made a post, I think it was yesterday, because when Trump made an announcement, I said I'm all for this, as long as they have an upper limit on,
correct,
you know, how many, like if you're making $110,000 a year in tips, I don't think that's right? I mean, the teachers and cops who are making under $40,000 a year. So when Kamala announced that everybody put like tweets kind of attacking Trump for that, not attacking him, but like giving my advice to him, and said, "Oh, but now you're changing it." So I actually made the exact same post, and I said, you know, I like this idea, but it should be up to a certain amount. And so I agree with you there, because I think it can be abused. I think corporations or even other just businesses in general are going to be able to say, okay, well, we're not going to pay you salary, but start asking for tips, or, you know, like there's going to be ways around it, which could definitely hurt the amount of money that the government brings in, which would hurt our deficit even further. But go ahead.
Yeah, so that's exactly my point. And I'll be honest, I am far more under the perception that Harris would, you know, make sure that there were stipulations in place versus Trump, because I see this past you know, financial policy, and he tends to lean towards corporates and millionaires and billionaires getting breaks. So that's just my 2 cents. I also just want to say I agree with you. I've watched the rallies. I know what kind of you know, policy she's putting forth, like FMLA, universal child care, things that, you know, livable wages, addressing, you know, the housing issue. So like she clearly has policy, and I do agree that there's going to be something up that we could actually go view and go through in the next week or so, and I look forward to that. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I just want to address the clarification.
I'll read off the post of what she's talked about in her campaign that she wants to implement if she's president. Expanding access to affordable housing, increasing the minimum wage, paid family leave, tax credits for working families, ensuring that the super wealthy pay their fair share of taxes, gun reform, including an assault weapons ban, universal background checks, and red flag laws, expanding healthcare access under the ACA, investing in green infrastructure, strengthening voting rights, criminal justice reform, lowering prescription drug prices, pushing for...
Dude, I'm legit gonna pass out. Holy shit.
Pushing for tribal self-determination, going after price gouging, stopping landlords from charging unfair rents, and getting a ceasefire deal done in Gaza. There's also been others, but there was a bit more common that I heard repeated multiple times. Pat, and Dylan.
The policies that come out of her opinion, I understand that I'm like, that policy that doesn't make sense. I'm not opposed. But what I do is I vote for the majority. I'm not voting just for me. I'm voting for everyone. I went to Iraq. I don't feel like the Democrats did enough for veterans. I don't feel like any party does enough for veterans. I don't feel like they do enough for active duty service members. I don't feel like anybody should be income shamed that makes under in this country. And this is very controversial. If you make under $350,000 in this country, you're not really making it because it depends on where you live. I live maybe 6 miles from Washington, D.C. My rent is sky high. I mean, it's so high. I mean, it's ridiculous. And so for me, I remember your post yesterday to talk about taxes, and I said $110,000 is not a lot of money. Because when you factor in if you don't have benefits, so as a
Is this person legit fucking talking?
I have tried care for life. I can go to the Department of Veterans Affairs. A person who makes $110,000 in tips, they can't do that. They have to rely.
What do you mean legit?
The public assistance, right? And then their jobs, I'm assuming because they make tips, that much tips, they are not getting the benefits that a federal government or a teacher or a police officer. So while I do have...
I fundamentally disagree with... I fundamentally disagree with this rich talking points that people use to say we have to make sure that the rich pay their fair share of taxes. Motherfucker, they already are paying their fair share of taxes. The people who are not paying their fair share of taxes, if you want to put it this way, are the people who are using various types of tricks that are technically legal to basically not pay taxes at all, and are then to basically make themselves look like good people, donating to various weird causes. I mean... you can also, that surplus money that's being donated, that's like only a fraction of how many taxes they could have paid. So those people look like they're doing something good, but honestly, they would have done a lot better if they would have paid their taxes. They're like these many different foundations and such, and that I think is questionable in and of itself. But, damn.
I know that there are, when people ask what Kamala Harris's policies are, I don't necessarily get into it with them because her policy is not an insurrection. Her policy is...
Oh my God, these phone points are crazy.
I don't want to see her for the rest of my life. I want to see somebody new and different. You feel me? Her policy is not to remove... Now, for me, I'm a married mother. I'm a Christian. And I love Jesus. And I had 5 children with my husband.
You sound like you need Jesus, honestly.
I do believe that people should have the right to fair and access to abortion, because abortion is not just...
That's like literally the opposite.
I think she's from the Bible Belt.
You should not have to carry a baby that is sick. You should not have to carry a baby in dairy because it's none of my business for real. It's none of my business.
It's like talking about abortion, you hear a child in the background. I'm fucking done.
Into this world that they don't want. It's just the bottom line.
That's wild. The timing of that is just wild.
Your rapist baby, like a man will not know.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? A female that's close to him.
There's no way this is real. There's no way this is real.
I think, I think your voicing the opinion of a lot of people on the left. And I think that
There's a literal fucking child there while this person is talking about gay.
outrage about the left, but I think it's all
Like at the old school radio shows that would add like no sound effects in the background to make the story.
and with their own thoughts on what he has to say. So I think that's why I personally think it's a good thing that he's coming back. I was just gonna say, like, also I think
There's no way this is real.
I think a lot of people were exhausted from the 4 years of Trump when he would tweet 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 times a day.
What's wrong with
and
that?
when he hasn't been here, I think a lot of people have amnesia and they forget about how much that kind of caused a bunch of chaos, got them angry. I think him doing this before the election could fire the left up even more so than the right. We'll see though. Go ahead. So I just wanted to say there's a lot of people requesting me to speak. I think there's 13 people right now. If you do want to leave a comment or a question, click on the little purple phone button right.
Sleep over me tweets.
Do that if you haven't already. And I think I said diligence next, right?
Yes, you did, sir.
Before Diligent goes, because
Diligent go.
before Diligent goes, I wanted to say really quickly regarding Donald Trump returns to X. In my opinion,
Yeah, we're just gonna keep that one down for a sec. But like, god damn, that's just wild. The fucking child in the background as this person is talking about abortion. That's just, to me, that's just, I don't know how to deal with that. Like, well, what the fuck was even that? Wow. That's just blew my mind, honestly.
It's adding to her, credibility. I don't know what you would call it.
Like, this is insane. This is actually insane.
I mean, it's not as fun taking, right? He still does.
Okay, let's take a look here.
I mean, there is one.
The problem with the Grazin scenes is the fact that both of them sound so fucking the same that you can't tell which one of them is the moderator or which one of them is just basically speaking, adding on to their existing point.
Are you serious right now with all the Democrat assassination attempt was staged? Like, you're really going to come at me about that?
No mainstream Democrat said that. Like, there's a few here and there.
I have been a few.
That would be like Kamala Harris thing.
No, one sounds a bit more douchey.
Harris doesn't have
Perhaps.
a crowd. So that photo showed a fake crowd. And there's obviously evidence that didn't take place. I mean, there's literally dozens and dozens of videos and photos from different angles, different photographers, all showing the exact same crowd. And I actually agree with you, all but the social media posts. I
wow.
the debate against Biden. He remained rather, I think, calm. He didn't go off script too much. I think, and it benefited him. Look what happened. Biden dropped out. I think that he also, in interviews, in some interviews, he has done that as well. Social media, I would say, not so much of it.
Because, you know, he understands that this is a battleground, right? And this is where it's like there's no holds bars. Like anything kind of goes on social media because he knows how quick the attention span is on social media. He can lash out here, and then the narrative changes 5 minutes later. So he can score quick points. I think that
again, and I'll including social media, I think that this version of Trump is politically more dangerous than any other version we've seen before. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's got it in the bag, and I want to address the policy points that Ed pointed out a minute ago, but I'll just say this to it real quick, is that I've been critical of how the Trump campaign has handled Kamala's nomination. I believe that they were very short-sighted in their retorts and some of their jabs in the first week or two. His handling of her in press conferences and in rallies could have been better, in my opinion. But I feel like, especially this last week, I've noticed that they've started to adapt to kind of go after Kamala's track record and policy, and less on the front-facing identity politics or any of like the kind of more immature attacks that we could see. And they can back it up with receipts because she has a verified track record. Unlike some other candidates or potential candidates, she has a long track record all the way back to her prosecuting days in California that the Republicans can hone in on. So I think if they continue to double down on, first of all, expanding their campaign into social media, into influencers, the Democrats have been far superior in this area. Huh? What?
I think you sound like a rhino, in my opinion. A lot of you guys here, you have Trump duration syndrome. You guys are complaining and bitching.
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
I'm that you might come back to Twitter. You guys need to throw up.
I never complained, bro. I'm a Trump supporter.
You're not a Trump supporter. You're a fake Trump supporter.
Oh my god, these people gotta fight each other, dude. What the fuck?
Biden or Kamala is not going to change your life. Some of you, you're going to fix your own life. It's not going to make a change in your own fucking life.
I mean, he's gonna change. He's gonna change the direction of the country, which will impact.
You guys been crying forever.
I agree.
So, anyways, can I finish my point real quick?
Yeah, Dylan, go ahead. Finish your point.
Thank you. So now that I've ranted on about that, I don't know who that actor is, but let's go through the list real quick. Expanding affordable housing, there's increased regulation, decreasing the minimum wage, of course, government getting into controlling how businesses operate, paid family leave, tax credits for working families, that's good. I can't argue about that. Ensuring the super wealthy pay their fair share in taxes, that has a trickle-down effect, so more taxes, gun reform, so there's an attack on our Second Amendment, expanding healthcare access under the ACA, yeah, we'll see Obamacare ×2, investing in green infrastructure, yeah, that's worked out so well so far with the broken up Green New Deal that Biden's implemented over the last 3 years. We have the highest record of debt ever seen, and a lot of those wind farms and crap don't work. Strengthening voting rights, what they mean is loosening voting security, criminal justice reform. I actually don't have a problem with that, as long as it doesn't mean defunding the police, which is what it means with Kamala. You can verify that through her records. Lowering prescription drug costs, that's been the slogan of the Democrats for like 30 or 40 years now. Pushing more consumer protections, of course, regulation. Reestablishing Roe v. Wade, okay, that's the centralization of power and trying to dictate federally what states can do on their own. We are a constitutional republic. Democracy is nowhere in our Constitution. Pushing the tribal, I'm almost done. Pushing for tribal self-determination.
Sound like a nut. Sound like a liberal.
Pushing for tribal self-determination. I'm not really sure what that means. Go after price gouging. Again, big government trying to tell private business what to do. Stop landlords from charging unfair rents. That seems a little intrusive. And getting a ceasefire deal in Gaza. I will believe it when I see it. Thanks.
That whole abortion issue with Roe v. Wade, the Republicans constantly are now saying everybody wanted it. Trump said that. He said everybody wanted it. When it was like, I think 65 to 70% of those polls said they didn't want it to be overturned. But now MAGA is trying to make the claim that it's not really influenced, right? All we're really trying to do is return the dignity to the states. But when it comes to so many other issues, it's always about the federal government needs to do it. Like the federal government needs to ban transgender people from playing women's sports. Why isn't that a state issue? The government needs. How many things level, should all that stuff be returned to the state too? Like, I don't get that argument. It's just an easy argument that I feel like they're making.
I mean, I just fundamentally on the constitutional level, I think that this is a position. This isn't something that the country gets to vote on. I think that there's nothing wrong with each locality handling it in their own way, much like the marijuana laws we see right now, right?
So why can't individual sports leagues handle the transgender issue their own way?
But I mean, that's because that's. I mean.
Because you do.
Well, no, I mean, I guess I don't understand. I guess I don't understand the premise. Because what you're saying is like instead of the government forcing like Title IX.
How are these political debates happening now? Why was this not happening before? That's kind of something I'm wondering.
Well, then I would harken you back to the civil rights movements in the 1950s and the 1960s. The reason why is because women have been, historically underprotected in the United States, along with black people, right? And so certain measures had carve-out protections for them because obviously, historically, they weren't before. And so those were achieved. What we're seeing, what we're seeing is a reversal, an inversion of those carve-outs to where now, in the sake of, not hurting people's feelings, we're going to destroy those protections that were fought so hard for women as a protected class.
Can I
Go ahead, yes, please.
Here, Diligent, here's my thought on this. I would be fine with these being whatever body is governing these sports, okay?
Oh my God.
Let the state decide how they want their public schools to operate, right? Any of the other connected affiliations, let them decide. And if they really want to have biological men beating up women in boxing, by all means, let them. However, make it obviously know that that's what's happening, that they're allowing acceptance, inclusive, and then at least women aren't suddenly blindsided when they're in some sort of event, right? Where they expect to be fighting women who are biologically women, and then they're all of a sudden having to fight males, right? So I think the big thing is that people need to be informed, okay? And it's their own choice. So if they want to get in the ring with someone who might have a physical advantage over them, that's their prerogative. You move into the state, let the states decide for their public education system because that's on the states to deal with, okay? And let the parents find it out at the state level. And I think that's the most fair option that you'll see because no one is ever going to 100% agree across the United States.
Wait, is this the fucking person who the omni-liberal got pissed at?
I 100% understand. It's not easy to move.
Not
but
sure.
if you disagree so significantly with
This sounds exactly like the person who the fucking omni-liberal got pissed at.
to find a place that you align with ideology.
It is, actually. Has to be.
I'm saying that wrong. I'm sure of it.
Ideologically.
Yeah. I'm sure you understand my point.
It was the fucking arm for me. Yep. I think it's
I
a...
really think that's the best solution. Let the people.
Yes, that's 100%. That is 100% her. That's the fucking Tide Pod person. That's the one for fucking omni-liberal also.
Whatever.
He's like the whole Tide Pod, just
Wow.
That moment. That's her.
So going back to this federal versus state rights thing, Trump also at one time during his presidency asked the federal government, he suggested the federal government should go around the state laws for marijuana and enforce against the states that legalize marijuana. And then there's, the issue of immigration. Why not just say that the border states should decide, on the immigration?
That's because that's a standing statute, right? That's a Schedule 2.
So is Roe.
Which was
Oh my God.
overturned by the Supreme Court, but marijuana that's been removed off the schedule.
But it's legally overturned, but that doesn't mean it's right or wrong. It doesn't mean that that's what is in the best interest of America. If you're gonna, tell you're gonna talk about states' rights.
Either you fundamentally believe in the principles of the country or not. I mean, do you not believe in how the country is structured, the balance of power between
No, I
three branches?
absolutely, but I also believe that there's certain things that respect.
Trump just posted as
Get wrong.
You do, but you don't. You do, but you don't, is what you're saying. You're like, okay, well, the process.
Trump just posted his next thing.
For certain laws. Do you disagree that you need the federal
That's
government?
crazy.
I do agree. And for example, seatbelts. Okay, seatbelts were vehemently opposed by a large faction of Americans. It was an unpopular federal mandate. It was also heavily litigated against and lobbied against by car manufacturers for a long time before they implemented it, right? And so there are certain regulations that I actually do believe in. I believe regulation can be a good thing, but they have to go through their own rigorous legal process.
I mean, that's what Roe was, though. Roe was
enacted by an activist judge, man. Like that, like, dude, come on.
How do you say that? It was
Even activist judge, diligent.
Even in the opinion, it said that she
I love the argument.
Even in the
How can
original
you say
opinion,
that?
it said that it would have to be revisited. Like, I don't know why Democrats don't admit that. Like this is historically, right? Historically, it was always supposed to be separated. That case and an activist judge set it to be a federal standard. Historically, even if you look back in the opinions, it says that this is going to have to be this should be revisited at some point later in time. Democrats fought against it for decades and decades and decades. There's nothing wrong with it having to be decentralized. It's just it's an emotional factor issue for me. And it's one that the Democrats have been very successful in capitalizing on. Look at 2022. 2022 was lost because of Roe v. Wade. I don't think you're going to see that kind of resurgence or fervor for it in 2024. I'm sorry, but I'm
Well, I mean, because it's already been overturned because Trump appointed three conservative justices and took credit for it being overturned.
Okay,
So
but
it
to be
returned to-
fair, Ed, even obviously said that it was based on faulty logic. No one is saying that it could possibly come up under a different set of circumstances and be constitutionally correct, but she indicated that when she was being interviewed for the office, she did not.
Oh my God.
Roe was founded on strong logic, and I believe that if that case had been presented to her, she would have felt the same way in overturning it at that junction with the case.
Yeah, but the whole point of this discussion is that Kamala Harris is going to fight to make Roe v. Wade the law of the land again. So to do that, she would need Congress and Senate, obviously herself, if she's president, to write a law and sign off on a law that makes it actually a law rather than a court interpretation. But MAGA is suddenly pretending that, this is great for everyone, this is what everybody wanted, because now the states can make this decision. And that's not what everybody wanted. That's just factually incorrect. Like, even though Trump keeps saying that everybody wanted it, that's just not true.
And let me ask you a question. Abortion is constantly exclude sexual assault victims, exclude the health of the mother, exclude the health of the child. It is constantly used with the tagline, women's health. Women can decide what to do. I don't understand using abortion rather than a preventive, first of all. There are actions that happen.
Preventives don't always work. I mean, a lot of abortions are because of preventive.
Let me finish, please. Then secondly, if it's a woman's health issue, don't you think sexually transmitted diseases are a women's health issue? Don't you think HIV/AIDS is a women's health issue? Don't you think those things are health issues? I'm not saying eliminate abortion. That is not my position. But my position is if you're going to say it's a woman's health issue, why are you not highlighting the preventive? Do you want a young girl to have her life taken early because she contracts a sexually transmitted disease? None of that is ever addressed. And you're absolutely right. If a woman should love herself and her body enough to protect herself and to say no to a man who's not willing to do the same simultaneously. And a man should love himself enough to do the same thing.
Okay,
Let's just say something that's big. So I agree, those are women's health issues.
No, Ed, can I reply to that?
These debates are interesting. It's like a conversation in somebody's head, like it's all that this is. It's interesting.
But I'm not saying think
Absolutely.
the government should make a law.
Like you can map this whole dialogue tree out and predict its next outcome.
If you have sex with someone. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the answer to your question is that both women and men can get STDs and suffer the consequences. However, men, at least thank God, not that I know of, can get pregnant, but I'll wait, I won't hold my breath on that either. But the fact is, the reason that abortion is a woman's health issue or pregnancy is because it is not just a means of ending a pregnancy, because prior to
By the way, I'm gonna have to go real quick, so BRB. So can you guys run this for a little bit?
women who are pregnant can literally
Yeah, I was always happy, like, the fact that Elon posts about his political posts. It kind of breaks down that barrier of having a taboo, right? Like, CEOs shouldn't speak about any political views or what they align with. But yeah, it breaks that barrier, and it's allowing for conversations to happen rather than letting these issues kind of escalate and continue to be so divisive and so polarizing in society. Because now people are talking, yes, they're getting heated, but hopefully as the time goes on, this kind of calms down and people might start aligning a little bit more towards the middle. did you guys see the letter that the EU issued?
to that ethics? Because
So the letter that was issued to Elon, it says they claim this conversation could generate detrimental effects on civil discourse and public security and could lead to public unrest in the EU. So it looks like they have a huge issue with the Trump and Elon space.
Can you link it in the comments?
Yeah, I saw it through Mario's post, Mario Marfo.
Yeah, that's to be expected. I mean, there will be backlash.
I think it'll be wild, this thing escalates or continues to escalate, and they try to, censor X from the country as a whole, the same way Brazil or Venezuela tried.
Well, I mean, there are only 4% of X users in UK, and then if UK wants to isolate themselves from free speech platform, then perhaps they can use VPN. Oh wow, it's actually the entire EU.
Like Europe, not just the UK.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, but it states illegal content on X. It doesn't specify what it actually means, which could be attributed to ineffectiveness of the way which X applies to relevant provisioning of the DSA, may be relevant to context of the ongoing proceedings and the overall assessment of X compliance with EU law. That's quite general terminology. Yeah, I think they're concerned that there could be like negative content. I mean, illegal content. So it's just they're just worried about that, and I think that it's it just they're basically asking to be cautious, but I don't see any ultimatum in the letter. Because the situation in the UK is so fragile, they just don't want any offensive content essentially being distributed, which is normal. Mario is just trying to get it reads like an attention clickbait post. EU in full panic mode. I mean, it's just a letter to, watch for hateful content, which is regulated by the local laws, and X conforms to the laws within each country. So I don't see it as a big issue.
I think the worry or the concern was like Elon's post with Europe is heading towards civil war was being seen as trying to incite hate towards a specific group of people or type of inciting violence, whichever way they want to try and form it.
Yeah, it's a subject to interpretation.
mic check. Here we fucking go. I'm back.
Yeah.
How long was there dead silence for in this space, anyways?
Not overly long. There was some snippets here and there.
Cool. Alright, everything's back and forth. I'm back. Let's have a show. Let's do this. There might be a chance I may join a space intermittently as well, because Alex Jones is going to be in a space, and I may be there. So that's something that may happen again. Remember, we had this little conversation yesterday, and we said, hey man, it would be funny if there was another incident where, Alex Jones were, we would have another conversation with Alex Jones. But yeah, that's coming. So it could be, another little Alex Jones thing that we might be doing, which could be fun. Yeah, so interesting stuff. The memes, of course, have been flourishing, as we all can see, by Elon's response to the European Union here, Thierry Breton. With great audience comes greater responsibility. And wow.
Yeah.
Honestly, I know it's often a bit of a buzzword that people like to say. It's kind of a buzzword when people refer to what Elon is doing, what this platform is doing, as in that it protects free speech and that the goal of it is to protect free speech. But really, this is not a buzzword. This is the actual goal itself, and this is actually what's happening. Because if there are certain entities that are coming after, that freedom right now, this way, as you can literally see, they're trying to come after that freedom and take it from you, take it from all of us. You can really tell that that's exactly what is happening, right? There is an actual fight for free speech, and there are two sides of this war. Those who want you to have it, and those who don't want you to have it, right? And so I always find it's interesting when people say it's an overused buzzword. Honestly, it's not overused yet because it still has a lot of merit to it, right? So until things like this no longer occur, then I think we can agree that it's overused. But at the moment, I don't think it's used enough. There's not enough emphasis that's given around this, right? But imagine such a drive to try and somehow get. I don't believe this, man. It's just crazy. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate because the European Union itself and the people within it. I always find it quite fascinating. Always like the organization and the potential good that it could do, but it really is unfortunate what they're doing now. The overregulation and the damage that they could cause. So I always find that to be very unfortunate, as opposed to doing the thing that I'd hoped they'd always do, right?
Yeah. Well, that letter, if you read it, it seemed to me more like, they don't want the hateful content.
Well, who defines hate? Who defines hate? That's the problem, right? We had this issue before, who defines hate? Anything could be hatred, right? I think, honestly, look, if you're not mobilizing potentially entire groups of people against an individual online who is defenseless, there's probably something that you should do about that. There should probably be some consequences to you trying to harm a business, for instance. But I mean, defining something that's hatred in this sense, when you're clearly just reporting on the facts of something happening in a particular country, then that is something. Or what if you're voicing your opinion? At what point do you actually no longer have the option to voice your opinion? So, for instance, if you accrue a massive amount of influence, in the case of Elon Musk, right, and you were to voice your opinions publicly about a particular thing, you can now no longer do so because the very impact of you doing this can cause a mobilization of some sort, right? So you may as well just say nothing, which is the actual idea of this, is to basically say, please shut the fuck up. That is essentially what this letter means. Right? It's a sophisticated, drawn-out way of saying, please stop talking. That's literally what it is. That's all that this fucking letter is. And there's something interesting that the Omnila rule has said to me, and this is a person who's quite far on the left, but I kind of respect him for what he said there, which is that he doesn't think that you shouldn't. He doesn't think that the response, for instance, of you saying something on the internet merits, say for instance, you say something on the internet that could be interpreted a certain way. You shouldn't lose your job over that, for instance. Something like that, you get cancelled online. It doesn't matter what side it is on. So I think that is kind of interesting, kind of insinuated towards that once when we had a communication, which I thought was really cool, and which I kind of, admired in a sense. So even within that framework, I think it's important that you at least have the freedom to offend one another, and I think you should be able to offend one another. Otherwise, you can end up like various other people, such as, say, the example of Dan O'Dowd, where you sit in a space with a team of lawyers behind your microphone, whispering into your ear. As soon as like somebody says anything that's truly in your direction, that guy just says, "Libel, libel!" Fucking unbelievable pussy. Like that's not where that should go. That's like the opposite. This is like an example. That's an example of where it shouldn't go. And like I think an example of where it should go is where just basically you get to chew each other out with just merits alone. And that's perfectly fine, and that's awesome. That's great. And I think it should continue to happen. And there should be more of it as well. So by all means, man, I don't really care. But it's important to have freedom, especially freedom of speech on this platform for everyone who uses it.
Yeah, and X conforms with the regional laws, so it doesn't, there is content moderation in that regard. So yeah, it conforms to the laws where it operates.
Yeah. So this is fine. Like, it's honestly fine. But seriously, what's the problem with the EU, man? And then, of course, you have something which I thought was quite a decent overstep. Like, this is one way to make an entire country angry at you, to say, hey, man, if you also post a certain way in your own country, then we will come and extradite your ass. Literally. That is crazy. Like, that is really crazy.
Yeah,
that is even something that the US may want to kind of like look at and do something about, because this is an actual threat to your fucking citizens, right? You probably want to look into that and say, is this okay? I mean, what do we do about this? What is our response to this, right? Do we have a thing that's called do we have a thing that's called freedom of speech, right? Is that thing that now not valued by a certain country? So are we going to like let that country decide for us what we want? This is something that's governing bodies inside the US will have to think about and pass something official on, because you can't just have fucking people get extradited just because one country is losing their shit. This is a very simple breakdown of the matter. So that's just my opinion on it. Right? I have nothing against the British. However, I do have something against the overreach in terms of power. So, yeah. Oh, by the way, George Soros turns 94 today. That motherfucker's been around forever.
Yeah, ancient.
Oh my god. Dorsey's ghost still haunts ex-left-leaning media, ails ex-right-wing. What? What? That's some bullshit. What kind of nonsense is this? It's kind of funny. All the left-leaning accounts are complaining about the fact that they aren't getting any reach, and all the far right-leaning accounts also complain that they aren't getting any reach. So how is it that both of these guys are somehow simultaneously censored more than the other, even though they both have the same issues? Probably because you've deviated so far in either direction that nobody wants to join you along the way, and that you've essentially created a niche for yourself in these various configurations, such that nobody wants to be there with you at all. Because, like, who wants to join you in this endless, this endless stream of complaints?
Yeah, it's like victimhood mentality.
look at even say, so let's take two graphic examples. You take the people who are like far rightists, who like constantly write stuff about Donald Trump, as in say, take certain accounts that basically make an entire existence out of that, and just write about everything Donald Trump. Say, are you voting for this guy? You're not voting for this guy. Here's why I should vote for this guy. Here's why I shouldn't vote for the other guy. Here's why you should always vote for this guy. Here's what this guy did. Like, it almost, I think, to an obsession. Now, of course, I'm not going to criticize that. I think you can do whatever you want, and you should do whatever you want. But then, of course, expect there to be certain outcomes. The same thing, of course, then applies to someone who's like on the right. Imagine someone like the Krasensteins, who are like constantly trolling everyone's comment sections if they're leaning in a particular direction just for the engagement, and they just like lean very far in that direction, right? Both of those things, I personally would not want to really engage with because it's just boring. It doesn't make any sense for me personally. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why would I engage with this stuff? I don't understand that. So you have like. The further I think you deviate in any direction, especially like this, the more you will lose an audience and interest, because it is obvious that you yourself are now no more than just a supporter for whatever side that you have. Irrationally so, as a matter of fact. The rational supporters are the ones that are at the center, the ones who get the most engagement by default, because that's simply how it works. But, what can you do? What can you do about that? Not very much, unfortunately. So now, basically, because they've lost most of their engagement as a result of, going too far in either direction, they now experience a downturn, in engagement. So it's like, okay, cool. You're not being censored, you've censored yourself. As simple as that. And it's interesting because but what I'm saying is what's happening constantly, every single time somebody leans in any direction, because then you have to like conform to that echo chamber. So say, for instance, you start supporting a very particular direction more and more, then you get pushed in that niche, but you also get pushed out of the existing one that you're in, especially when you are trying to basically appeal to more center-based audience, which I think, say, for instance, to certain people like the like libs of TikTok, for instance, they would probably want to appeal to more than just their own echo chamber of people who are right-leaning, but people are also on the left, because they'd want to have other people see this as well. It's like, hey, do you know what's going on? Do you know what's happening here in this direction? I think that's something that they would want themselves. So the more they would actually say, kind of voice in favor of a particular direction, the more they'd be hurting themselves. So you could like optimize that, I guess, out of the algorithm a little bit more, which I think you should, because the niche filtering is a little bit difficult, especially for people engaging with your stuff. I think if people are quite heavily engaged with your stuff, sure, they will see more of it, but the trend itself dies down quite heavily. Like, people have to be actually obsessed with your profile itself, in a sense, to a certain degree, to actually come back to it without having to rely upon the For You, right? That's why I encourage everyone to turn notifications on, because if you rely on the For You, there's like a 20% chance that you'll see one of my posts. So I mean, sure, imagine if I say, put out a post every now and then, you'll see like one of my posts that I put out in like a day, even though I put out like 10 to 20, right? That's an obvious problem. So then you layer it out in hours and everything kind of works this way, but then that has its own issue. This is also why my engagement is up, by the way, because I actually am posting not only centrist, but I'm also posting more frequently, but within a certain period of time, understanding exactly how that all works. So that's a bit of a side aspect that I think people would want to consider. Oh man, I'm crazy. I can't believe I'm functioning like this off of just 1 hour of sleep. I only slept for like 1 hour. So
did you fall asleep or just a nap?
I took a quick nap for like an hour.
Did you dip or just kind of?
No, I just decided that I'm just gonna crash for like an hour. Did that, came back in, and then. What is this? Oh, very nice. Man, fucking Donald Trump is just posting like a madman right now. He's like continually posting and posting and posting and posting. He just posted one more thing just now, 5 minutes ago. It was like almost an hour ago, an hour before that, 2 hours before that, 1 hour before that. Jesus Christ, man. This guy's been off the hook. His engagement is also very, very good. Like 13 million impressions and all of this stuff, that's crazy. 13 million impressions, fucking 100 to 200,000 likes on his stuff. For stuff that's barely even like a day old. Can you imagine what it looks like after a day? Wow. So he's like very actively campaigning, but he's also trying to basically take a lot of engagement that exists here on platform to off platform, because you can see that some of his posts actually contain links within it. So this is kind of like a negative thing that I see personally, but I don't think has too much of a, I don't think it's too much of something that people need to be concerned about. That's right. Yeah, could be annoying, but it is fine. What else do we have? Oh, that's nice. God, I can feel the energy inside of me. It's great. It's coming all back. It's all coming back to me now. Yeah. We'll probably get some people in as well, so if people have like a... What's the... Is the debate still going? Oh wow. Testing Spaces is happening right now. The people in charge of Spaces are testing again. There's a space going right now that has like 209,000 people connected to it. Those are all basically just test accounts. But that's happening while we're speaking. I think the weird-ass Trump debate is still going, where people are debating about policy. It's kind of funny. You can see the cards of many players here on the platform, that they will only talk about policy now. They could have spoken about policy in Spaces like the way they are doing right now at any other time, literally at any time before this event. But it just seems that they were just waiting for an event like this, so the next level amounts of engagement would be there, right? So because they don't want to show up every day, because they're lazy, right? They would show up only when there is the actual opportunity to earn the engagement, then they'll show up, right? So that's why I see these kinds of spaces now. Even though, technically speaking, spaces like these, I mean, the debate of whether or not policy is good or not has already been had in many different ways. It's just now being rehashed. There's nothing of actual original content that's being like voiced right now. So it's just a rehash of everything that's already happened. Debates around policy, this garbage idea of the rich should pay more in terms of taxes. I'm like, what is that supposed to say? The rich should pay their fair share? Excuse me, they already are. And the people who aren't, the rich who aren't, those are the ones who won't get taxed anyway by your weird-ass schemes. Actually, as a matter of fact, the people themselves, which will be the most disadvantaged by all of this, are kind of the people who are not even the richest, not even the most affluent, because the ones who have most of the money, they won't get taxed a fucking shit anyways, because they put all of their money into foundations or borrow against their own money. So it's like, how do you tax that? You can't, unless you legislate that out somehow. But there's literally zero way that that's going to happen. That's like saying we're going to get rid of the fucking Federal Reserve. Good luck. So, I don't understand what that's supposed to mean. Tax the rich to fair share? They already are taxed. And the people who you would want to tax, I guess, the people who you're making an insinuation towards who you'd want to tax, you can't tax because it just won't happen. And the stuff that you'd have to pass in order to make that happen is just absolutely barbaric towards them. And you'd get fucked in the ass, as any administration, doesn't matter whose side you're on, you will get fucked if you even dare try some bullshit like that. And I highly understand this. I really understand that. And besides, it's not about it's not about the lack of taxation. It's actually overtaxation at the moment that is causing a lot of problems. And I think most of all, say, oh, we need more money for our stuff. Well, spend that money on less useless shit and potentially focus it more on America first, and then everything would work out. And potentially also outsource, if you yourself as a government can't do it, to contractors who themselves use the money effectively. Because at the moment, I'm not fucking seeing that. If I see a small fucking unfinished stretch of high-speed railway that cost $11 billion, what the fuck is that? Are we supposed to have more taxes for this? Like, what is this? Where did that money actually go? Because there's no fucking way. There's absolutely no fucking way, right? That's an example. So you want to pull out the tax the rich card? What the fuck is this? What did you do with the $11 billion? Let's ask first. What did you do with the money? What did you get done with all the money that's been, spent? Where's all the debt coming from? Well, ask this question, who are the contractors? Why the fuck does it cost so much? There are contractors who can do better for better pricing. Internet infrastructure. The
garbage price on that is insane. You have a horseshit inflated price for technology that's even more garbage than the thing that came before it. When you could just use something like Starlink for a mere fraction of the cost. And it would be profitable, right? But no, man. So this is not a taxation issue. It is a spending money on useless shit or spending too much money on stuff that could be costing a fraction as opposed to what it costs now. That's the issue of the money. It's not the taxation at all. It's the efficiency, or the efficacy rather, of how that money has been applied to solving existing issues. And I think most of us can agree that the way that has been done has been utterly ineffective. But that's just my opinion, right? That's just my opinion. You make up whatever you want about that. I think you should, have a conversation. But still, when I hear the tax the rich buzzword, it's like that doesn't make any sense. And the irony of this, that I literally heard in a space a person talk about fucking abortion and how they're okay with it. Meanwhile, I'm hearing their fucking children in the background. I was like, what? This is a simulation. The moment she fucking talks about abortion and justifying it, and all of a sudden I hear the baby in the background go, Meh! Like, wow. The fucking hypocrisy, dude. Holy shit. There's something about that needs to be kind of thought about, in a sense. But yeah.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah. Okay, I finally let Fibonacci up. What's up, bro?
I finally got in bed to pass out. Good job on the space.
Thanks, man. Hey, by the way, thank you for providing all the little updates and things. That was nice. Very helpful.
Pleasure. Making history here, man.
Cool. What do you usually do? I mean, I see your profile. There's not much activity on it. There's like stuff from May that you reposted and such, and stuff from April and shit. Like, what do you usually do? Like, what's your thing?
I leave you quietly in the corner while I make music all day.
You make music?
Yeah. I'm gonna
Is it metaphorical or actual?
I've been up for 12 hours.
Jesus Christ.
I was up through all of your naps and everything. I wanted to say a couple things about Bitcoin, but I won't go there. Don't worry. You were ranting off about the ending the Fed and laughing about it, but I think we might get there one day.
Perhaps one day, but I don't think that environment exists at the moment. It's way too strong, and there's way too much force that's fighting against it. I would rather say, again, instead of eradicating the Fed, I would say just coexist. I don't think there needs to be an actual eradication itself. It doesn't need to happen. I think that's completely unnecessary. I think it's also a realistic goal to have. I think that kind of a coexistence is possible, and eventually, like, imagine if one system is more effective than the other, then there is a shift itself, because if the control currency no longer has any control because it's devalued into nothing, then what's the power again? There you go.
The unit
so
of account needs to change.
Happens. Wait, what?
Not the currency. The unit of account needs to change. Nixon took us off the gold standard in 71.
Yeah, of course. Fuck this. Yeah, I agree. There should be a gold standard once more. Potentially backed against something that's digital like Bitcoin. It would be quite nice, because natural resource like gold, while it is cool to have that, I think something like Bitcoin is potentially a bit better, because it is guaranteed to go up. Well, not always guaranteed to go up, because there's so much volatility at the moment, but over time, I think that volatility will largely stabilize and take on a trajectory that is reminiscent of actual gold. So that's just my opinion on Bitcoin.
Almost right. Well, it's programmed. It's programmed to go up in dollar terms because the value doesn't change.
I know.
It's the only thing that humans know for a fact that won't change, which is pretty fucking crazy.
Oh yeah. Like don't worry, man. I 100% understand the whole aspect of Bitcoin. I was in the Bitcoin scene for quite a while, understanding how all that works, just to kind of get a grip as to what the justification for its existence is. But of course, all the mysticism and utility-wise, I would largely agree with a lot of the assessments. So Yeah, but again, like I said, I don't think there's an actual ending of the Fed event that needs to exist in order for there to be, Bitcoin integrated into our lives more than it already has. I think that kind of just happens on its own. Potentially one day there might be a standard backing if, more value of dollar go to shit. But I just don't see that happening at the moment. I'd rather say that the value of the dollar itself will go to shit and then be replaced by something like a CBDC long before it would be at all replaced by something like BTC, and then who knows what that's going to look like.
Well, interestingly, every time that has ever happened in history, hyperinflation has happened, and the people just went to whatever money was the best and fairest for everyone. But unfortunately, we've had governments controlling which currency that was for 200 years of the German mark and the Great British pound, and now the dollar. And now we're obviously going to shit. I mean, anyone with half of a brain can see that banks are failing. And Sam Bankman-Fried was like the last little, oh my God, you guys are fucking robbing all of us.
I mean, look, I understand, but still, I would say there is, like what you just mentioned, there will be a currency that's controlled to replace it, which would just then be another thing that the government itself created, which isn't that. And I think we'll have, like, as a commodity trading thing, Bitcoin still, right?
Why would we even need a government?
Thing.
Why would we even need a government in that case? I mean, why do we? You were going back to Iran right now. Why do we pay tax if they can just print?
Well, I mean, true, but I think government itself is actually quite useful if it actually operates in the form of what it actually is, which is a company. If you imagine that a government is actually a corporation, then things would. If you imagine that a government itself is actually a corporation, and if it were to actually truly operate as a corporation with the interest of making profit that serves the population, then things would actually work. But it doesn't do this at the moment because actually the government itself is a servant that is scary to the person who's to be served.
Well, what if we remove the government from the equation? Since humans never really needed government, and since the creation of the federal state, well, okay, religion maybe to kind of control our crazy desires, but
religion will always work until the moment it does not. There will always be someone who's there will always be.
Let's not go there because that's about as taboo as we can get. But the money's broken. The money is broken.
Not really, we can all agree that money is broken, but still, I would say that you can't entirely get rid of government because it's actually kind of useful still. It just needs to be refined in a way that it is more useful than it currently actually is, which is where the problem actually lies, in my opinion.
They have too much power, and power corrupts.
No, I don't think power corrupts at all. I think power just accentuates what's already there. Power does not corrupt, absolutely. I fundamentally disagree with that. It is just something that attracts easily corruptible. That makes more sense to me, personally. Well, the people are already corrupted, and they just accentuate what already is there. So if you have flaws within your being, you're easily tempted. If you have more ability, all of this, your good parts and, of course, your bad parts, maybe even the flaws themselves that you've never been aware of because they've been so small and you've been so small, these things become accentuated with whatever you already had. So that corruption, those flaws are already there. They're just made bigger now to the point that they actually have effect. And that's what power does. It does not corrupt. It just enhances you. So if you're a piece of shit somewhere, then you will be a piece of shit in a lot of other places because now that's kind of bigger.
I agree. But would you say that money corrupts then?
No. Money does not corrupt. At all. Mm-hmm. Money itself corrupts itself if some people take control of it who themselves have a bad vision for what money is supposed to be and kind of use it as a tool for destruction, then that just reflects the intent of the control and not the actual nature of money. Money itself is just actually something that is purely kind of cool, right?
What is the nature of money? What is money for?
The database for resource allocation, my dude. That's all that it's for. Now, of course, somebody takes a database under control and does some things with it that devalues this database and its effectiveness at distributing resources, and of course you're devaluing the currency, which is what we know as inflation, and so on and so forth.
Okay, but you just described the fiat system. Money is a store of value, and the money is a medium of exchange. Money was never meant to be paper.
Well, yeah, that's actually not entirely true. No, money itself, paper, has been brought out because nobody wants to lop around a lot of gold. Now, of course, you've separated now the thing that gives money its value, which is the gold itself. So now it's like you hold this piece of paper and it's a less valuable promise that depreciates over time. You're just holding, it's a contract. All dollar bills, everything that you've ever held in your hand that is currency, that is just a fucking contract at the end of the day, right? It is one that you have in your hand for a promise of utility, and you say, fuck this, I'm going to get rid of this so I can have actual utility, right? The promise of utility is worth
to be
less than the utility itself. Always.
It used to be a bearer instrument. It used to be redeemable in gold, and it's not anymore.
Yes. Then that's why money is going to shit. In this case, the fiat, right? So if we were to create backing for it once again, then there would actually be merit to the promise.
Then we would have to go back to gold standard, but the gold industry is hijacked and has been for however long we've had the gold industry.
Yes.
So we need something that's public.
For Bitcoin exists, but then again, whatever that is. And potentially, if you wanted to have like a transactional currency, of course, you have something like Doge that could act as that, which I think is
We
actually
already
one of
have
the
the digital dollar. We already have every digital fiat currency in the world. We just need something digital that nobody can change and nobody can fuck with it, nobody can turn off. And
yes,
we have it.
That is Doge.
And now we
So
need
Bitcoin is
education. Doge for sure. And
they're just transactional. Bitcoin is the value source.
Sorry to interrupt. Isn't it pronounced Elon?